Hello, good afternoon everybody, and welcome along to Croft for the second day of this race meeting organised by the 750 Most Club. It's the third and final of the 750 Most Club's season starting events. We had a great day yesterday with 9 races and 7 more to come up for you during the course of the day. Had the final qualifying session of the weekend, the only qualifying of the session of the day, just completed. That's for the Cleo Club Enduro Championship. We'll see those cars out for their 2.5 hour race a little bit later on. My name's Ian Simon. Kieran Mogg is alongside me in the commentary box for this one. We're at Croft, former airfield circuit, 2.1 miles. And a circuit that's been run in this configuration for more than 20 years now. The sun is out, although it is clouding up a little bit, and I think the forecast for this afternoon is more cloud, but warmer than yesterday. Temperatures climbing to 18, certainly climbing already in the commentary box. And again, not too much of a wind. We had a fairly strong headwind for the cars down towards the tower yesterday, but I'm not sure it's quite as strong today. We'll have to see how that might or might not affect things. Kieran Mogg alongside me, as he was yesterday. Kieran, we had a great day's action yesterday, and we're looking forward to more of the same today.
100%. I mean, you got a great night's sleep last night, I'm assuming, because you were absolutely knackered from calling all the shots yesterday. But yeah, no, absolutely. It's obviously a great day racing yesterday, and I think it should be more of the same today. Like you were saying, the wind is still here, but I don't think it is quite as strong. I just came up the steps up to the commentary box, and yeah, it doesn't feel quite as bad as it did yesterday. Still something to perhaps be mindful of, especially in the Formula 1000s and the Sports 1000s, Formula F1000s and the Sports 1000s, but for the majority of the classes, I think it's not as much of an issue today.
Yeah, and besides the Cleo Club Enduro and the F1000 and the Sports 1000 that Kieran has mentioned, we've got the Sustained Fuels Formula V Championship, the VSG Crypto Cleo Sport Championship, and the JDM Place Mazda 7 Championship. They all have a single race today. The Sports 1000s have 2 races to complete their triple header. And of course, it's just the solo race for the Club Enduro with 150 minutes of action in prospects, and it should be a very good race indeed. But let's now look ahead to the first race of the day, which is for the Nankang Tyre Sports 1000 Championship. And the cars are heading out onto the circuit ahead of this 50-minute race. These cars don't have a green flag lap. Yesterday's race was won by Dan Clues from Noah Osbaldeston on his debut, and Clint Newman was third, with John Cutmore winning the Cup 200 division. The grid for this race is set by the fastest lap times from yesterday's first race. So let's have a look how it lines up. Ryan Yarrow, he had to fight back after a spin and got as far as 6th position yesterday's race. On the way, he set the fastest lap, so 54, Ryan Yarrow is on pole position, besides number 42, Clint Newman. The second row of the grid is 24, Noah Osbaldeston, besides the race 1 winner, number 2, Dan Clues. The third row of the grid is 72, Jonathan McGill, and 15 being the car of Naeem Hack. On row 4 of the grid, it's 44, which is Carl Austin, and 33 is Daniel Ashby. It's Tom Johnston, number 87, on the 5th row of the grid, and Charlie Slatton, number 28, on position number 10. Row 6 of the grid should have been 63, Colin Chapman, but he has gone home, I'm afraid. He had engine dramas yesterday, so it's just going to be 69, Ian Hutchinson, on row 6 of the grid. Row 7 on the inside has number 88, Richard Webb, and number 11, Stephen Hullock. The 8th row is 23, Matthew Manette, and 98, John Cutmore. Row 9, Mike Wyman Hayward in number 111, and Stephen Dean in 34. And then the final row of the grid is going to be 83, Wayne Armston, and 77, which is Seamus Heaney. Yes, Colin Chapman. In fact, it was a gearbox issue that, as he said, it tried to escape through the side of the engine as he was about to start lap 4. And that was a shame, as it was shaping up to be a great battle with Carl Austin and Colin on his way home, but looking forward to being back out, hopefully, at Castle Combe for the next event. But yeah, it was a dramatic race yesterday, wasn't it? With Ryan Yarrow going for the lead and making a little bit of a hash of it.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, it's a massive shame that it went that way, but then he was a man on a mission coming back through the field. At one point, he was 2 seconds lap quicker than anybody else on circuit at the time, so it was a momentous drive back from Ryan Yarrow. and that is why, obviously, he's on pole position, and his time is a second quicker than second place. So, obviously, we can expect him to be a little bit looking for redemption today, wanting to just correct the wrong of yesterday. Also, like you were saying, big, massive shame to Colin Chapman. Yeah, apparently there's a big hole in the side of the gearbox, I was told by some of the drivers. Yeah. And Colin, apparently, for some unknown reason, wasn't very happy with that. So a bit of a shame not to see him on the grid today, but nonetheless, it should be a good race.
It certainly should. We've had the green flag waved at the back, so we're almost ready for the first race of the day. 30-second board is shown ahead of the Lancang Tyre Sports 1000 Championship, featuring the Cup 200 cars, the MK Cup 200 cars with their 1.3 litre Suzuki Hayabusa engine, all of the other cars, 1000cc Superbike engines. The lights are on and they go out. The race gets underway, and it's a great start by Ryan Yarrow from pole position. Not such a good start by Clint Newman alongside him on the grid. There's one of the Cup 200 cars on the grass off the line, but it's Yarrow that's going to lead, and Clint Newman goes through the gravel, so too does Dan Clues. Both of them heading backwards down the order as a result of that, joining right in the middle of the field. So that's gifted Ryan Yarrow a very big lead indeed as they head through the first few corners, and off they go down towards Tower. That was Mike Whiteman-Haywood, wasn't it? It was pulling off, I think, in his Cup 200 car that was off the grass, onto the grass right at the start. There's the 33 car. That's the car in second place, I think, of Daniel Ashby. He's got the 72 of Jonathan McGill just behind him. But Ryan Yarrow here has been gifted a big lead with two of his main rivals going off at the first corner.
Yeah, 100%. And you could also see that Dan Clues into the first corner there. He saw that car coming up his inside and literally had to just jump out of the corner. So obviously, very good reactions there from Dan Clues. But us is shame, obviously, they've both just dropped down the order. And Yarrow, yeah, has just been gifted a massive, massive lead.
No, Osbaldeston, you can see there in the 24 Mattel, just ahead of Dan Clues, actually. He didn't make a great start either, so he's dropped back down the order. And this has left the way clear for Ryan Yarrow, which if he gets his head down and shows the pace that he did yesterday, he could clear off and have a dominant win here. His rivals will be trying to put a stop to that. They're coming through towards the end of the first lap of the race. It's Yarrow that's leading. Ashby is second. In third place at the minute is number 72, Jonathan McGill. Fourth is 44, Carl Austin. Then it's 24, Noah Osbaldeston in fifth, and Dan Clues in sixth place with Richard Webb. You can see in the middle of the shot there, the best of the Cup 200 cars, number 88 in eighth place as Clues and Osbaldeston go side by side in the two Mattels, and this time it's Osbaldeston that gets a wheel into the gravel trap.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a little bit of room there, racing room between them, but fantastic overtake there from Dan Clues. So obviously making sure that he's just leaving a little bit of room there for Noah, but he obviously needs to get back on the podium positions to go after that championship fight that he's currently, realistically, is going to be in for the rest of the year.
Watching there the 28 car, that is Charlie Sladden, his second season racing that car. I think it's his third year altogether in Sports 1000. He was doing battle there with Richard Webb, trying to get ahead of the Cup 200 car. Here's Dan Clues trying to make another move up on the inside of Carl Austin and put Sonny in, but Carl Austin closes that opportunity off. So this is for fourth position now. And it's, a mistake there from Austin. Is that going to give Clues a chance? They come down into the complex. They're side by side on the inside line. Was Clues, but he's actually lost out as a result of that. And Osbaldeston has gone back up his inside. He's got to watch out for Clint Newman in the 42 car trying to come through as well.
100%. That was fantastic and very aware driving from Osbaldeston there. He saw that little mistake. He saw that Dan Clues had to just get out of it, and he just took the advantage. But now obviously these three going basically side by side down the start-finish straight. Dan Clues is in a precarious position here. He's not quite in enough position to overtake Noah. As I say that, he goes past him. So ignore what I'm saying. He's basically still side by side into Hawthorne and just about makes the move.
And Charlie Slatton there closing in on them as well, the 22-year-old from Benfleet, but it's Clues, the 2020 F1000 champion, that's at the head of this group once again. Down towards Tower they go. Ryan Yarrow, by the way, after 2 laps is leading by nearly 5.8 seconds, a fantastic margin that he has. There's 87, Tom Johnston and his Mattel up on the inside of our Cup 200 leader, Richard Webb. He also holds the lap record in both Cup 200 and Sports 1000.
Yes, absolutely. And Richard Webb has built himself a little lead over John Cutmore as well, the second place man in Cup 200. So he's got a bit of a lead to look after at the moment. He's fighting out with the Sports 1000 cars, and obviously he can just have a bit of fun up towards there. We're currently looking at second, third, fourth, and here we go up the inside. I believe that was number 44 of Carl Austin on Jonathan McGill. Here we go. Dan Clewes is getting in the action once again. He's gone wide, and that allows Clint Newman coming right at the inside, and Dan Clewes has lost out once again.
He has, and it's a change there because it's Newman now moving up a position. Clewes has dropped back to 7th on that lap. Osbaldeston managed to get ahead of Austin, and now so too has Clint Newman. So he's gone up to 5th position as they went into Clervaux that time. Austin in 6th, Clewes in 7th, and Sladden in 8th place. So great scrap going on here. And as they head down towards Tower Corner, I can see Clewes there in the slipstream of Carl Austin. He's going to the driver's right into Tower Bend, and he's got the car up the inside, and nicely done. He takes the place away, goes up to what will be 6th place now. But it's been a bit of an up and down kind of race so far for Dan Clewes, our race winner from yesterday.
100%. He's going up and down like a yo-yo at the moment, and all of this is allowing Ryan Yarrow to just build that lead. He's not having to think about his championship rivals, and obviously he won the championship last year. Yes, it didn't go exactly how he wanted to. This is the result that he needs to get across the line. All while he's doing that, behind them, obviously, let me see, Carl Austin just go off, and that allows number 28, Charlie Sladden, to just go and slice straight through. So that brings Charlie Sladden up into 7th place, behind now Dan Clewes.
Ryan Yarrow crosses the line for a 4th time, building this lead. Still Daniel Ashby in 2nd place, although I think he's going to come under threat from Noah Osbaldeston before too much longer, because Osbaldeston on the exit of the hairpin has dragged past Jonathan McGill now. Newman's up to 5th, Clewes 6th, Sladden 7th. Carl Austin is the one that's lost out really, back down to 8th place. There's McGill, and off goes Matthew Manette. He spins out of 15th position in the number 23 Spire. The car run by Team Secura Engineering, who's going pretty well in 15th, but has just had a moment on the grass, but has recovered.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, he was saying that he had some issues in qualifying yesterday, so it doesn't look to be the cleanest weekend of his life. So hopefully, obviously, in the race later on, he can get a little bit more luck.
Here is Charlie Sladden, who loses it through Tower Bend, and he spins around. That's a full 360, and there's oil coming out of, I think, his car. And I think that was what Carl Austin was indicating by waving his arms. The car is there stranded in the middle of the circuit. He's going to pull it off onto the grass, I think, realising that all is not well. So there'll be yellow flags, and indeed we have a red flag. Race being stopped there. Red flag coming out with that car, we think, having put some fluid down as well. It now stopped in a pretty prone position just on the inside of the corner at Tau, with smoke still emanating from underneath the engine cover. So hope all is well. I think Charlie's going to try if he can to see what's going on, if he can get the engine cover off. I'm sure the marshals will be there across as soon as they can. Yes, they're moving across now from their marshal's post just on the other side of the circuit. Now the cars are heading down pit lane. We've still got 8 minutes of that race to go. So I'm surprising that they've headed down pit lane rather than onto the circuit. But that's where they all seem to have headed. And once one goes, they all do tend to follow. Normally I'd expect them to stop on the grid to be re-gridded, but they've headed down pit lane, and like sheep, they all do follow. So that was certainly a dramatic moment, though, wasn't it, as he lost the car, and he was lucky, really, Q, that nobody collected him.
Yeah, 100%. Obviously, he had a couple of drivers right behind him, and they did very, very well to obviously stay out of his way. I think I saw a little puddle underneath the car when he started to move off, so there's definitely something down there, and realistically the smartest thing to do was to pull the red flag, because that into Tower Bend, through that apex, is a very, very quick corner, especially in these cars, and the last thing you really want. Here we go. Here's a replay of what happened. So coming down, we can already see some bit of smoke coming out of the back of that car as well. So definitely look, it had a bit of an issue coming into it, and then just going through the back, just steps out. Yeah, very, very strange how it happens like that. So maybe the oil coming out of the engine maybe got onto the tyres, and then it just went through the corner, just lost it. And then once he moves off, you can just see a little bit of puddle underneath the car. Here, we're waiting for it to move off. There,
Yeah,
see some shiny.
it's definitely some fluid down there
Yeah.
of some description. That already I can see from our commentary box, the marshals, there we go. We see them now with their brooms, their shovels, their buckets of cement dust or whatever it is that they put down to dry up an oil slick these days. But very efficient work. They're already on the scene to get that cleared up. And we will wait to see what happens next, because the cars are in a queue. Still 8 minutes to go. No notification. Yes, the car's being held in pit lane, and we'll wait to see whether we get restarted. There's Stephen Hollick. He's had a bit of a story to tell, hasn't he, these last few days?
Yes, he really has. I went and spoke to him before we went live this morning, and we spoke yesterday about he wasn't sure if he was going to be racing this weekend. I wasn't 100% sure why, so I wanted to go and ask him why. And he showed me a video testing last week, going into tower, and the bodywork came up, acted as an air brake, spun him around. He ended up in the field at the end of the straight. It destroyed the bodywork, it destroyed part of the car, and he spent the last week rebuilding it. So it's great to see him back out on the track, and it's the first time in 18 months, I believe, that he's out racing in this series. So it's great to see him back, and it's great that even after that accident last week, he was okay. The car was enough okay that he could get it rebuilt and onto the grid for this weekend.
No, it's certainly good that he's managed to get that car out there. Stephen Hollick in the number 11 car. He was running in 16th place when the red flags went out. Now, no doubt the TSL team, they'll be preparing a grid for any restart. We've not yet had a notification of whether there will be a restart for this race or not. I guess it might just depend on how long it takes to clear this up. The car will need a full lift, and I can see the recovery truck heading to the scene, as well as I think that's the Croft maintenance circuit maintenance vehicle also heading out there. There's Paul Nightingale chatting with Carl Austin, one of the spies. Paul Nightingale, the man who was the man responsible for the Spire and building so many of those cars. There's Tom Johnston. He's out there in one of the Mattels, the driver from Tunbridge Wells, and just in front of him we have Dan Clues in the number 2 car. You can see the Team Mattel hashtag there, and we're looking around one of the well, probably the latest Mattel chassis that's out there, built for 2025 for Dan Clues, and he's got the matching helmet and the to go with the car, so it's all very much coordinated. That's taking things very seriously, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, you can tell it's a new car as well because there's no marks on it.
Not yet.
Not yet, and I'm sure by the end of the year there'll be something at least to show. But yeah, obviously Mattel, one of the bigger providers for arrive and drive kind of racing in 750. They go across the Sports 1000, they go across F1000, and they've had some success in the past as well.
Yeah, 42 car. We saw Clint Newman. Here's Jonathan McGill, number 72. He's a long-time competitor now in Sports 1000s, and we will see them back out on set, I think, listening into that conversation. Looks like we're going to get a restart over 5 minutes, not yet having that had appear on my screen, but it looks like we are going to get a restart. TSL have reset their timing screen, ready for action. Yes, it does show 5 minutes on the screen for this restart, so we are going to get another chance of this. So they'll probably get about 4 laps out of this. Obviously the cars need to be sent back out onto the grid and re-gridded. The recovery truck is coming back without the car, so whether they think that can be towed away by the maintenance vehicle or whether another vehicle is needed or not quite sure, but having a nice demonstration provided by the JCB and the recovery truck, a little parade to keep us entertained. There's the 33 car of Daniel Ashby. He was going very well in second position when the red flags went out. He's 40 from Milton Keynes, a scientist and engineer, and he does actually list Croft as his favourite circuit, so it's no surprise that he's going well here in that ex-Al Bolton car. And there is Ryan Yarrow, the renewable energy engineer, been racing since 2018, and already in that time a 4-time champion. Did some karting between the ages of 8 and 17, and the 2017 car that he's in, it's got a Honda engine. It's a factory car, if you like, ex-Billy Orban, but all the preparation now is done by Ryan himself, effectively, and family and so forth. And he obviously does a very good job of that, to win 4 championships and be dominating that race when the red flags flew.
Yeah, 100%, and it's probably a bit of a shame for him because he had a massive gap back to second place. But there are still a couple of cars in between himself and his main competitors for the championship, so he's probably sitting somewhat comfortable. Though it's motor racing, anything can happen.
And in a race that's only going to be probably 4 laps long, if you make a bad start to it, then you've only got very limited opportunities to try and come back. Let's take a short break, and we'll be back very shortly with the restart for the Sports 1000s. So back here at Croft for this Nankang Tyre Sports 1000 Championship. First race of the day, second race of the weekend for these cars. We've had a red flag, and that is because there was a spin for Charlie Sladden in his Mittel, and that was because we think some fluid was who the car was putting down, got onto his tyres, he had a spin, and the car was needed to be recovered, which it has now been. And so what I think is going to happen next is we'll probably get cars released back onto the circuit, and they're going to have a 5-minute race. I think the clearing up by the marshals in terms of dressing the oil slick that was put down looks like that's probably being completed now. I think they're going to head back to their posts before much longer, and then we'll get some of the cars back out for their restart race. They do have another race as well later on, these cars. It's the last of the sprint races that we have today here at Croft before the 2.5-hour Takiwa Club Enduro Championship race, which is the final race of the weekend. But Sports 1000 been running with the 750 Motor Club now for more than 2 decades. Initially came about as RGB, road-going bike engine sports cars. That's where the RGB came in. And most of the cars at that time were front-engined, but it's kind of evolved over time with rear-engined cars coming in, and it almost become more of a prototype-style formula. But the cars do run on treaded tyres, for example. There's no sort of significant aerodynamic aids that you can have. They use 4-stroke bike engines from Honda or Kawasaki or Suzuki or Yamaha, and they have to remain standard and unmodified internally. But they can make changes to the dry sump lubrication, and the exhaust and induction systems are free. And there's lots that you can do around the suspension and the brakes and the bodywork, although, as I say, it is a mechanical grip formula, so wings aren't permitted, and aero development is quite tightly controlled. So they run on the Nankang AR1 control tyre, with the quantity of tyres that the drivers can use limited during the season. That is to keep costs down, and that's very much the ethos of the 750 Motor Club, the leaders in affordable motorsport, is to try and stop the costs getting away, which is so important at this level.
Yeah, 100%. It's important more than ever these days as well. With costs going up in every single industry, allowing people to go and do something like this for a relatively little amount of money compared to some of the bigger classes, it's fantastic, and it just allows people to get out there on the weekends and do this, and it allows us to come and talk about it and watch it. And there's so many people that come along and just love the events for what they are. We're just looking at some shots of some spectators up on the banks and everything, and I can see some spectators in the midfield, in the infield as well. They've positioned themselves, and just how dedicated they are. Just to give you a bit of context, they can't get out for the midfield of the infield. Sorry, they are literally stuck there for the rest of the day. So they have got to sit there and watch the cars. But obviously, that's the type of people that we have here watching this. It's the super fans, and that's exactly what they love to see.
Looks like we've got the cars heading out onto the grid once again, so let's have a look at how they're going to line up. Ryan Yarrow leading the cars around. Of course, he was leading when the red flags came out. There he is, so he's on pole position in 54 car alongside 33 Daniel Ashby. Row 2, 24 Noah Osbaldeston and 72 Jonathan McGill. Row 3 will be 42 Clint Newman and 2 Dan Clues. Row 5, 444 Carl Austin and 87 Tom Johnston. Row 588 Richard Webb and 69 Glenn Hutchinson. And John Cutmore in number 98 and 83 Wayne Armstrong on the 6th row of the grid. 7th row 15 Ryan Pack, 34 Stephen Dean with 11 Stephen Hullock and 23 Matthew Millett rounding out the field. So they're going to be again brought around the short circuit length. The cars will come through the cut through on the exit of Tower Corner, straight onto the grid and then straight into the race. They are getting the slippery surface flag shown to them at Tower Corner just to make them aware of the hazard that awaits them there. And you can just about see on the live stream shot, those that, if you're watching that, there's just a line of cement on the circuit where that has been cut down to protect and dry up the oil. And a very warm welcome wherever you're watching in the world on the live stream via the 750 Motor Club YouTube channel or the 750 Motor Club website, 750mc.co.uk/live. And remind you can get a download of the digital race program as well from the 750 Motor Club website, 750mc.co.uk. You can also access the live timing from that as well if you want to get that as well to further enhance your enjoyment of the weekend's racing. Right, here we go again then, Kieran. 5 minutes this time. Can Ryan Yarrow repeat his domination the first part of the race? What do you think?
I mean, he looks completely unfazable in the opening part of that race. So, you know, it would be stupid of us to say that that he can drive away without any problem, but the chances are that he's probably got it within himself to go and do that. He just needs to keep himself composed, get off the line in the way that he knows how to do, and then drive away with it.
Okay. Drivers on the grid then. The green flag has been waved at the back, so a very quick countdown procedure. And then the revs start to rise. And the race for 5 minutes gets underway now. And it's a decent start from Yarrow, but actually Daniel Ashby makes the best of the starts in his red Spire. Is he going to lead down into the first corner? It's Yarrow on the inside, of course, and yes, he does move into the lead of the race. Clues, though, got a good start, didn't he? I think he's up to third place on the restart, which is an improvement from his grid position. Yet there he is in the number 2 car, the pale blue, dark blue and sort of orangey red coloured car, and that is not necessarily as far back as we might have expected him to be. He's challenging, I can see Daniel Ashby down towards Tower Corner, and this of course is where there is the slippery surface, so let's just see if everyone does get through there okay. I think it looks like they probably have done. And Clues has made it through to second place. Yeah,
absolutely. Yarrow does not have it for the rest of the race by himself. So Dan Clues has managed to get past those cars, and he managed that restart to perfection. He waited for the lights to go out. He got that slipstream down the start-finish straight. He got underneath some of the cars and then got past second place, Dan Ashby, into just right behind Ryan Yarrow. So that's exactly what he needed to do, and now it's a fight to the end of the race. 3.5 minutes, here we go. We've got Ryan Yarrow and we've got Dan Clues right behind him. Anything can happen with these two.
Yeah, I don't think Clint Newman there, the number 42 car, made a particularly good start. He's there in 6th position, but he's had to sort of fight his way past one of the Cup 200 class cars. They come through to complete lap 1 with just under 3.5 minutes of the race left to go. They will get 3 more laps out of this. It's Yarrow leading by 0.7 of a second from Clues, in 54 from 2. 33 Daniel Ashby is 3rd, 44 Carl Austin is 4th, then Noah Osbaldeston is 5th, and Clint Newman back up to 6th position, watching some of the battles going on a bit further down the order. That's the 69 car of Ian Hutchinson getting a place away from, I think that's Wayne Armstrong in number 83 for 12th.
Yeah, by the looks of it, you can just see Wayne Armstrong just going into Hawthorne with the back completely sliding out of control. He's just lost a little bit of grip there. And we've got somebody pulling on the infield.
It's Richard Webb. Yeah, Richard Webb in the 88 Cup 200 car was leading that class. He's out of the race.
Yes, it's a bit of a shame for him. Obviously, those on the live stream can't see that, but we can see him literally stop right outside of our commentary box window. In the meantime, we've got number 24, which is Noah Osbaldeston, just trying to get around Carl Austin, but Carl Austin is not making it very easy for him. He's also stuck behind Dan Ashby, and in the meantime, MK, thank you, Cup 200. There we go. We could just see him just getting back underway again.
Yeah, Richard Webb thought he'd retired, and then thought, oh, hold on, no, this is going to work. Turned around and rejoined the circuit.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, there's a bit of contact there. That's Noah Osbaldson trying to get up the inside of Carl Austin, and there's a bit of bumping and boring, and that's not what we're used to seeing in Sports 1000. We've got Clint Newman trying to get involved in all of that as well. Now he's up the inside of the 24 car, almost a bit more side-to-side contact there between those two as they head down the start to finish straight. These are the three in 4th, 5th and 6th positions. They're not helping their podium prospects particularly here, because they're allowing Dan Ashby and Dan Clues and Ryan Yarrow to get away a little bit. There's the 87 car of Tom Johnson. It's side by side a bit further back. That's Ian Hutchinson again, and he's still in that battle. This time though, he's getting past John Cutmore for a position inside the top 10.
Yeah, 100%. And Noah Osbaldson, I'm wondering if he's put magnets on his car overnight, because he just seemed to attract drivers. It's central. Here we go. Once again, Noah Osbaldson just trying to defend his position against Clint Newman, while also trying to have a look at Carl Austin as well. And you can just see, there we go, Richard Webb has had to get out of the car, and he has pulled up just going through the complex. So imagine yellow flags, but they shouldn't need to recover that before the end of the race.
Okay, here is up the inside Noah Osbaldson having a look at the inside of Carl Austin. There wasn't really a gap there, was there? And he didn't get through on the exit of the corner. Clint Newman trying to get alongside him as well. And now Osbaldston's off on the grass. And that's kicking up the dust, but it doesn't seem to have cost him any momentum. They are now coming into this yellow flag zone, of course, so onto the brakes, no overtaking there. And they do follow one another up to the point at which they get the green flag, I think. Up to the line goes Ryan Yarrow. He gets the last lap board, and he is, 2 seconds ahead of Dan Clues as he goes on to the final lap. But the battle really to watch is the one for 4th position. Cars there are making their way down into Clervaux corner, and it's Osbaldson up the inside of Newman. There was a slight touch there, and it's Newman that's gone off through the gravel trap. He gets back onto the circuit. Meanwhile, it is the 54 car, I should say, of Ryan Yarrow now that is heading along the back straight towards Tower for the final time. 2 seconds he led by at the start of the lap. It looks like he's got a comfortable advantage here. Here's this battle a bit further back. It's Carl Austin in 4th place. They have closed in on Daniel Ashby. He was 1.3 seconds ahead of them at the start of this final lap. And now it's Clint Newman challenging Carl Austin, and not too far behind. Noah Osbaldson just behind Carl Austin, and not too far behind Daniel Ashby. And there's contact, and there's a spin, and that's the bodywork of Austin that goes flying off. He does continue despite that spin. He might even retain the place on Clint Newman. No, he doesn't quite, but I think he did have a nudge there, possibly from the 24 car behind him, the teenager in his first race meeting in the Sports 1000. So now Noah Osbaldson, there is a black and white driving standards flag going out to somebody out there, but Ryan Yarrow meanwhile is up to the line and up to the checker flag, and it's his first win of the season in the Nankang Tyre Sports 1000 Championship. Number 2 Dan Clues is in 2nd place. Number 33 Daniel Ashby is going to hold on to 3rd position. From Osbaldson in 4th, Clint Newman 5th. Despite that spin and losing the front bodywork, Carl Austin, number 44, takes 6th position. Number 15, Naeem Hack, comes through in 7th. Tom Johnston, number 87, is 8th. 69, Ian Hutchinson is 9th. That's because there is a penalty applied, I think, to Jonathan McGill's time for possibly a jump start. John Cutmore wins the Cup 200 class from Wayne Armsden, but a dramatic final lap of the race. Here's that instant. It's Osbaldson just behind Carlton. Yeah, just a faint tap, I think, to spin Austin around. The air gets underneath the front bodywork. The bodywork goes flying off. But it's a nice 360, and he's soon back up to speed, and he wasn't far off, keeping Clint Newman at bay. But Newman it was that did get through to take 5th position in the end. So the cars making their way around on the slowing down lap there. We can see the 23 car of Matthew Minette. He's about to head into pit lane. Let's have a look at the results then of the first race of the afternoon, the second race of the weekend for the Nankang Tyre Sports 1000 Championship. It was a 4-lap race, the restart, a win for number 54, Ryan Yarrow, in his Spire GT3. He beat number 2, Dan Clues, by 2.3 seconds. Third place, that went the way of number 33, Daniel Ashby. Fourth to number 24, Noah Osbaldeston. Fifth was 42, Clint Newman. Sixth, 44, Carl Austin. Seventh, number 15, Naeem Hack. Eighth was 87, Tom Johnston. Ninth was 69, Ian Hutchinson. And completing the top 10 was number 72, Jonathan McGill. In 11th position, winning the Cup 200 class, was number 98, John Cutmore. From 83, Wayne Armsden, with Stephen Dean and Stephen Hullock 13th and 14th. 15th went the way of number 23, Matthew Manette, and he was the last of the finishers, with Richard Webb pulling off in the MK Cup 200 car. So, second race for the Nankang Tyre Sports 1000 Championship later on. That will be their third race of the weekend. That's due off at around about 5 to 3. That'll be our last sprint race of the day before the Takiwa Club Enduro Championship. Coming up in a moment, we've got the first of 2 single-seater races today, the Sustain Fuels Formula V Championship. That will be followed by the F1000s. Then it's tin top action from the VSG Crypto Cleo Sport Championship. And then the JDM Plates Mazda 7s. They produced some excellent racing yesterday. And there's the walking bodywork of number 44, Carl Austin. I think there was a marshal behind there somewhere. And then the Nankang Tyre Sports 1000 Championship have their second race today a little bit later on today. Well, Kieran has hot-footed it down to the pit lane, and I can see that the drivers heading down the pit lane now. I think it looks like all of the top 3 probably have now stopped out in the pit lane, and they are ready to speak to Kieran Mogg.
Well, after an amazingly hectic second race of the weekend, our first race of the day, we've got all of the winners down here. I'm going to have a quick chat with the overall winner, Ryan Yarrow. Ryan, yesterday it didn't go exactly to plan, but you can't ask much more from that one.
No, it's always interesting when there's a red flag or something of that nature, because it's easy to fluff a start or something, or the clutch could go or whatever. But yeah, I don't really know what happened in the first corner, because I got a good start, and then when I came out of the complex, all the cars that I thought would be behind me weren't. So I don't know what happened, but yeah, I'm just pleased to right the wrongs of yesterday, because I've never been as fast as this and been driven so badly. So yeah, I'm quite relieved more than anything. Yeah,
100%. I mean, you definitely had the pace yesterday, and we saw that again obviously today. So that's got to give you some confidence going into the race later on. Yeah.
I mean, the biggest, the most difficult thing is if you can't get on the pace. But when you're fast and you're just making mistakes that you can go, right, well, I know what that is, I need to not do it again. That's fine. So yeah, when you're fast, you can kind of sort it out. You just got to calm down. And I think the anticipation of racing again after not driving the car for like 5 months is a bit much for me. So yeah, dead pleased. Thank you.
Congratulations on the win.
Cheers.
Cheers. Thank you very much. Now we'll speak to our second place man, Dan Clues. Dan, boy, you had to work for that one.
I did a bit, yeah. I got sort of mired in the middle for quite a while, which is all a bit just really horrible and chaotic, to be perfectly honest. But after the red flag, so okay, well we got a chance here if we can get it off the line. I made an absolute beaut of a start, and then managed to pass Dan down the back straight. And after that, Ryan just sneaking away. So I'm quite happy to settle for second at that point.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, at the start of the race, obviously, had a bit of an incident where you went a little bit into the gravel as well. Could you talk about what happened down there? Yeah,
Clint and I went into the first corner side by side, and Clint does what Clint does and took us both out again. So it goes on season after season. We've all had it's supposedly been addressed, and then nothing changes. So just quite disappointed, to be honest.
Well, you got one more chance to correct it later on.
Certainly, yes. Yeah, we'll be trying to catch Ryan in the next one.
100%. Look forward to it. Thank you very much. Now we'll speak to Dan Ashby in third. Oh, Dan, there you are. Now you had one heck of a restart there.
Yeah. Thank you. One heck of a race. I don't quite know what happened. I've seen bits of car around the track and obviously all the oil everywhere. But yeah, I was hoping to do well in the Sporting Cup this year, and I've ruined it now, haven't I? So yeah, I don't really know what to say, to be honest. Lost for words.
No, it's a good loss of words. Obviously, you've got a race later on today. What is your mentality going into that one? Obviously, you had a bit of a surprise podium for this one. What are you thinking going into later?
Just hope we get a decent start and no one ploughs into the side of me on the first corner, I guess.
Well, we look forward to seeing you out later on then.
Brilliant. Thanks a lot.
Cheers. Thank you very much. Now we'll speak to our Cup 200 winner, John Cutmore. John, obviously you were minting it with just about everyone there.
Yeah, it's a tricky place to be in these Cup cars, to be fair, but I'm not sure I deserve the win, to be fair.
Well, to be fair, in the restart, it looked like you were, I think, 4th overall, I think it was at one point, so you were pretty high up.
Oh, I've got no idea. It was carnage in that first corner again, as it always is, but, you know, we finished it and we've done all right.
Yeah, absolutely. And with the race later on today, expecting a win, do you think?
Not if Richard's car's working.
No problem. Well, good luck later on then.
Righto, thank you.
Cheers, thank you very much. Now, coming up next, we have the Formula Vs.
Yes, it's time for round 2 of the Sustain Fuels Formula V Championship. We had a race for these cars yesterday and it was won by the reigning champion Matt Harbert in the AHS Dominator. Took the checkered flag from Leon Frost with Peter Studer in 3rd, so 2 AHS Dominators and a TCR Challenger on the podium. Peter Belty was 4th, Simon Foley 5th and Vaughan Jones was in 6th position yesterday in the single-seater category that's been around since the 1960s and has been run with by the 750 Motor Club since 1980 now. And it's for cars running the VW Beetle air-cooled engine, and the problem for one of the cars, I think that might be the Will Malin's car, the 46 car possibly, that has stopped out on circuit at Tower Corner. The marshals dashing across, a few more reinforcements heading there as well, but I think the 3 of them there will be able to roll the car back, and I think they'll push that behind the barriers at Tower Corner. So I don't think that should delay the start too much here. The rest of the marshals just moving into position just to see if their colleagues need any help getting that car out of the way, but they'll push it behind the barriers, I would think, and I don't think it will cause a delay to the start. Yes, it is the 46 car of Will Malins, who I think he was a non-finisher yesterday, so he's not had a very happy weekend at Croft, I'm afraid to say. The young driver from Southport in his 2nd season of racing. So yes, that car is going to go behind the barrier. But yes, we have a good bit of cars. Yes, these Beetle air-cooled engined cars with other components from the Beetle as well. The chassis is a free design and construction, but most of the chassis on the grid have been out there for a while now from a variety of constructors like AHS and GAC and Storm and Shane. In the case of the Will Malin's car that's sadly not going to take the start of the race, they have the VW front axle, hubs and stub axles and torsion bar. The rear suspension is mostly VW based, and there's Beetle disc brakes or drums on the front and drums on the rear as the green flag lap gets underway. And these days, as for a few years now, they've run on a Hoosier control tyre as well, which is treaded. Let's have a look at the grid then for this 2nd race. It's set by the 2nd fastest times in qualifying yesterday morning. So on pole position it is the number 1 car of Matt Harbert, and besides him is 93 Leon Frost. 55 Peter Studer is on the inside of the 2nd driver grid beside 61 Peter Belty in the Spider. 32 is Simon Foley on the inside of row 3 next to 3 Vaughan Jones. On the 4th row of the grid is 72 Colin Gregory and 44 Dan Polly, who was very rapid yesterday but a little erratic. On the 5th row of the grid it's 4 Tim Probert and 36 Bradley Tarleton. Row 6 has 12 Richard Chauhan and 66 Phil Waterhouse. The 7th row 28 Sam Engineer and 75 Mark Egan. Row 8 is 7 Richard Walsh and 25 Daniel Langley. 50 Louis Scholes and 59 Chris Wilshire on the 9th row. The 10th row is 24 Rick Lanier, and it would have been 46 William Mains, but he's not there, and David Huckle 14 at the back of the grid. So one absentee at least from this second race of the weekend for Formula V's. Of course, yesterday, Kieran Mogg, we had a very rapid Dan Polly, but he could only manage 8th in the WEV, and he's going to start in 8th position today. So it's going to be fascinating to see what he can do in the bright yellow car from P8 on the grid.
Yeah, 100%. Obviously, it didn't go exactly the way that he wanted it to, but he definitely had the pace to start fighting with the top guys. So hopefully,
I don't think he's there, you know. As I've said that and given him the bigger, he is not on the grid, it looks like, Dan Polly. So maybe it's some dramas yesterday that meant he's not out for the second race of the day. Should be in 8th, but I don't think he's out there. So having talked him up, it looks like he's going to be an absentee from the grid. So that's a shame. It would have been interesting to see what he can do. Yep, so you know, bright yellow WEV there. That's the two-time championship winning car with Graham Gant and Craig Pollard. So, well, that might make things a little bit easier for the likes of Matt Harbert and even Leon Frost, who's in a new car for him this season, the number 93 AHS Dominator. You've got the two Alan Harding run-built Dominators on the front of the grid. The Harbert Builders grey and green car of Harbert, and the blue car of number 93, which is that of Frosty, Leon Frost, the 19-year-old from Ashington, still at college. Raced karts between 2015 and 2024, champion, I think, in 2022. In cars now for a second season. Does say that Croft is his preferred circuit. This 2022 car, designed and built by Alan and Jack Harding. The car's almost back on the grid, ahead of 15-minute race. Green flag is waved at the back, 5-second board is shown, so the anticipation will be rising in the cockpits. The revs are starting to rise, the lights go out, the race gets underway. And off they go. And it's a good start by Peter Belzy in the green Spider from the second row of the grid. Number 61 car. I think he might well be moving forwards here. He's certainly up to third place. It wasn't a good start at all by Leon Frost. He's back to about 6th or 7th in the number 93 car. He's fallen behind number 72, Colin Gregory, as they turn their way through. So it's Matt Harbert leading Peter Studer up to second place in the TCR Challenger. He was on the podium yesterday. And Peter Belzy in the ex-championship winning car when it was in the hands of Jez Clark, the Spider, in third position. But he now is coming under threat as they make their way down towards Tower Corner. Vaughan Jones, I can see, is late on the brakes. He's up the inside of Simon Foley's 32 car. So he's made one place for Vaughan Jones and got into fourth place.
Yeah, 100%. Obviously, those guys obviously right side by side going into Tower Corner. They're just trying to make those moves as early as they possibly can, and obviously they're now coming into a train already through the Jim Clark S's. They don't want to let each other just get away too far. But yeah, not a great start from Frost there. It didn't look like he was, I don't know, maybe he didn't see the lights, or he just wasn't quite, his reactions weren't quite there. I'm not 100% sure what happened, but he just didn't seem to get away in anywhere like the same time that the others around him did.
He's got past Simon Foley now, back up to 5th position. That's Bradley Tarleton in the 36 car, trying to make a move as well on Colin Gregory. So it's Harbert with a decent sized lead then. The rest of them all pretty much in one line as they turn their way through the complex, now through the hairpin. It's Peter Studer second, Peter Belzy third, Vaughan Jones fourth, Leon Frost fifth, and Simon Foley sixth as they come back down towards the timing line. It's complete lap one, and it's a 1.2 second lead for Harbert at the end of the first lap, with the 4 tenths back to Belzy in second. In third place then Jones, Frost and Foley. It's a 15-minute race, of course, so probably something like 10 laps that they squeeze out of this one. And let's see if we're going to get a change here. This is Bradley Tarleton in 8th place, number 36, putting the pressure on 72. Colin Gregory, the 45-year-old from Newquay, but there's scrapping going on further up the order as well. Down towards Tower Corner, it's Studer that is under pressure now from Vaughan Jones, who's trying to go around his outside.
Yeah, 100%. I just saw down the back straight there, Vaughan had a fantastic run, and I think did get past, initially past Peter Belzy, and was on the back of Peter Studer. I can't quite say, yeah, he's in third position at the moment, so yeah, he's obviously making some good moves, which is really good. He's just stuck on the back of that 55 Peter Studer machine. and it looks like he may have the pace to start and think about an attack, well, a chase at least, of Matt Harbert, who has already built quite a substantial margin back to this pack that we are currently looking at.
And there's Leon Frost. He's trying to make a move on Peter Belzy as well. That would be for 4th position. And he does make that stick, I think. Yep, so that's another position made by Leon Frost in the number 93 AHS car. He's up to 4th place now. Belzy, who made that good start, down to 5th position. And now in his 160th race in that car is Peter Belzy, looking to add to the 36 podiums that he's had so far in that car, but Harper has more than doubled his lead on that lap, 2.8 seconds now. That really does show the benefit of a clear track. And Vaughan Jones looking up the inside of Peter Studer, trying to get 2nd place away, didn't quite work.
No, not at all. And all the while this is happening, Leon Frost is staring at the back of that number 3 machine and just going, if you make a mistake, I am there. And it looks like he is so comfortable in that car. After initially making that little mistake at the start of the race, he now looks to have that pace. And the 3 of them are so close down the back straight, going into Tower Bend now. Who is going to come out on top? We've got 3 side by side. It looks like Leon Frost might be able to take Vaughan Jones, but not quite. There we go. And Leon Frost into 3rd position. And somehow Peter Studer has managed to just have the 2 cars up the inside of him and still come out in 2nd position.
Well, no, it's Frost that's got up to the 2nd and Studer down to 3rd place. So Frost actually made up 2 places there. And there's Peter Belzy in 5th and Simon Foley in 6th. So Vaughan Jones sort of staying more or less where he was, really, as a result of that. And Frost, I think, using the advantage of a double toe down straight towards Tower. They went 3 wide into the corner. There's Peter Belzy, though, in the number 61 car. Here's Matt Harbert, though. He's now got the blue car directly behind him. It was a 2.8 second gap at the start of the lap, and I'm sure he'll realise now that he's got that blue car of Leon Frost behind him. He can't afford to relax Matt Harbert in the lead of the race. So it's Frost number 1. 93 in 2nd place is Frost. 3rd is 55 Peter Studer. 4th is number 3 Vaughan Jones, but Jones again right in the toe. You can barely see him on the pictures on the live stream. He jinks out to the left-hand side of the circuit. Can he go around the outside at Clervaux corner? Yes, he can. Whoa, but he's got off through the gravel trap and still managed to hold it, Kieran.
That was absolutely astonishing. He left just enough racing room for Peter Studer to go up the inside there and him to just swoop around the outside. He had enough speed, he had the pace, and he had the grip, and he had the trust. But when he just dipped that wheel in the gravel, he just kept it in a straight line. That is fantastic, fantastic racing between the 2 of them, just giving each other just enough racing room.
Peter Studer in the toe this time. Not close enough, though, to make any use of that and get back past Vaughan Jones and into 3rd position. Vaughan, who is 47 from Abergavenny, an asset manager for the local authority, been racing in Formula V since 2017. He's the chairman of the V Centre as well, and he and his other half, Caroline, they involved in the preparation of the car. It's a Steve Glaswell designed and built Storm that he campaigns. Now up into 3rd position there. Got Peter Studer behind him. That 55 car, the TCR Challenger. Frost is pushing on a bit too deep into the complex, maybe, possibly carried a bit too much speed into the corner, so that may end up ultimately losing him time. He was 3.3 seconds behind Matt Harbert at the start of the lap. We'll see how big that gap is at the end of it, if he is indeed making up any progress towards the leader. Was 3.3, it's now 3.3. They, within a hundredth, or no, within a 10th, did an identical lap time, so pretty close stuff there, Kieran.
Yeah, 100% obviously, and this is what we were seeing yesterday. They had such similar pace and they couldn't really do too much about it. And, well, as we're seeing, they had a 3.3 second gap at the start of the lap. They have a 3.3 second gap at the end of the lap. Leon Frost can't make too much inroads. Matt Harbert sees that number 93 machine now in the back end of his mirrors and he's going, right, foot down, I'll get you as far back as I possibly can. But he can't gain, but he can't lose either.
8 minutes of the race left to go, so still more than half it. I think it's probably going to be a 10-lap race, so 6 laps to go, including the one they are on. There's Belzy in 61, he's in 5th position. Just seems to have settled down a little bit now, doesn't it, after the very combative early exchanges, and the first sort of 5 or 6 cars a little bit more well spread out than they were a little bit earlier on. But here's a scrap further back. It involves Colin Gregory, I should say, number 4, the local driver from 5 miles down the road, Tim Probert, a long-time competitor, occasional race winner, the 64-year-old who's been racing in V for more than 2 decades now. He's racing a 2005 Storm, although it's had 2 new chassis in the time that he's had it, so not quite sure how much of the original there is left.
I was about to say, is it really a 2005 then?
Well, exactly. I think he does describe it as a bit of a Trigger's broom. This car was originally built from a Stephen Glaswell kit, the man behind the Storm chassis design. So end of lap 5 now, 3.4 seconds now the gap, so Harbour's just inched a little bit further away.
Yes, absolutely. And Vaughan Jones is sort of keeping tabs on Leon Frost. I think Leon is just starting to pull away from himself and Peter Tudor, though. So, yeah, the front runners just seem to have spaced out a little bit more now. And this is what we see sometimes. I just want to say as well, James Cater in the chat just said he's currently at Silverstone watching GT, and he's also watching this on his phone. So this is the life, he's saying. That is one heck of a motorsport fan. We love to see it.
There's Phil Waterhouse. He's a motorsport nut, if ever there was one as well, isn't he? With his YouTube channel and all that time he spends in his garage preparing his car, the Ferrari. There's number 28. That is Sam Engineer, another long-time competitor. Storm for the man from Bedford. Now there's a green light panel at the exit of Hawthorne, which means there must be someone off at Hawthorne. There's a yellow flag there. There is a car off. I think it's the 32 car that has stopped, which is that of Simon Foley, who was running well up the order. So Simon Foley in the Maverick now, I think possibly out of the race. There it is. The car just up against the barrier. And that's John Elsey, the 750 Motor Club photographer. He was saying to me earlier he was in the wrong place at the wrong time all day yesterday. Well, hopefully he's got a shot of whatever happened to Simon Foley there.
Yeah, absolutely. Unfortunately, I think that's a bit of a blind spot for our trackside cameras. So hopefully Jonathan managed to get something that we can understand exactly what happened there. Hopefully that he's all right down there. I'm sure he looks okay. We wouldn't. Oh, he's out of the car. That's the main thing. So he's okay. It looks like can't see any damage, so it may have just broken down.
Yeah, I think it was a mechanical issue rather than anything else. Looking at the information on my screen, there's the 75 car. That's Mark Egan out there in the Ray. Of course, the Ray was mainly known as a Formula Ford chassis, but a few of them were converted to race in Formula V as well. And he's chasing after number 25, which is Daniel Land. Daniel having got ahead of him on that previous lap. There's 4.5 minutes to go, and now Egan is under pressure from Sam Engineer in the 28 car as they come down into Clervaux, but Sam was unable to make it through there.
Yeah, 100%. He just had the measure. He understood that he needs to brake at a certain point, and he can just swoop around the outside without too much of an issue. Looking here at the number 72 of Colin Gregory, currently following Bradley Tarleton, I believe it is, number 36. Yes, it is. So this is a battle currently for 6th place, and that's probably our closest battle towards the front of the field. So coming into the complex now, and it looks like Bradley has just managed to put a little bit more of a gap. And I have been noticing that he's pulling quite a wide line coming around the complex in comparison to some of the other cars. He's taken a much wide line initially and then cutting in a little bit later on, and it seems so far to be working for him.
Meanwhile, for the lead, I can tell you that Leon Foster's taken nearly half a second out of Matt Harp at that time, but that gap is still nearly 3 seconds, so with only 3.5 minutes to go, I'm not sure that Harp is going to be caught unless he has some kind of problem between now and the end of the race. So still watching the battle for 6th and 7th. Bradley Tarleton, number 36, the train driver from Bradford-on-Avon, 37 years of age, only in his 2nd season of racing. He's a 2013 GAC, and Steve Bailey and Jason Chatton, and also he's been in the Foley family as well, this car. He's preparing the car himself, is Bradley, and chased by Colin Gregory, who's had lots of unreliability in his car over the last 4 years, but he goes up the inside here of Tarleton to take 6th place. Hopefully that's coming to an end. He did come home 7th yesterday. Looks like he might be on for 1 place improvement today.
100%, yes, absolutely. And obviously, yeah, preparing the car yourself, it's always better to see that progress and to understand, and especially in your 2nd season of racing, every single race, every single session makes a difference. You can understand it a little bit more every single time. So, yeah, great to see, obviously, him making progress.
And now Gregory is his more experienced rival, Bradley Tarleton, is ahead, so Tarleton will learn some more from this, no doubt. Colin's car is prepared by his 75-year-old dad, Peter. It's very much a family affair for the the team running that number 72 Shane that is out there. Shane, the Irish-built chassis. Lots of them will see an Irish Formula V as well, which runs a different engine to Formula V over in the UK than the 1.6. Here is the battle for 11th and 12th places. This is Rick Lanier, and he's got behind him now the number 12 car, as we have a car off into the barriers behind him. Phil Waterhouse has gone off into the barriers just behind our commentary position. Can't really see him on the camera, I don't think. There we are, we just see the back of him, and Phil, thankfully, climbing out of the car. He's okay. But frustrated. Very frustrated.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. He just completely locked up coming into the complex, and yeah, once obviously the tyres had just stopped rotating, that was it. He was a passenger going straight into the barrier. It was a fairly gentle little bounce into that tyre barrier, so theoretically the car should be okay. He's walking out, he looks all right. Obviously just a shame for the race to end that way.
We're watching here the number 12 Richie Chauhan Gak and the number 7 version of Rich Walsh doing battle as they head down the straight. 24 Rick Lanier is just ahead of them in this sort of random car that Alan Harding has allocated to Rick for this weekend. They're heading off up towards the Jim Clark S's. Meanwhile, Matt Harbert is into the traffic now. I can tell you he's just going to start his... No, he's not. He's going to take the checkered flag, which is shown early. So it's Matt Harbert that takes the victory then by 3.2 seconds with that Phil Waterhouse car off. I think the officials just deciding to throw the checkered flag a little bit early. Matt Harbert then taking the win in the number 1 car. Leon Frost 3.2 seconds behind in second place. It's third place to number 3 Vaughan Jones, fourth place to number 55 Peter Studer, fifth to number 61 Peter Belty, sixth to number 72 Colin Gregory, seventh to number 36 Bradley Tarleton, eighth to number 4 Tim Probert. And still with the cars coming through, Louis Scholes in the 50 car, the car that his uncle Steve O used to race, is 9th, and 24. I think he's just going to hold on to 10th place, and that is Rick Lanier, but it was nose to tail over the line with Rich Walsh just behind him, and Richie Chauhan. So you've got Rick, Rich and Richie all together there, 10th, 11th and 12th, separated by about 8/10 of a second. And then I think it's going to be Daniel Lanier, Sam Engineer and Mark Eager to complete the finishers on the leading lap, 15 of them, with Chris Wilshire having been lapped. But there's Matt Harbert then, so he has started his season off with 2 wins here at Croft. He had 6 wins in all last year. At Croft last season he shared them with Craig Bell, but he's got both of them here at Croft this weekend, and he'll head into the next round of the championship, which will be at Castle Combe on the Maybank holiday Monday in the championship lead. Confirmation of those results then, it was a win for number 1 Matt Harbert in the AHS Dominator, 9 laps completed for him. Second place went the way of the number 93 car, that was Leon Frost, 3.245 seconds behind another AHS Dominator. Vaughan Jones on the podium this time in number 3, the Storm. Fourth to number 55, Peter Studer. Peter Belzy it was that took 5th position, I should say, in car 61. Colin Gregory, number 72, was 6th. 7th went to number 36, that's Bradley Tarleton. 8th was number 4, Tim Probert. 9th was number 50, Louis Scholes. Rick Lanier in the 24 car completed the top 10, but only just because Richard Walsh at number 7 and Richie Chauhan in the 12 car were right behind him. Daniel Lanier was 13th, Sam Engineer 14th, and Mark Egan, the last of the finishers on the lead lap, with Chris Wilshire 1 lap down. Phil Waterhouse was off into the barriers in the Ferrari at the complex, a couple of laps from the end, and Simon Foley retired mid-race. He pulled off at Hawthorne. So that's all the Formula V action for this weekend. As I say, they are back in action at Castle Combe on the Whitsun Bank holiday Monday, 26th of May. We look forward to taking a few 750 Motor Club categories down to join the Castle Combe Racing Club on that occasion. Cars are filing down the pit lane. Kieran will no doubt be down there and trying to shepherd the drivers that he wants to talk to into his company. We've got more single-seater action coming up next from the F1000 Championship. There's Cleos and Mazda 7s and more Sports 1000 action to come before the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship as well here at Croft. Hope you're enjoying the day's racing, whether you're here at the circuit or watching anywhere around the world on the 750 Motor Club YouTube channel. But for now, we can head down to Kieran Mogg in the pit lane to talk to the top 3 from Formula V.
Well, lights to flag, Matt Harbert, what an amazing win. So, Matt, if we can just grab a quick word with you, that was, couldn't have gone much better for you.
Yeah, it was nice and easy. Working the engine hard, but not taking too much risk on the, in the corners. Yeah, really good race, really enjoyed it. Got a good start, managed to break the toe. I could see quite a lot going off behind me, and then I saw Leon get clear, so I thought I'd best pick up the pace a bit. The lap time started dropping and the gap seemed to sort of be maintained. There was a couple of interesting yellows. I could see Leon catching in one of the back markers on the last lap. About stopped for the yellow in the back sector, and I thought, oh no, this could be disastrous. But yeah, great, really enjoyed it. It's been a brilliant weekend, a great start to the year.
Absolutely, couldn't have asked much more.
No, for sure, yeah. So we'll carry it into Castle Combe, hopefully, and carry on.
Great, we'll see you there then.
Cheers, thank you.
Thank you very much. Right, Leon Frost. Leon always just taking a picture with Nikki. There we go. Thank you very much. Now, Leon, bit of a niffy start. Talk us through that firstly.
Yeah, I just made a mistake there. That was on me. I'm still getting used to the starts. It's one of my biggest things that I've had in switching to cars. I've just struggled with the starts. I will get better, you know. The lap times there, I think we were fastest. So we're breathing down his neck. He knows we're there. So just got to sort the starts out, and I think we can be pretty strong. Going to Combe next. We've got some upgrades to make, so the car's going to be a lot quicker when we go into Combe. So confident about that. But yeah, you know, just good points today. A bit disappointed it was my mistake. I messed up, but we got the speed, we got the pace. He knows we're catching, so just got to keep pushing now.
You definitely had the speed. I just want to quickly talk about that move into Tower, double overtake. That was pretty impressive.
Yeah, literally, I was on the edge of the track. I thought, I've got to go for it. I've got to make it happen. And yeah, it was scary. I mean, I had to do it. It was close. It was tight, 3 wide. Didn't think it was going to work, but it did.
Do you reckon you can take it to him in Castle Combe?
Yeah, definitely. The series hasn't been there since 2018, so everyone's going to be fresh there. Doing some testing there beforehand, so we're going to be ready for it. But yeah, it's just started really. I need to sort out once those starts, it'll be a lot better.
Yeah, absolutely. We're looking forward to it. Thank you very much. And we'll quickly speak with Vaughan Jones. Vaughan, you're probably the busiest driver out there, I think, in that race. You were so just moving left, right and centre. That must have been quite fun.
Absolutely knackering and real good fun, that, yeah. I'm back where I should be in third as usual. But yeah, after having a front beam 90 degrees in testing on Thursday or Friday to put it all back together and go out there and get third, I'm chuffed, absolutely chuffed.
Yeah. Do you reckon at the next round you might be able to take it to one of these lads?
Hopefully. I mean, I've raced at Combe before in an older car, but yeah, we'll see, we'll see. I think third is my position most of the time, but you know.
Well, congratulations on the podium, and we'll look forward to seeing you in the next one.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, head back up to commentary, and next coming up is the F1000 Championship.
Yes, the F1000 Championship is up next, the third and final race of the weekend for these Jedi Mark 6 and 7s with the 1000cc superbike engine, mostly Suzuki Hayabusa powered, but there are some Yamahas in among the grid as well. Just waiting for the cars to be released out onto the circuit. I think most, if not all, of the clearing up is well underway. The Phil Waterhouse car is now on the back of the flatbed. That's the car that was off in the Barrow in the Formula V race. That's going to be recovered back to the pit lane very shortly. So we'll have the F1000 then released onto the grid. It's their third race of the weekend, as I say. Yesterday, the first race went the way of Matt Higginson, his first win for about a year. And he took the win from Craig Pollard, last year's champion, in second place, with James Clennell completing the podium in the opening race yesterday. Rob Wellham, though, had been among the quickest drivers, but he sadly had an engine let go, valve fell through in race 1, and he was back out for race 2 with a different engine and a stock engine, and that was going pretty well until he lost third gear, and I think he may still be without that third gear today, which is going to hold him back somewhat. We saw him have the pace and then drop back in race 1, so we'll see what happens to Rob Wellham in this one. Notwithstanding that problem, he did get onto the podium in race 2 yesterday, taking 3rd position overall, and it was Craig Pollard and Matt Higginson that swapped positions, with Pollard taking the win and Higginson taking 2nd and Wellham 3rd in that one, with those two then sort of neck and neck in the championship coming into this 3rd race of the weekend. It's a 16-round season that we have for the F1000. So starting here at Croft with a triple header, first 4 meetings are all triple headers. Snetterton next on the 14th and 15th of June. They go to Cadwell Park on the 12th and 13th of July. Silverstone International on the 16th and 17th of August. Brands Hatch, the 13th of September, is a double header, and so too is the final meeting of the season at Donington Park on the 11th and 12th of October. So 16 rounds in all for the F1000 Championship this year. Drivers can drop their 2 worst scores at the end of the year, so already with that non-finish yesterday, Rob Wellham, his position, Pro 2 champion, is a little bit compromised maybe from where he would like to be in the standings. But F1000 has raced with the 750 Most Club for a few seasons now, switched over from another organising club, but joined 750 Most Club Bill for 2019, so quite a few seasons now it has been with the club. They used to say the Mark 6 and 7 Jedi chassis, the Northamptonshire constructor. It's a Motorsport UK homologated tubular steel space frame chassis with a front end crash structure, removable footbox protection, side impact bars and anti-intrusion plates. And we have got the 1000cc engine. We've got Cole's car coming down the pit lane, unfortunately. So is she going to start from the pit lane, or no? I think she's pulling in. I think she's got a problem, unfortunately. Perhaps see if she can get that sorted out and get back out onto the grid and back out onto the racetrack and pick up some points here. 1000cc bike engines, Suzuki GSXR, and the Yamaha R1 engine also available as well. Any standard or close ratio gearbox is allowed, so there is a bit of freedom there. The suspension is fully adjustable, but with an equal length wishbone suspension, double adjustable coilover Jedi Racing spec dampers as well. They run 2-part AP or Brembo calipers, and there's a removable 7-part GRP bodywork system for these cars. They run on Hoosier Control Slick tyres. Green flag lap is underway, so let's have a look at how this grid is formed up. Pole position has gone the way of the number 83 car, which is Matthew Higginson. And besides him is number 5, Rob Wellham. Second round grid should be 1 Craig Pollard and 42 James Clunnell, although he was a non-finisher yesterday, but he is out there. Then the third row of the grid is 19 Sam Satchwell and 3 Tom Westworth. Kayles Cole, of course, she should have been on the inside of row 4, but headed down the pit lane. Next to her would have been, and hopefully it is number 98 Daniel Hunter. The 5th row, 44 Bert Chapman. He had a non-finish in race 2 yesterday. And 29 Dave Shepherd. And row 6 of the grid is 7 Stuart Miller and 24 Eric Cowell, the newcomer to F1000 for this weekend. So that's the way the grid shapes up, Kieran. And enjoyed the F1000 races yesterday. A win each, so watching the Kayles Cole car in the pit lane, the engine cover off, a win each yesterday for Pollard and Higginson.
Yeah, 100%. They were talking about it, and yeah, they had obviously good fun. We're looking forward to seeing what happens today. And obviously it was a bit of a shame with what happened with Rob Wellham in the first race. He had to replace the engine and got out. Thankfully the second race, because it wasn't quite exactly as it was. So hopefully today it is running a little bit smoother and we can take it to both Craig and Matthew. So hopefully we'll have a 3-way fight for the win.
Let's see, it just depends on how Wellham's car is performing. We think still having those gearbox issues, so maybe not quite as consistent around the lap as he would like to be without third gear, having to try and drive around that. So the cars are coming back onto the grid, headed by Matthew Higginson in the number 83 car, multiple champion in RGB, as Sports 1000 used to be known. He's out there in the number 83 car, the Disclock and My Rider liveried cars. There is a delayed start board out now, I can see. I think the reason for that is there's some fluid been spilt towards the beginning of the lap. A couple of the Marshall's posts just letting race control know that there is a problem, and maybe not by complete coincidence. The number 29 car of Dave Shepherd is coming into the pit lane, so we will see if he's got a problem as well. Yeah, it looks like he's pulling in as well to try and get some work done on his car. We're looking back under the engine cover of Cales Cole, and there's some frantic work going on by the team there.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure what they're looking at. Some wiring, but I'm wondering if they are looking at all got plugs out. Is that? I'm not 100% sure, to be honest. I'm not exactly what they're looking at.
You're not the expert on all things mechanical and electrical, are you, Kieran? And let's face it, neither am I. There's hashtag Davey at the back. Car, David Shepherd.
Hashtag Davey in the pits now.
Yeah, he's gone for all the possible hashtags,
yes.
I think, so far. The 68-year-old, as he described himself, the oldest rookie on the ever. He said some bikes in his youth, but this is his first season of racing as a musician. Is Dave Shepherd, and he's in the Mattel run car. But yeah, first time out this weekend. Originally from Doncaster, now based in Bristol, and he says his family partner and 3 daughters, hence the need to get away at weekends. So he's come to Croft to do some F1000 racing to do that. And yeah, best of luck to him. There's the 750 Motor Club safety car that's sort of ambled down to Clairvaux, where Marshall's do now have their brooms and some cement dust going down, and they're brushing it in to try and absorb some fluid that's gone down. So I wonder if that was possibly from Cales Cole on the lap out of the assembly area. There's also the similar activity going on at Hawthorne, I can see, in the chicane, where the 750 Motor Club rescue unit is also in attendance. But I can't see any such action anywhere further round the lap. So it does seem to be isolated to the first couple of corners.
Yeah, I'm not really sure who that's definitely come from. Yeah, there's definitely more marshals down at Hawthorne than there are down at Clairvaux. So can't quite see from our commentary box position, but it looks like that may just be wrapping up, hopefully.
I think that looking at the information I've got in front of me, it might well have been fluid that's coming from the Shepherd car. Possibly, that would make sense with that car having come into the pit lane as well. I can see one of the 750 Motor Club officials, I think that is heading now out onto circuit as well, possibly one of the clerks of the course, just to try and assess the situation, see how long this might be before a restart, or indeed a start. We've not had the start yet of this race. It's due to be a 50-minute race. Whether we'll lose any time because of this remains to be seen. They will need another green flag lap, of course, because these cars run on slick tyres, so it's important that they can get the tyres up to temperature. There, he's got his hashtag on the side of the car as well. And you can see the team working hard. There's obviously some kind of spillage.
That's an oil pipe, yeah.
Trying to get that fixed up and hopefully get him back out onto the circuit as well. I think he probably was going to take a start from the pit lane in any case. He's sitting there in the car while the Mattel cars team work to get that fixed. As the group of marshals out there, you can see some of the 750 Motor Club rescue crew there in their blue overalls as well, dealing with the situation down there at the chicane.
No, I'm just wondering, they've had to do this a couple of times already. At what point do they run out of that concrete dust, whatever it is that they use?
Yeah, I don't know how much they have, but certainly there are occasions when a lot of it is required. I'm sure the circuits make sure they're well stocked up before any race weekend or indeed test day to try and make sure that the circuit is always in as good condition as possible for the drivers. 12 minutes has now appeared on the timing screen, so it's going to be a green flag lap and a reduced race distance, and the clock will start at the commencement of the green flag lap. So we had this at Donington Park yesterday, so that's only be about 9 minutes of racing by the time that the race gets underway. But obviously we're losing time here while this hazard is dealt with. Another 750 Motor Club rescue vehicle is sort of making its way through the grid to sort of lend further assistance to the crew down at Hawthorne in particular. That's in the chicane area. That seems to be where the biggest problem is. Most people working at the scene.
Yeah, what was quite funny then as the van drove down the grid, just getting a perspective of just how small these F1000 cars are. Because obviously you can stand next to them and you can get a good idea, but obviously for those on the live chat, on the live stream, you can't really properly understand just how tiny these cars are. You know, they are probably just about a metre high, if probably
not even that.
Not even that, no, possibly not. And they're not that wide either. They're probably 2 and a bit, maybe 3 meters long. They're not big cars, and so putting the van in perspective right next to it just gives you an idea of just how little these cars are. And that's why they're so nimble and so quick, and it just means that they can go 3 wide basically everywhere.
It'd be interesting to see them alongside a modern day Formula 1 car, because those are massive things.
They really are. I wouldn't be surprised if you could fit 4 F1000 cars in the space. You could fit 1 Formula 1 car, but yeah, they are rather large these days.
Yeah.
But so it looks like the vans are leaving the scene down at Hawthorne now, so we should be getting underway fairly soon. The drivers obviously just cycling themselves up for the race. Obviously their preparation a little bit stalled because of getting this spillage sorted out, but they'll be getting ready to go in just a moment. You can see most of the helmets are open because although it's a little bit breezy, in those cars right now, they're going to be slightly warm. They're in the race overalls, they're in the helmets, and the sun is in patches coming down as well. So they're not going to be cold in there, and so waiting on the grid, they're just try and get some air through the helmet just before the race starts. But yeah, it looks like, as you can see, the vans are pulling up alongside onto the track just to pull off, and I'd imagine we should be ready to go in just a moment. I can see a couple of people on the grid, so maybe another moment more, but we'll just have to wait and see. I believe I can actually see. There we go. We've got Johnny, the roaming cameraman, just down on the grid now, just getting these fantastic shots for us.
Yeah, so good look at Matt Higginson's car there. Matt just sort of arms rested on the side of the cockpit, relaxing before the restart. There's Wellham, still without third gear, just looking to consolidate his position today, pick up points if he can, and go again in the next meeting at Snetterton, which is his local venue, of course, coming from down there in Suffolk. There's Craig Parrs, another man of Suffolk. Oh, I think he's got a job in London these days. He's been a champion twice in Formula V and in F1000 last year as well. James Clennell, another driver that raced previously in Formula V, now in F1000, commutes from New York to do his racing in the UK. Does James had a podium in the first race yesterday, but sadly for him, a non-finish yesterday. And then next up, it's the 19 car of Sam Satchwell, the 30-year-old from Southampton, financial advisor by occupation, in his 3rd season being run by Jedi Racing Cars this season. He's had this car since 2022. And then next to him on the grid is number 3, that's Tom Westworth, and he's the 22-year-old from Rainhill, works in car sales, been karting since 2008. He is in the Team Sellers Racing run Jedi Suzuki, and he's there waiting on the grid chatting to his mechanic before the race gets underway. Looks like the circuit is reasonably clear now, so just making sure everybody's back into position, and then we'll get underway. That record for these cars around here, by the way, is a very impressive time set by Craig Pollard just last year, a 1:17.08, 98.08 miles per hour average. I think cars are now being fired up again, so that's a good sign. And at several circuits, the lap record is over 100 miles an hour. Unsurprisingly, the fastest average lap of all is at Thruxton, where back in 2006 Brett Parris did a 1:15.08, which equates to 112.96 miles per hour average. So these really are some of the quickest machines that you can find anywhere in club motorsport. Probably no better pound to mile per hour ratio. There's a shot of our hard-working marshals.
They deserve it.
They deserve the occasional lie down.
It's always worth saying a big thank you to the marshals. Obviously, we couldn't go racing without them, and they're having a well-deserved break. I think that is down. Is that in the middle of the main straight?
It is on the back straight, I think. Yeah, they know that it's time to get ready. They've heard the engines fired up, and the green flag is waved. So the 12-minute countdown has started as well. As we say, it's a 12-minute race, but that's 12 minutes from the start of the green flag lap, and that's what we've obviously lost quite a bit of time. It looked like Hales Cole might have been ready to go at the end of the pit lane as well, but I think she'll have to start the race from the pit lane. Oh no, she's being let out to join the back of the green flag lap, and so is Dave Shepherd now that his oil leak, if that's what it was, has been fixed. But I think he's going to start from the pit lane anyway in his case. So probably going to be something like 9 minutes or so of racing, which is still enough time for probably 6 laps or so around here. Around this Croft circuit. So not going to be bereft of F1000 racing today, that's for sure. And look at how they weave to get the heat into the tyres.
Yeah, 100%. Obviously, don't forget these guys are on slick tyres, so getting that heat into them is ever so important. You know, we've got a great day for it today in terms of the weather. You know, it's warm enough, so the track temperature is going to be slightly higher than yesterday. There is some sun coming down onto it, and they need to make sure they get as much heat into them so that when they get to the grid, they've got enough grip there just to get them and fire them off the line. Obviously, the guys at the front of the grid, the pointy end, are going to be a little bit more on the toes, on the pressure to try and get the tyres up to temperature, because they've got an higher fighting pack right behind them, so they can't afford to even miss a degree of temperature in those tyres that they can
So still on the green flag lap, Matt Higginson's not making it an especially quick one, which obviously is all eating into the race time as well. But I suppose when you're on pole position, it's your interest to make the race as short as possible, providing you make a good start. And he is leading them around now. He's in towards the complex. He's got Rob Wellham behind him in that sort of purpley blue and orange number 5 car. It's the white and yellow and orange and black of Craig Pollard, number 1 behind him. I'm sure he said to me when I spoke to him at the awards night back in February that we're going to get a new colour scheme on that car for this season. It is still wearing the same colours as it did when Ben Powney had that car. I thought Craig was going to change it, but no, still the same black and white and orange at the moment for Craig. James Cullen, the sort of McLaren-esque of the 1980s and 90s livery, the white and day-glow orange is going to be next to Craig Pollard on the grid. Right. Hales Cole and Dave Shepherd are starting at the back. We've got all of them into position, I think. We've got a green flag. And so for what have we got? About 9 minutes of racing. Red lights go on, they go out. And it's not a particularly good start by Craig Pollard there from the second row of the grid. I think he's across. Oh, there's some contact at the back as well, I'm afraid. 2 wheels off. I think it's, the Hales Cole car that has had an incident even before it's got to the start line there. Yes, it is the number 18 car. I think she had a hit with another car and with the pit wall as well. And the red lights come on and the race is stopped, I'm afraid to say, already with that start line incident. And so we got the cars up to speed, and very quickly Matt Higginson has gone back to pootling around towards Tower Corner. I don't think it was a very high speed impact that for Cal, so we hope she's okay. But it was just a tangle on the start line, because of course she was out of position. She was starting sort of on the back row, having been in the pit lane to get what we thought might have been an electrical issue dealt with. That had been dealt with. She tried to forge her way through, but unfortunately as she did so, there was some contact, and she has ended up with a couple of wheels hanging off her Jedi. Medical car has dashed past us, as is normal procedure in these situations, to help to check that the driver is okay. And the 750 Motor Club rescue vehicle is also out on circuit as well. So that's a real shame that that's the way that has ended up. We will just wait and see what does happen next as far as the F1000s are concerned, but certainly there is going to be a delay here while this incident is dealt with, just on the start line, just on the grid, in this third and final race of the weekend for the F1000 Championship. The cars are going to be sent, I think, down the pit lane, because that might be the case that there's not going to be enough time for another restart for the F1000s today, which, if that is the case, that would be a shame. But of course we do have to keep the timetable moving with the 2-hour Tiki World Club Enduro Championship, or 2.5-hour Tiki World Club Enduro Championship race coming up a little bit later on. So cars heading down the pit lane. We've not really had a race there for the F1000s, and we'll get confirmation of what is going to happen next just as soon as we can. It's a shame that that's what's happened here. We do still have all the races to come this afternoon. We've got the VSG Crypto Cleo Sport Championship. We've got the JDM Plates Mazda 7 Championship and the Lancang Thai Sports 1000 Championship having their second race of the day and third race of the weekend as well, before we get to the Tikiwa Club Enduro Championship, which will be our final race of the weekend here at Croft Circuit. But the drivers look like they're all heading back to Parc Fermé, so I suspect that is, I'm afraid, the last we're going to have seen of the F1000 cars for this weekend. So we will look ahead soon to the next race, the VSG Crypto Cleo Sport Championship. But of course, first of all, we've got to leave the rescue crews, the medics and the marshals to deal with this incident down on the start line. Spectators, though, lapping up the sunshine while all of this is going on, making the most of the good weather here at Croft. The day's warming up, building up to mid-20s, I think, by Wednesday or Thursday. So a little bit of a heat wave heading the way of the UK. And this crowd certainly enjoying that here at Croft today.
Yes, absolutely. Currently, it is 19 degrees here at Croft. So, yeah, a lot warmer than it was yesterday. I think we reached, was it 14 at max?
Yes, it was.
And obviously, it's 2 o'clock now. It's probably, yeah, we're in the heat of the day now. So, 19 degrees is probably as hot as we're going to get. There is a little bit of a breeze, so it feels a little bit cooler. You know, I can see a fair few people, including our camera ops, with coats on and everything. And there we go. Just speaking about it, we've got some spectators here with coats on there. So, yeah, the breeze is just making it feel a little bit cooler, but it is, air temperature is 19 degrees. So
they're not in our commentary box. That's the problem. We're thinking
yes.
how warm it is in here.
It is quite warm in here, yeah.
And it always is quite warm in the commentary box, whenever the sun comes out anyway here at Croft. So it certainly is going to be a little while before we get any further action here. Just looking at the number of vehicles that are converging on the scene of the incident down there on the start line. There's rescue vehicles, medical cars. We've got the recovery vehicles as well, ready as well to clean up the incident as well once the driver has been dealt with, and all the checks carried out on Kels Cole, who was involved in that start line incident. But we'll have this situation dealt with ever professionally by the rescue crews, the medics as well. Well-oiled machine. All of these crews making sure that they're dealing with the incident absolutely the right way to protect the best interests of the driver. Safety always the number one priority, of course, and all of that is what is borne in mind as their work is done. So it's going to be a delay here before the next race, but we can probably look ahead to our next 750 Motor Club event, which is also going to be live streamed by Alpha Live, and this is at Silverstone on the 10th and 11th of May. Now, by this point of the season, I think the vast majority of the classes will already have had the first of their events, either at Brands Hatch or at Donington Park, and there is one exception to that, though, because we've got, for the first time ever, the Swift Sport Challenge launching as a standalone championship, and the interest for that has just been phenomenal. I think there's around about 30 cars expected to be on the grid for the opening 2 races of the Swift Sport Challenge. That's going to be on the 11th of May, Sunday the 11th of May, on the Silverstone National Circuit. many of those drivers are novices, and that was one of the great inspirations for creating the Swift Sport Challenge for the Suzuki Swifts. Relatively standard car, encouraged to drive them on the road indeed, not to do too much testing. All of that is aimed at keeping the cost down and encouraging newcomers into the sport. And I think more than 20 of the drivers on the grid are going to be having their first, or one of their first car races there. We saw 5 or 6 of them out at Darlington Park on the hot hatch grid on Easter Monday, but the sight of around about 30 of them at Silverstone, that's going to be quite the sight. That's going to be on the 11th of May. It's a full weekend of sprint racing, though, that we have at Silverstone on the national circuit. There's going to be 3 races for the 5 Club MX5 Cup and double headers for all of the other categories that weekend. 750 Formula, the BMW Car Club Racing Championship, Classic Stock Hatch, Hot Hatch, Low Costs, the Mighty Minis, the MR2 Championship, the Radical Club Challenge, Sports Specials, and the Tagiwa Type R Trophy as well. So that's all to come at Silverstone on the 10th and the 11th of May. Before that, not a live streamed event, not indeed a 750 Motor Club event. We've got the 116 Trophy and also the 116 Sprint and 120 Coupe Cup Championship. That's out in action next weekend at Thruxton on the 3rd and 4th of May, guesting on a meeting organised by the British Automobile Racing Club. And as we've already mentioned, we're also having some guest 750 Motor Club races at the Castle Combe Racing Club event on the 26th of May. That's the bank holiday at the end of May, where Formula V, the Mazda 7s and the Sports 1000s, all of which we've seen racing here this weekend at Croft, they will be at another airfield-based venue at Castle Combe on the 26th of May, joining the local championships there run by the Castle Combe Racing Club for Formula Fords and GTs and saloons and hot hatches. So that should be great fun on the 26th of May. And then rounding out the month of May, on the 31st, we have the BMW Live event at Alton Park, where the BMW Car Club put on a tremendous show on the infield at Alton Park. We also have some great racing featuring the 116s again with the Sprint and the 120 Coupe Cup. Also the BMW Car Club Racing Challenge, but support races from the Armed Forces Race Challenge, Cleos and Historic 750 Formula, as well as the Ultimate BMW race. So that's Alton Park on the 31st of May. And we'll be live again with Alpha Live for that one. Kieran, part of our team, I think, for both of those events at Silverstone and at Alton Park. So you'll be looking forward to those.
Yeah, 100%. I've never actually filmed at Silverstone before, so that's going to be a big highlight for me. And then, yeah, BMW Live at Alton Park. Last year was a tremendous event. Obviously, some of the racing was absolutely phenomenal. And as a bit of a BMW sucker myself, it was I was a bit in heaven, walking around the paddock and even the BMW displays in the infield as well. Just looking at all the cars they had on display, it was really a truly amazing event. So yeah, if anybody is in the vicinity of Alton on that weekend, I can highly recommend just coming down and just taking a look at both obviously the racing on track and the car club in the infield. It's really an amazing day out.
Good news that we can see here now is that we're moving into the recovery of the car phase of the operation. So Carol's car out of the car. She will no doubt head to the medical centre just to be checked over, as is always the case after a contact incident like that. The car will be removed and we will then be able to get back to some form of racing. I think let's have a short break now and we'll be back with you very soon, looking ahead to the next race.
Activating. VSG crypto ready for deployment.
So next up we have the VSG Crypto Cleo Sport Championship. There you can see the other car, I think that was the other car involved in the incident with the Chaos car, the number 98 car of Daniel Hunter from that incident on the start line in the F1000 race. So that is the reason that we've had this delay here. You can see the Cleos there in the assembly area. They are ready and waiting to go out onto the circuit for their 15-minute race. It's their third and final race of the weekend as well. And I'm just going to get the results up from the previous race so we can talk you through what happened yesterday in those two races. But certainly the Cleos provided very good entertainment, didn't they, Kieran?
They really did, yes, absolutely. They, I think they had a bit of more of a safer race in race 1. There wasn't a massive amount of movement, and in race 2 there was a little bit of everything, and obviously it unfortunately culminated in a brake failure down at the end of the straight into Tower Bend, which took out a couple of drivers. So that's a bit of a shame for it to have ended that way, but coming into this race, obviously third and final race of the weekend for the series. Yeah, should be an interesting one, and a little bit higher track temperature today, a little bit more grip. Ooh. So let's see who comes out on top. Should be an interesting one.
Yeah, yesterday's first race was won by Jack Kingsbury, the 2023 Class B champion. In his Class B car, the Renault Clio 197, he beat Justin Griffiths and Darren Ransom. And then in the second race, it was the same top three, but in a different order, in that Darren Ransom it was that took his first overall victory in a shortened race, 6-lap race with that red flag that Kieran mentioned. Then second place went the way of Griffiths, and third place went the way of Jack Kingsbury. Now, as far as the Class A cars were concerned, it was Lewis Richardson that did the double there. He took the win in both races, despite an incident in the first race with his rival, Mark Ridout. They had a side-to-side contact into the final few corners at the complex. But it was Richardson that came out on top, and he repeated the feat in the second race. So with 2 wins and points scored within each individual class, rather than based on overall finishing position, it will be Richardson in the overall lead of the championship coming into this round. Sadly, the checkered flag, the red flag yesterday incident involved one of his rivals, and Joshua North, who was going well in the 182 class yesterday before that incident. Also involved with that was Chris Lawrence, of course it was, whose brakes seemed to fail and collected the North car and putting them both out of contention, which was a great shame. But it was Ransom, as I say, that took the win in race 2 to follow up Kingsbury winning in race number 1, and then we've got the third and final race of the weekend for these cars shortly to get underway. We've got all the vehicles just heading back into their correct positions, and then we should have the cars released out onto circuit for the VSG Crypto Cleo Sport Championship. So it's another championship that has a mixture of triple header and double header formats. The 2 triple header meetings are here at Croft and at Cadwell Park in July. In between now and Cadwell Park, the championship will take in Alton Park on the 31st of May and Snetterton, the 300 circuit, on the 14th and 15th of June. So 2 rounds in fairly quick succession there. And then they will head in August to Brands Hatch for a double header there, and to Mallory Park on the 18th of October. So quite a big gap between the final 2 events to round out the K-Tech Racing Cleo Sport Championship, not the K-Tech Racing, the VSG Crypto Cleo Sport Championship season. Well, 2 different classes, of course, for the 182s, which were the original cars in the Cleo Championship. It was primarily just a 1 model championship initially, and then a few years ago the 197 and 200 chassis were introduced. That was for the first time around about 3 years ago. Andrew Harding it was that was the first Class B winner and also the overall champion that year. And the numbers have grown in Class B for the 197s and 200s since their introduction a few years ago, but there's still a fairly level playing field between the 2 different classes. They all run on Toyo R888R control tyres, standard engines, control K-Tech rollover, coilover suspension, disc brakes, and standard gearbox to be retained in a bolt-in roll cage. So again, the emphasis very much on low-cost motorsport in the Cleo Sport Championship.
100%, and that's obviously why it's one of the most popular championships in the country, you know, across various different ways of running it. And, you know, the Cleos are some of the most accessible cars to get a hold of in terms of, you know, in your normal car listings, whether you go on Auto Trader or Facebook Marketplace or wherever you're going. You know, you'll see hundreds or thousands of the damn things for sale online. And it just means that it's such an accessible way of getting into motorsport, because they are turned into race cars so often that if you have any questions, somebody's dealt with whatever issue that is you're facing if you were to build one. And so there's plenty of help online for these. And yeah, it's a fantastic racing category. They're fantastic bases for little race cars. They give you just enough competitiveness in them without too much speed to get yourself into too much trouble if you're still learning the ropes. So one of the many reasons why this category is one of the most popular in the country to start out with, especially if you're looking at tin top racing.
Absolutely. So cars heading off onto their sort of assembly half lap to the grid. The safety car will lead them round, and it will turn right on the exit of Tower Corner and lead them through the link onto the grid. Effectively a short circuit that's only been very rarely used. I think Eurocar used it sort of 20 years ago. The short circuit, effectively slightly oddly shaped oval, it made the first half of the Croft lap, but ever since then it's been the full 2.1 mile circuit all the way. Darren Ransom leading them round onto the grid after his victory yesterday. It was actually the fastest lap, though, that has qualified him on pole position, because the grid for this race set by the fastest lap times from yesterday. And Ransom it is in the number 30 car that is there on pole position this time round, having had two podiums already during the course of this weekend. And he has got alongside him on the front row the 55 car of Justin Griffiths. So you've got the drive from Hastings on the south coast in Sussex, and then you've got Griffiths, who's from Oswestry in the Welsh borders. Next to him on the grid, second row, you've got Jack Kingsbury from Hertford, 30-year-old owner and director of Kingsbury Automotive. Been racing for about 7 seasons now, on and off in Cleo's, and say the Class B champion in 2023. Before this, he did karting, he did some banger racing, and the car that he's racing built by himself and his father. And then next to him, you've got the 111 car, Nick Harrison, the driver from Burton-upon-Trent in Staffordshire. He's been a real stalwart of this category over the past few seasons, but always there or thereabouts, but never quite breaks into sort of podium-paying positions on a regular basis. So the green flag lap underway ahead of a 15-minute race for the VSG Crypto Cleo Sport Championship. We'll have a look at how the grid lines up in full for you. And as I say, pole position has gone to number 30, Darren Ransom, and besides him is the 55 car of Justin Griffiths. On row 2 of the grid, number 3, Jack Kingsbury, has next to him number 111, Nick Harrison. Row 3, the first of the 182s, is number 92, Mark Ridout, hoping to get his first win of the weekend. He's besides the number 12 car, which is that of Matt Hipkins, one of the 197s. Row 4, Lewis Richardson, twice a winner and early championship leader from the 182s. Number 7 has besides him number 35, Joshua North, if that car is there after the incident yesterday. 56, Chris Lawrence, also a question mark over that one on row 5. Next to that, though, would be number 72, Pete O'Connor, the reigning champion, switching classes for this year. James Gahagan making a return to the driving seat in number 27 on the inside of row 6, next to number 297, Jan Whittaker. On the 7th row, it's 31, Chris Page, and 14 being the car of Jack McConnell, the Northern Irish driver. Jerry DePrato, number 29 on the inside of row 8, has Mark Withington, number 18 next to him. Then it's Matt Poncia in the 57 car, next to Gaz Bates, number 74. And then rounding out the field is going to be 36, Steve Croxford and the 316 car of Mark Enoch, who's not had a particularly happy race weekend thus far. So, 15-minute race ahead of us for the Cleos. And looking forward to this one. Should be good. I wonder if we're going to get a third different winner out of the weekend, Kieran.
It's definitely possible in a category like this, especially with how competitive everybody has seemed to be so far. Yeah, we just don't know. Only time will tell, really. As they're coming around the complex now, I'm just looking to see if the number 35 of Josh North is out. I haven't seen him so far.
No.
So there was a fair bit of damage. I did speak to the camera operator that was down there, and he said it looked quite bad. He wasn't sure it was going to be out for today.
Doesn't look like it. Also doesn't look like we've got 56 Chris Lawrence, which was the other car involved. So no particular surprise that we're with those cars missing from the grid, unfortunately, after the incident yesterday. Cars then coming back onto the grid. We'll get the green flag waved at the back, and then we'll get the VSG Crypto Cleo Sport Championship race underway. Third and final race of the weekend. Marshall at the back of the grid with his green flag, waves it now. Attention turns to the lights then. 5-second board is shown. Tension builds, and the lights go out. There's one car that doesn't get away, that's the 29 car of Joey DePrato, but he does finally pull away from the grid rather slowly. Very slowly, in fact, but the lead's got one on the grass. I think that's Lewis. It's not Lewis Richardson, it's Mark Ridout, isn't it, that's on the grass. He's dropped back. It's Lewis Richardson in the gravel at Clervaux Corner on the first lap. Is he going to manage to get out of there? I think he is, thankfully. But that's the championship leader. He's gone off onto the grass, onto the gravel, I should say, on the opening lap of the race. Mark Ridout as well didn't make the best of starts in the number 92 car, the bright orange car. It's Justin Griffiths that's got the lead then. Darren Ransom second and Jack Kingsbury third. So these are the three drivers that have been contesting the podium so far this weekend. And at the moment, the one that's leading is the one that's yet to have a race win, Justin Griffiths.
Yes, absolutely. He got a fantastic start. Just going down the start-finish straight, just managed to get ahead of Darren Ransom, taking the lead. And we were talking earlier, yesterday, with Darren Ransom and Jack Kingsbury about the slipstream. And I remember Darren Ransom said that, it was Justin Griffiths, that said he wasn't 100% sure the slipstream did a whole lot around here. So if that's the case, then maybe he could just about keep hold of that position. In the meantime, number 72 O'Connor and 12 in the gravel, just going off the track there. I'm not 100% sure what happened. Just squeezed out a little bit.
Just run wide, I think. It's Sunny out and kicked up the dust. Going wide again here is the number 30 car of Darren Ransom. He's off on the grass. He's on to the tarmac runoff area. He's only going to lose the one position, I think. That's allowed Jack Kingsbury to go through into second position. He's got Nick Harrison there in the 111 car with sort of Dayglow green trim just behind him. Then it's Mark Ridout. So Mark Ridout does lead the 182s in fifth position overall. Then it's Pete O'Connor in sixth place. In another of the more modern cars, we've got one heading into the pit lane as well. I can see that is the 57 car of Matthew Poncia, the driver from Norwich, is out of the race, I'm afraid to say.
Yeah, definitely a shame for him to end like that. Hopefully it might be a minor issue, you can get back out onto the track. But in the meantime, so we just go back to the start of the race there. Lewis Richardson went straight into the gravel, giving the place to Mark Ridout. Now, Mark Ridout has obviously had a bit of an up and down weekend so far, so I think he would absolutely take the opportunity to take a class win with open arms if it were to come to him. In the meantime, he's just in the middle of a battle with Peter O'Connor, going up the inside into tower. No massive point in him defending too hard against Peter O'Connor in different classes. And Mark Ridout's next competitor in his class is James Gahagan in 8th place, and he's a little bit, he's a couple of seconds behind, so it's got a little bit of room still.
Yeah, Lewis Richardson came across the line in 13th at the end of lap 104th of the 182s. There's Ridout then in the AJS Body Shop sponsor car. He's gone a little bit wide now and kicked up a bit of dust on the exit of Sunny, but he has got a bit of daylight between himself and Gahagan, who will say the number 27 car for the 41-year-old from Chelmsford, consulting project manager by occupation. Justin Griffiths, though, still leads here, led by just over half a second at the end of the first lap from Jack Kingsbury in second place. In third place, it's Ransom, number 30. Fourth place, number 111, Nick Harrison. And 5th place Pete O'Connor, so first 5 cars are all in Class B, the 197s and 200s. Mark Ridout is next up, and there's some bodywork come flying off someone's car there down the straight. I think that might have been Chris Page, I think, in the 31 car.
I think it was. I think basically what happened was, coming down the start finish straight, maybe have had a little bit of contact at some point around the lap that we didn't see, and then it got caught on the front of Lewis Richardson's number 7 car, and then flew out from that. So initially, yeah, there we go. We can just about see, yeah, the front bumper has come off the number 31, and is currently lying in the middle of the start finish straight. So marshals may need to just quickly jump out and recover that. I don't think, yeah, I can see a couple of marshals now running out to grab the pieces. I think we should just about get away with a yellow flag briefly, just while they recover those parts.
Yeah, they've got time to get back behind the barriers before the cars come around again. There is the race leader, Justin Griffiths. Look, he's under pressure now from Jack Kingsbury, who took the fastest lap of the race on the previous lap, which was, of course, the first flying lap. But they've pulled away here from the 3rd place car of Darren Ransom. Nick Harrison now feeling a bit of pressure from Pete O'Connor. He's got Pete O'Connor's breath on his neck. And there's another bit of bodywork that's now being recovered as well. It's a little bit further up the road by the marshal as well. But again, a bit more time for him to get behind the barriers there. So it is as they come through the complex once again. The 55 car of Justin Griffiths leading. The 3 car of Jack Kingsbury in 2nd place. And those two, only about 1 car length between them as they come out of the hairpin for the final time and head up and over the line. It's Ransom on his own in 3rd, Harrison 4th, O'Connor 5th, Ridout in 6th with the 12th car of Matt Hipkins in 7th place. But it looks like Kingsbury here, he's going to try and mount a move on the lead.
Yeah, he was little bit too far back going to the start finish straight there. You can see Justin Griffiths just weaving left and right down the start finish just to try and keep his position and break that toe that Jack Kingsbury was having there. But it doesn't look like he could get quite close enough. Coming round the chicane onto the back straight now, he looks close enough maybe. If he's brave enough on the brakes, he may get a move into tower. He goes, has a bit of a look up the inside, but no. Switches back to the left-hand side, tries to get an undercut instead. Justin Griffiths is having none of that. He takes his line, sticks it out to the outside on the X's, and they are going now down towards the Jim Clark S's, with Justin Griffiths still in the lead.
Absolutely right. So through the left and right flick they go. They'll be pretty much flat out in these cars. Look how close it is for 4th place as well now between Nick Harrison and Pete O'Connor. So they're having a good scrap as well. Now is Griffiths going to feel all the pressure here from Jack Kingsbury? They're both quite experienced racers now in the Cleos. Oh, and a moment there for Nick Harrison. He's gone wide, I think, on the way into Sunny, and that's allowed Pete O'Connor to get through into 4th position. So O'Connor now, the Irish driver based in Bristol these days. Last year's champion from the 182 class, he's there in 4th spot. Now they go through the complex, the 2 leaders, only still a car and a half length between Griffiths and Kingsbury as they're coming up towards the end of lap 4.
100%, and I'm quite impressed with Peter O'Connor so far this race. He seemed to be absolutely on it, just making moves, not making any mistakes, and pressuring others into those mistakes, as we just saw Nick Harrison running a little bit wide, and Peter O'Connor didn't need any other invitation to sweep right up the inside. Meanwhile, right at the front, Jack Kingsbury is still stuck on the rear bumper of Justin Griffiths, number 55, and he just can't find a way around. It's a difficult track to overtake, especially in one of these cars. Coming round the Hawthorne Bend now, and they're going to come through the chicane. He looks like he's quite close, and maybe into tower, he may have an opportunity if he's brave on the brakes. They look very, very close coming down the back straight.
Yeah, they do. Now Kingsbury in this tow. We're watching some side-by-side action. The 182s on screen. That's Chris Page and the 18 car of Mark Witherington doing battle with him. This is for 4th position within the 182s. They're making their way through Hawthorne and towards the chicane now. Chris, who had a big accident at Castlecombe last year, but we're very pleased that he's back on the grid. Then we've got the 18 car of Witherington just behind him, the 41-year-old from Leicestershire, the Autosport franchisee, hence the livery on that car. Here are the 2 leaders though. Oh, and a bit out of shape there was Justin Griffiths as he went through Barcroft.
Was he out of shape, or was that on purpose? Because that seemed to be a very calculated slide. He just got the back end out to the point that once he reached the outside curb, he could get slammed on the brakes, and it meant that Jack Kingsbury actually lost a little bit of time. But coming on the exit there, he does look a little bit closer. So coming down the start-finish straight, he may have another opportunity. Coming through the complex now towards the final corner, you can see they're taking different lines. Jack Kingsbury is trying to put Justin Griffiths on a compromised line, but Justin is having none of that so far. Round the last corner, onto the start-finish straight. He's looking quite close, but I don't think he's got enough there. So down the start finish straight, yeah, I think he's a little bit too far back to possibly make a move into turn 1.
Yeah, so that is the end of lap 5. There's 0.4 of a second between them across the line that time. So the best lap of the race, 1:39.074 for Justin Griffith. The race leader looking to become the 3rd different winner during the course of the weekend. And that shows how competitive this category is. Meanwhile, I'm just looking at the gap that Lewis Richardson has to James Gehagen. He is not necessarily making up any ground to Gehagen because he's trying to recover after his first corner off. He's in 3rd position in Class A at the moment. But the Class B leaders on their way down towards Tower Corner. That right rear bumper just flapping a little bit on the race leader's car. Must have been dislodged at some point, and it's just flapping a little bit in the breeze. I don't think it's going to be a serious problem. I don't think it's going to come flying off or anything like that unless there's maybe some contact to dislodge it. Probably something that the officials will keep an eye on though, but I don't think it merits a mechanical warning flag just at this stage. Up towards Sunny they go, and again it's Griffiths just tracked through, pinpoint precision by the number 3 car of Jack Kingsbury in 2nd place. They are now about 3 seconds clear of Darren Ransom in 3rd spot, so it's about these two for the victory this time, I think. Down into the complex for the 6th time, and it's Griffiths still with his nose in front, but again Kingsbury is very close behind, isn't he? And he could be in again a position to challenge on the way into Clairvaux. Let's see if he is this time.
I'm going to say, I think he's a little bit closer this time. Yes, he is. So he's stuck right on the back bumper. He may have an opportunity into turn 1. He just needs to be brave on the brakes. He's trying to catch Justin Griffiths off guard, and that's not going to be an easy task. See, Justin Griffiths is keeping to his line on the right side. He does not want Jack Kingsbury to just dive up the inside. So Jack stays in the slipstream for the time being. He's going to follow him round turn 1, turn 2, Clero, Hawthorne Bend and the chicane, and try and get another run down the back straight. I think that rear bumper that you were just talking about on Justin Griffiths is getting slightly worse. It was not too bad at the start. I don't think it's at the point where it's going to be an issue yet, but I have just spotted what you're about to say. There is a car stuck down at the...
I think it's the 29 car of Joey DePrato. Yes, it is. Joey that is stuck there, which is a shame to see. Only started racing last year, did some Enduro car racing as well. It's the Autotech Motorsport car that's out of the race, but Jack Kingsbury is making a little bit of his presence felt, isn't he, as they come into the Jim Clark S's this time. Not really an usual overtaking opportunity, but he's trying to really pile the pressure on the race leader, because that's what he's going to need, I think. He's just going to have to pressure the Griffiths into a mistake here.
I think that is probably his best bet, but Justin Griffiths looks completely unfazed by Jack Kingsbury's attacks at the moment. You can see there Darren Ransom, who should really be in this battle, but he just made that mistake on, I think it was lap 1 or lap 2.
Lap 1, yeah.
Just coming out of the complex, and since he lost the slipstream, he just hasn't been able to get back into that battle. But I tell you what, he's looking a lot closer. So I might be talking rubbish, I usually am, but coming into the final corner, Jack Kingsbury, is going right to the right-hand side. Darren Ransom is there to pick up the pieces if anything goes wrong. Jack Kingsbury is side by side now down the start-finish road. This is close as he's been. He's probably going to slip down the left-hand side. I think Justin Griffiths is not going to let him have that right-hand side. He's going to stick him to the outside of turn 1 and try and just push him wide. So here we go into turn 1, and Justin Griffiths keeps the position. Jack Kingsbury wisely just backs out of it, lives to fight another day, and all of this is bringing Darren Ransom right into it.
Yeah, that time Ransom took a 2.5 seconds out of the 2 leaders. He's actually gone a bit deep through Hawthorne there, I thought, that time. Is there still yellow flags down there? No, I don't think there is. I think we're down to caution boards. Oh no, we do still have yellow flags there, I beg your pardon. So no overtaking there. Everyone had to get back into line. Down towards Towers. Probably going to be 2 more laps, including the one that they are on, I reckon, to make it a 9-lap race, I should say. Out of the Tower Bend they go. It's now Ransom. It could well be that we do have a genuine 3-car fight going into the final lap or so here, Kieran.
Yeah, it looks like it. I mean, we were saying obviously Darren Ransom was out of it, or I was saying, and I'm usually wrong, and I've been proved once again that I am wrong. But if anything were to happen with Justin Griffiths and Jack Kingsbury, Darren is right there to pick up the pieces, and that's exactly the position that he wants to be in. Realistically, at this point, if it goes cleanly and there's no incidents to report of, Darren Ransom probably unlikely to have a chance at the victory. But he's got to just try and make Justin Griffiths and Jack Kingsbury have a bit of a side-by-side, maybe push each other wide or something, and take advantage of that. So if you're Darren Ransom, would you attack Jack, or would you push him into Justin?
Yeah, one car just pulling off onto the side of the road at the Jim Clark S's. Not a particularly great place to be. We've got 1 minute 36 to go. The last lap board has gone out to the race leaders then, just increased by half a second from Jack Kingsbury. Then it's to the 7/10 back to Darren Ransom. Actually, Ransom was a bit closer on the way into the hairpin than he was coming out of it this time. There's a couple of places where we've got yellow flags, I think, which is not going to make things any easier for the drivers. Around they come through that yellow flag, and we've got a red flag now being shown as well. Race being stopped, possibly with those couple of cars off the circuit and in a dangerous position. So that wasn't showing initially on our timing screen, the red flag. It is now, and the race being stopped. Yes, we had that car off at the Jim Clark S's. I think it was the Mark Enoch car, the 316 car. Checkered flag is being waved in the pit lane as well, and surprisingly as we'd just gone on to the last lap of the race. So a shame that we've had that premature conclusion to the VSG Crypto Cleo Sport Championship just as it was boiling up into something like a grandstand finish. But with that car stops on the exit of Jim Clark S's, and the marshals now I can see pushing it out of the shot there from our static camera at the Jim Clark S's. That meant that the race had to be stopped. There's also the other car elsewhere around the lap of Joey DePrato that needs to be recovered as well. So the result will, I think, be declared at the end of lap 7, which is the last lap that everybody had completed. So let's have a look at the result then of the final race of the weekend for the VSG Crypto Cleo Sport Championship, and we do get 3 different winners from the first 3 rounds of the season. Justin Griffiths, number 55, takes the win at the end of 7 laps. Second place goes the way of number 3, Jack Kingsbury, and third place goes the way of number 30, Darren Ransom. So between them, they've all occupied the top step of the podium once, and they've all been on the podium in all 3 races. Fourth, number 72, Pete O'Connor, as he continues to acclimatise to a new car for him, and fifth to number 111, Nick Harrison. Mark Ridout wins Class A in 6th place overall, car number 92. That's his first victory of the season, and he finishes ahead of number 12, Matt Hipkins, and I think it'll be then 27, James Gahagan, because I think Mark Enoch will be taken out of the results, and then I think it's going to be Lewis Richardson, who's not appearing on your screen for some reason, but I think it's going to be Lewis Richardson that will move up to 9th place and 3rd place within Class A. Then Jack McConnell will be 10th, and then Chris Page, Mark Witherington, Gaz Baton and Stephen Croxford, the last of the finishers. As I say, the Cleos are next in action at Alton Park. That is at the end of May, the 31st of May, as part of the BMW Live event. We look forward to them having a double header there, and we'll see if we can get any more different winners out of the next 2 rounds of the championship. Should be a good event there at Alton Park. A reminder, still got 3 races to come here this afternoon at Croft. We've got the JDM Plates Mazda 7s coming up next. We've got the 3rd and final race of the weekend for the Nankang Thai Sports 1000 Championship, and to conclude the action we've got the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship. Chris Page's bumper and other assorted bits of his car are just being brought back into the pit lane by the marshals, having followed his car down. We've got the top 3 in pit lane, and they're ready to speak to Kieran Mogg.
Yes, well, we're down here with the winner. 3 races, 3 different winners. You just came out of the car and said, I've been after one of those all weekend.
Yeah, I've been chasing this hat all weekend. Amazing race. Jack was putting me under so much pressure all the way because he's got such a strong engine in that car. I was just fortunate to stay in front of him, and I think the red flag was my benefit because I think I was just running out of tyres at the end there, and he was, just pressuring me so much. Shame for Darren, I saw him go a little bit wide. But fair play to him, he must have driven a really quick race to catch back up to Jack.
Yeah, I think at one point he gained a second. When you 2 started battling, he gained a second on the 2nd last lap, I think it was, or 3rd last lap. So he caught up a second and obviously just managed to get in there. So great race, obviously, for the 3 of you, and great way to end the weekend.
Yeah, it's perfect. Perfect weather as well. I can't wait for the next one.
Indeed, look good for the next one then. Thank you very much. Speak to Jack Kingsbury in 2nd place. So Jack's just over here. So Jack, not quite this time. You were right there, though.
Oh yeah, I was there. The best chance I had was when I got up the inside of him down a pit straight. My mirror got knocked in at the start, so I couldn't be too sure. I had to leave enough room for him, and he was there. So it was a good thing I did, rather than try and cut him off. But he handled that well. Like I said earlier, I thought he'd be that sweaty after that race.
It looks like you guys are setting up quite an interesting fight for the championship this year.
Well, yeah, it's definitely all three of us have had a win this weekend, so hopefully it's this competitive throughout the whole year.
Yeah, definitely. Well, good luck for the next one, for the next weekend. We'll look forward to see what's happened.
Yeah, no, exactly. I'm just glad to be back racing, thanks to all the sponsors and stuff like that. So, perfect.
Perfect. Thank you very much. And we'll speak to third place, Darren Ransom. Darren, you had a bit of a lonely race for the majority of it. Talk about firstly what happened. Second last corner had a bit of a wide.
I the start. Didn't get off the line very well, and I come into the complex. Brake pedal just went hard. Couldn't stop the car. And then I was trying to kind of manage it really. And then all of a sudden, I think the tyres as well. It took a little while for the tyres to switch on. And when they switched on, I was more comfortable again. And it seemed like it was coming back to me, but it was just too late. It was all on the first lap, really. Yeah, the start, it was a bad start.
Yeah, you're still in for the championship, obviously, this year, because the three of you have had a win. Looking for it to be an interesting year.
Yeah, it should be, yeah. I'll go quite well at all. I had quite a good result there. My first class win there, so I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, it should be a good year. Yeah, good results.
Definitely. Well, good luck for the rest of the year, and we're looking forward to see how it all pans out.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, thank you. And we'll speak to the Class A winner, Class B winner even, Mara Dow. Mark, you had a bit of an up and down day yesterday. I think this is redemption?
Yeah, I'm obviously chuffed with the class win. I tried to take it to the newer cars, but they were pretty quick round there, to be fair. So, yeah, obviously, it's all I could do really on the day of class win. I'm happy with that. So.
Definitely. You're obviously mixing up with these guys as well towards the front, so definitely some pace underneath you.
Yeah. I mean, for my first meeting, I'm happy. Still sort of, a few tweaks to do to the car, and yeah, hopefully we can long may it continue.
Definitely. Well, congratulations obviously on the weekend, and we look forward to see what happens in the next one.
Thank you. Yeah, see you later.
Cheers, thank you very much. Now we'll head back up to Ian for the next race.
Yes, next up it is the JDM Plates Mazda 7 Championship. Like the Cleos, they've had a 3-race format this weekend. Triple header for them. Yesterday's first race was won by Craig Land from Martin West and Tom Collar. And then it was West that came out on top in the second race from Tom Collar and Craig Land. Let's have a look at the grid for the third and final race of the weekend. I wonder if we're again going to get 3 different winners from the 3 races. Pole position though for this one has gone the way of number 94 Martin West. Besides him is 22 Tom Collar, still looking for that first win of the weekend. 87 is on the second row of the grid, and that's Craig Land. Besides him is number 17 Ben Dade. On the third row of the grid it's 20 Todd Boucher and 25 David Bowen. On row 4 of the grid it's the number 3 car of Callum Barnes and Ayrton Rogers in 79. Row 5 of the grid is 55 Mark Crawford and 43 David Mason. The 6th row 15 Matt Grow and the 24 car of Rich Blandy. On row 7 it's number 10 Ian Deeves and 47 Lewis Penstone Smith. The 8th row is 13 Tony Red and 73 Simon Walker. Row 9 is 88, that's the car of Paul Southwell, and 56 is Daniel Sibbons, who should come through from that position. Row 10, another driver that should gain a little bit, is 77 Eddie Moyer. Next to him, number 99 Martin Shelton. Row 11 is 50 Ian Jones and 21 Imran Khan, with Lee Rogers and Lucas Batt. They're all there, starting at the back of the grid. We did have a fairly high rate of attrition yesterday. A few high-profile finishes, including Daniel Sibbons, Eddie Moyer and Martin Shelton. All drivers more than capable of top 3 finishes. And let's see if they can burn from the stern and do something from the back of the grid. Is the front row forming up then of Martin West, number 94 on pole position, and 22 Tom Collar besides him. The second row of the grid is 87, which is Craig Land, and 17, which is Ben Dade. There they are forming up on the grid. West and Collar on the front row. Collar, who's returning to racing in this type of racing. Started out his 750 Motor Club career in low cost quite a few years ago now. And then it is the next car up, that of Craig Land, the two-time low-cost champion. But West, who's another past low-cost champion, lining up on pole position. Kieran's back with us. He's hot-footed it back to the box, just to make sure he's here for the start of this one, because it's one not to miss, isn't it?
They've gone quite quickly, yeah, 100%. But yeah, I mean, these guys always put on a fantastic race, and we were talking yesterday about the slipstream effect. We didn't quite have as much of it in race 1. I think race 2 was far more fruity. So let's see what happens in race 3, in their final race for the weekend. And obviously they're all going to be completely, foot to the floor. Let's go all out. It's the last one on the weekend. Let's try and get the best result they possibly can do for this one. So yeah, should be an interesting one. Obviously all the quick guys have been fighting all weekend, and they want to just get one up on their opponents for ahead of the next round.
Craig Ladd even, and Martin West, the two drivers to have won so far. Is Tom Collar going to make it 3 different winners, or maybe even somebody else possibly? Last car into position, green flag is waved at the back. We've got the 30-second board shown. That will be followed very soon by the 5-second board, and then we'll get this race underway for 15 minutes of racing for the JDM Plate Mazda 7 Championship. Revs now starting to rise. The red lights have gone on, and out they go, and it's a good start from pole by Martin West. Tom Collar makes a decent start. Ben Dade in the white car on the second row of the grid, he also made a decent start. And we've got quick drivers at the back, don't forget, as well, trying to come through. Craig Land has slotted into second place. Tom Collar has actually gone backwards a little bit there, I think. He was made a decent start, but seems to have dropped back a little bit. But it is West that's leading, Land in second. I think Collar is back in 4th or 5th position as they make their way through the chicane. It's Ben Dade in the 17 car that is third, but now it's Craig Land who's getting alongside Martin West. It looks like he was going to be ahead even as they got down to Tower Corner. Yes, he was. So it's now Craig Land that's leading on the exit of Tower, and it's Martin West down second with a number of cars trying to make their way into that position as well.
Yes, absolutely. It looked a bit of a cluster of cars coming down the back straight into Tower then, and this is what we've been talking about, the slipstream effect. There is a massive train of cars coming through Croft into Sunny Inn now. This is what's fantastic about this series. They get on each other's bumper and they just follow. So we are in for a fantastic race if it continues in this way. Yes, so with Martin West just losing out a little bit to Craig Land. Craig Land taking that amazing lead through Tower Bend, round the outside. Very, very brave move. A little bit twitchy some of these cars can be, so fantastic driving control to keep it in a straight line, keeping it pointing in the right direction, and just slip ahead of the pole position man of Martin West.
And Ian, 50 car of David Jones has come a cropper there. He's climbing out of the car. Also saw Simon Walker, number 73, having a bit of a moment as well. Leaders come across the line. It's Craig Land leading by just 0.2 of a second at the end of lap 1. Is he going to be leading by the time they get to Clervaux? No, he is not, because Martin West has gone through on the inside at that first turn of lap number 2. It's David Bowen and Tom Collar, 3rd and 4th, the two teammates there effectively. And then Ben Dade dropped back down to 5th, I think, in his car, having been 3rd briefly. Here comes Land trying to get back into contention. We've got the safety car, though, coming out. Yellow flags, safety car boards, and the light panels flashing. I think the race leader Martin West acknowledging that. Hopefully all of the drivers have seen. I think they probably have now, and they will form back up into formation now. I think that probably is going to be for the 50 car that has gone off.
I think that's just for the complex, isn't it? Is it?
It's between Sunny and the complex. The marshal's now pushing that car out of the way. I think there may have been a bit of contact there with Matt Groh possibly involved in that one. No, and possibly it was the 73 car, as I also thought was involved with Simon Walker. But either way, there was some contact, I think, that put David Jones, I'm afraid, out of the race, the driver from Nottingham. So we've got the safety car, but I think it might be quite a short-lived one if the marshals can get that car out of the way quickly. The safety car is just waiting for the drivers at the end of the pit lane. It might just be that it's one of these that's restricted to one lap. I think we did get one car into the pits that's now gone out again, as the marshals try and move that car out of the way.
Yeah, I think there is an access gate at Sunny out. It looks like they're trying to push it towards there, so hopefully we should be going and racing fairly quickly. The safety car is currently waiting at the end of the pit straight. The cars are just coming around the final corner now onto that straight, so I mean, depending on how quickly the marshals can push it towards that Sunny out access gate, might actually only have like a lap under the safety car, so yeah, fingers crossed we're racing pretty soon.
Yeah, 73 was the car that was in the pit lane, which was that of Simon Walker, the 51-year-old from Newcastle, a flag manufacturer and carpet cleaner, been racing since 2023 in one of the TSR cars he is this weekend. So we've got most of the cars all in one queue. The 73 car will try and catch the queue up, and then we'll get the race probably back underway at the end of this lap, if all is well. The track now is clear, we're hearing, up towards Sunny, so I think a fairly short and sharp safety car period, and then we'll still have probably 8.5 minutes of racing or something like that for us to enjoy.
100%, and I think probably Craig Land may be slightly frustrated because he was side by side with Martin West when the safety car was called, so obviously it's not going to be too much work to get right in his slipstream because he's right there. All he needs to do is just keep with Martin once he restarts, and then he'll be stuck in the slipstream, and they should have a nice sort of 9.5 minute battle, give or take, to the end of the race. So yeah, we're looking forward to see how this battle ends up with Martin West and Craig Lamb. So David Barron and Tom Collar will also getting quite close together. Yeah, Tom Collar had a bit of an iffy start, dropped back a couple of positions, so we'll be quite surprised if he doesn't have a bit of a go at David Barron and try and jump on the back of that fight for the lead.
Yeah, they're all behind the safety car in controlled order. Ben Dade, 17 cars there in 6th position. Ayrton Rogers in 7th place in the number 79 car, who's the only driver that I'm aware so far has written a book about Mazda 7 racing. He wrote his book about his 2023 season, his first campaign in the Mazda 7s. It's called One Tyre Fire, and you can get it from Amazon. Well worth a read about all the travails of building and preparing a car and going racing at club level and all the highs and lows that go with it. Well worth a read to find out about that. And Ayrton having his strongest race of the weekend so far. I think they're in 7th position. The second race yesterday he finished in 8th, so he's going in the right direction. I think safety car lights are out there, Kieran.
I think they've gone already, and they're getting very close to that safety car. Coming into the final corner now, he's just had to back off a little bit. Yeah, he's gone a bit too soon. And Martin West now going alongside the safety car, and I think he's just managed to drop a little bit behind Craig Land. So Craig Land has got a bit of a gap. There we go, half a second. And then Tom Collar is right on the back of David Barron, so I won't be surprised to see Tom Collar start to make a move there. Side by side there for the number 3 and number 77, that's Callum Barnes and Eddie Moore. That's a big one.
That's Eddie Moore that's gone over there. The car clipped the number 3, Callum Barnes. They went round, and unsurprisingly, an immediate red flag there. The race being stopped, with Eddie Moyer's car going over the wheel arch there, I think, of the number 3 of Callum Barnes down there at Clervaux Corner. And immediately after we got underway, following that safety car period, the race coming to a stop. I think the driver is out of the car. Yeah, both drivers are out of the car, so that's good to see, because the Eddie Moyer car was inverted. Obviously, everyone not happy there. The other car I can see in the gravel trap, there was the 24 car of Rick Lanier as well, which I think followed them in. I think that was a separate issue rather than being part of the original incident. I think it was a little bit further back. So, race being stopped. Rescue crews on their way to the scene, of course, and the medics no doubt will be scrambled there as well to deal with the incident. The good news is drivers out of the car, and that's the main thing. We'll await news of what is going to happen next. We've got something that not yet had the official information on my screen as to what's happening next. It's showing finished and checkered flag on the timing tower. Not yet had that appear on the official TSL screen or on my information, but we'll get confirmation of that in due course as to what is going to happen next. It looks like what are they going to do with the cars, the marshals? They're getting information on the radios, whether they're going to get them onto the grid or to send them down pit lane. Let's just watch the drivers. They come into the pit lane. I think we can, with the drivers out of the car, I think we can probably have a look at a replay in a moment of what happened there. The drivers can tell you are being stopped on the grid. But here we are, Kieran. This is what's happened.
Yeah, so number 3 up the inside and just gets a little bit tail out. And as he corrects it, it just catches the wheel of the 77 coming out there and then just bounces. It's just wrong place, wrong time.
Yeah, and I think it was then the 77 car more then clipped the front wheel of the 3 cars. So it was a bit of double contact there. And it just, as I say, pitched him around, dug into the gravel and flipped the car over. So the cars are being stopped on the grid. The timing screen has been cleared. I've got no news yet as to whether we're going to get a restart or not, or if so, how long that will be.
Indeed, yeah. So it's good to see, obviously, both drivers out. That's the main thing. That is the most important thing for us to be able to say. The drivers are okay. It's a pretty spectacular accident, but yeah, thankfully both drivers are okay. Also, a bit of a random bit of information for you, Ian. Team Leisurely in the live chat has said, please see Imran running. He's changed a whole motor factor's worth of sensors overnight. So he's clearly had a very busy night's worth of work that he's just put in. So Imran Khan in the number 21.
Yeah, that's the car. You can't quite see it. It's sort of obscured by other cars, but it is out there, about 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 6th car down on the furthest side of the track from the picture. For those of you watching on the live stream, that's the Imran Khan car. Yeah, two non-finishes yesterday, I think, for him. One, I think, in the second race he barely started it. But so great shame if the third race is curtailed as it is. So just getting the latest updates. I think the driver's being checked out by the medics down there on the scene. One car heading into pit lane there is the 73 car, I think that is, again, which is that of Simon Walker. So I don't think that will take part possibly in any restart that we have. If we do have one, just conscious of time as well, because there's still one more race to come before we get to the Tequila Club Enduro Championship race underway. And we're just mindful of how much time we might eke into their 150 minutes that they're due to have this weekend.
We are running a little bit behind. I mean, the Nankang Tyres Sports 1000 Championship was supposed to be starting a minute ago.
Yes.
So yeah, we are running slightly behind, and obviously these guys have only had a couple of laps worth of racing so far.
So where are the cars being directed now? They're being directed into grid positions, I think. So it looks like we are going to get a restart for this race just as soon as the incident down there is cleared. I've not yet seen any details of the length of time that the restart will go on for, because we don't need a green flag lap for the Mazda 7s. But as soon as those cars have been cleared away, we know that the drivers are out, and I think hopefully all in reasonably good health, then we can get the Mazda 7 race underway. We might just have a short, sharp 5-minute race or something like that. Well, the Moore car is now back on its wheels, at least, because it was landed to rest on its roll cage. That really just shows the value of the roll cage, doesn't it, when you have an incident like that?
Yes, 100%. Obviously, the roll cage is designed to do exactly what it just did, and it's it made sure that the driver wasn't injured in too badly away. We saw both drivers walking away, so they should both be okay.
Yeah,
both being checked over by medics, but walking away is always a good sign.
Yeah. So we've got cars forming up on the grid, and we'll hopefully get back underway very shortly here at Croft Circuit. Just a reminder of some other events coming up here at Croft. For those of you that are local, the next, I think, racing action here is going to be on the 31st of May to the 1st of June, so just over a month away, with the No Limits Motorcycle Club racing here over that particular weekend. And the next race meeting after that is the TCR meeting. British Automobile Racing Club are here with TCRs That's the 14th and 15th of June. I expect they'll be supported by the Civic Cup as well on that occasion. BARC are back with Caterhams on the 28th and 29th of June. And the British Racing and Sports Car Club here on the 12th and 13th of July, with then the next car event after that being the British Touring Cars on the 2nd and 3rd of August. Always the bigger highlight of the season here at Croft. DDMC here in later in August, BRCC in September, followed by the 750 Motor Club to conclude the racing action for 2025 at Croft on the 20th to the 21st of September. Full programme of events here, of course. Head to the website croftcircuit.co.uk for all of the information about events here, and of course to buy tickets, so you can come along and watch the action for yourselves. Well, there's Eddie Moyer's car, new for this weekend, being lifted onto the back of the flatbed. The JCB called into action to get it into position. The marshals just and the recovery crew just making sure that it's lowered safely onto the truck, and it will be taken back into the paddock. Don't know if the other cars have already been recovered or not. I can see there's the sweeper now heading out as well, because I think some gravel will have been brought onto the circuit in that incident, so that will be just called out to make sure the circuit is clear of gravel before the race gets back underway. And I see on our timing screen now that we've had the notification that it's going to be a 9-minute restart, a 9-minute race for the restarted Mazda 7 Championship.
Yes, indeed, obviously. Yeah, a couple of issues that they've had in this race, so at least they're getting some more racing laps underneath their belts, and it means that we can at least try and put an end to the Martin West Craigland fight that we've been having and enjoying up until this point as well. So it'll be interesting to see how they can get on with each other, and maybe David Bowen or Tom Collar could join that fight as well. Further down the field, obviously, we've been seeing fights all up and down. And that's the beauty of a championship like this, of a championship that relies on the slipstream just quite as much as these do, and especially on a track like this where slipstreaming is so available to them. It means that the racing is fantastic, and we've seen all throughout yesterday, all throughout today, that we haven't been bored for a minute.
We've certainly not. We've not been bored. The drivers haven't been bored. It's a great format, the Amy Sharp Mazda 7 Championship, building on the success of Low Cost, which is raced with 750 Motor Club for so many seasons. Same kind of chassis with a 1300cc Ford Crossflow engine. These have the 1.8 litre Mazda engine here, and the running gear. So they are a few seconds a lap quicker than the cars on which they are based. So it's a good progression. Many of the drivers on the grid have raced Low Cost in the past. Certainly Martin West, Tom Collar, Craig Land, Todd Boucher, all have. Some drivers have come straight into this, or even come across from the Formula. Mark Crawford from Northern Ireland, he's raced extensively at Kirkeston over there in Northern Ireland, in the sort of Road Sports Championship and the Sevens Championship over there. Some drivers have raced Formula V. We've got Ian Deaves, he used to race an MGB in the MG Owners Club Championship. Tony Ridd, number 13, an ex-Formula Ford 1600 racer. So quite a lot of different experience. And Imran Khan, who we were talking about earlier on, I can see him just immediately in front of our commentary box window at the moment in the number 21 car. He's started out racing in classic stock hatch back in 2012, I think it was. He's raced in sports specials as well, in an FRS Arrow Road Sports. He was a champion in Club Enduro and now racing in Mazda 7s in this self-built car. It's actually an old Low Cost that David Mason used to race in the Low Cost Championship, converted to run with the Mazda MX-5 running gear. Well, the rescue units, I think, have all left or are leaving the scene. The sweeper is just doing its work down at Clairvaux Corner. The Eddie Moyer car is just about to be taken away on the flatbed. So the good news, Kieran, is I don't think we're too far away from getting some racing.
No, not at all. I can see the sweeper is, just finishing up around that corner. The Moya car is just about to come off the track, just the end of the pit straight. Obviously, you can't quite see. You're watching on the live stream, you can't see on this camera. But basically, if you imagine behind this camera, a bit further down, the lorry is just driving into the access gate at the very end of the straight, where we've seen a couple of cars pull off at the end of the straight there so far today. That's where the lorry currently is. The sweeper is just going up towards Hawthorne at the moment, just making sure there's no gravel or any debris or stuff in general on the track that could be an issue to the car. So in a minute, would imagine the green flag will be waved at the back of the grid, and these cars will just get on their way just to go and do their lap.
Yeah, sweeper just doing, I think, the last of its work there, and then soon we'll be back into action with this Mazda 7 Championship race. So third race of the weekend for these cars. It's a championship that will continue in a few weeks' time at Castle Combe on the 26th of May. So that'll be a good one, always a good crowd as well at Castle Combe on a bank holiday Monday. 2 races there, 3 races at Cadwell Park on the 12th and 13th of July. They go to Brands Hatch on the 9th of August for a double header. Another one of those at Alton Park on the 20th of September, and the season will conclude at Mallory Park on the 18th of October, which will be streaming for you live. This time it's the first time we'll have had an Alpha Live stream of a 750 Race Club meeting from Mallory Park, and I think that's a great addition because always the racing at Mallory Park is spectacular. So I think we'll have that'll put on a really good show for everyone on the 18th of October. But for now, we're waiting to get the Mazda 7 race underway. It looks like the circuit is now clear from what I can see, and then it's just a question of getting this race back underway.
Absolutely, I can see the marshal at the back of the grid is just holding the green flag, just waiting for the approval, just to wave it so the cars can get underway. So yeah, I can't see anything else on the track now, so I'd imagine we're just about to get going.
Yep, don't think it's going to be too far away. Sunny afternoon here at Croft. Beautiful place to be. Picturesque circuit with trees lining much of it. As we look out of our commentary position, we can see the old rallycross circuit that I don't think is used too much these days, but certainly Croft always was a hotbed of rallycross action as well as circuit racing action.
Yeah, you can just about see it if you're watching on the live stream. You can just about see the dark patch in the centre of the track on your left-hand side in that grass. That is the track that we are referring to at the moment. So it kind of just weaves in the infield. That's where they used to drive. It looks a little bit, I don't want to say derelict, but it hasn't been used for a little while. It definitely looks like it hasn't been used for a good amount of time.
A few weeds growing up
Yes.
up through it, up through the loose sections of the surface. So just waiting for the OK. I imagine we're just trying to make sure that all of the rescue vehicles, medical cars and so forth are back in their appropriate positions before we can go racing once again. But now we do get a 2-minute board being shown. So we are almost ready for the off, and it's going to be a 9-minute restart for the JDM Plates Mazda 7 Championship.
Yes, the engines are coming into life. Yeah, I'd imagine it's probably more to do maybe with the ambulance or one of the recovery trucks. Once the cars obviously and the drivers have been taken wherever they need to be going, the ambulance and the recovery trucks need to be back in their positions before the cars can get underway. Even if the track is clear, those vehicles have to be back where they should be, just in case anything does happen, they can react to that incident as quickly as possible. So it just means that sometimes it looks clear, but we've just got to wait a couple more minutes. But there we go. I think that was the 1-minute board being shown. Car engines are into life. Marshals are at the back of the grid with the green flag, just waiting to wave it.
5-second board is shown, about to get underway then for 9 minutes of racing for the JDM Plates Mazda 7 Championship. Lights go out. the race gets underway. A slowish start followed by one of the cars towards the back of the grid. That was the number 88 car of Paul Southwell, but they're all off down towards Clervaux Corner for the first time. It's Martin West on the left-hand side of shot, and it's Tom Collard trying to go round the outside, and I think he made a good start or a good restart to the race there. They're herring their way through Hawthorne now, and then the chicane. No, it's David Bowen, in fact, in the 25 car that had made the good start. Tom Collars back in about 5th. I think Craig Land is in 3rd position. Ben Dade is 4th, but it's Bowen that's going to be challenging for the lead as they head down towards Tower Corner.
Yeah, 100%. A bit of an iffy start there for Collar, but into Tower, you can see there that Martin West is just holding off. Craig Land's dropped down to 3rd place with Benjamin Dade in with David Bowen in 2nd place. So yeah, David Bowen, great start. He's done that twice so far in this race alone. So very good starting skills from him, but he does have the pressure now of Craig Land right up his back bumper, and you can't imagine that Craig Land is going to waste too much time having a good old crack at David Bowen.
On to the stretch towards the complex they go then. A short, sharp 9-minute race they have got, so not too much time. West was a bit sideways as he appeared into the complex. There's one car that is off on the grass there as well. That is Tom Collar, actually, the 22 car. So the driver that was on the front row for the original start is way back into the middle of the pack now with another mistake there through the complex. So it's Martin West leading. 2nd place is the 25 car of Bowen. 8 Craig Land is 3rd in number 87. 4th is 17 Ben Dade. And 5th at the end of the first lap is the number 20 car of Todd Boucher with Mark 4th for 55, rounding out the top 6. But West with a 8/10 of a second advantage as they ended the first lap, and good skirmishes going on in the midfield. That's the 13 car of Tony Ridd, just ahead of 47, which is Lewis Penstone Smith.
Yes, indeed. You can see there the gap between David Bowen and Craig Land as well is only a couple of tenths. I think it's 2 tenths of a second. And down in the back straight at the moment, you see Craig Land is just having a bit of a go. We're just about to see it into Tower Bend. We should be able to see them in just a second. Here they are. Craig Land is up the inside and takes that position back away from David Bowen. And now he can get on catching Martin West. But Martin now has at least a second gap between himself and Craig Land in 2nd position. And that has also brought Benjamin Dade up to the back of David Bowen in that position. So you can see the 3 of them, more specifically David Bowen and Benjamin Dade, right nose to tail, coming in to Bar Croft, Sunny in and Sunny out. So this battle for the final spot on the podium is far, far from over.
6 minutes to go, probably another maybe 3 or 4 laps at the end of this one then. And it is Craig Land chasing after Martin West now, who's back up to 2nd. These have shared their wins during the course of the weekend so far, these two. Bowen down to 3rd, then it's Ben Dade in 4th position, turning their way now through the hairpin. I think they will get probably 4 more laps out of this. Over the line they go to complete lap number 2. The gap, 3/10 of a second between West and Land. Land doing the best lap of the race on the first flying lap. There were 1:33.516, and he's less than a car length behind West now as they turn their way through Hawthorne and on towards the chicane. 94 and 87 nose to tail, the 2 leaders, and then Bowen there in 3rd. It's a really good battle going on. Here comes Craig Land. He's diving out of the slipstream. He's pulling alongside Martin West on the driver's left. I think he's already got his nose in front as they go down to Tower Corner. So can West actually get him on the brakes? No, he can't, I don't think so. Land does make that stick, but he goes a bit wide on the exit of the corner. So they're still sort of overlapping, but no, Land just does slot in front.
You can see there that as they went side by side, Martin West took quite a shallow line into Tower, and that really meant that Craig Land was able to just power around the outside of him and take that position away. But as far as you can see there that Martin West put 2 wheels on the grass, just trying to find any time that he can against Craig Land. Craig Land getting a much nicer run there through Sunny in and Sunny out, and Martin West has just dropped a little bit away from the back of the number 87. So coming in to the complex now, it looks like he's just a car length back from him at the moment, but we know with these cars that can be closed up in an instant. So going into the final corner now, just needs a good run. He's just going to try and overlap him already up the inside, and see he's alongside of him. He just tucks back in down the start finish straight, and he possibly could make a move down into the first corner. So here we go, cross line once again. It's only 0.15 gap between them, and Martin West pulls out of the slipstream up the inside, takes position back away from Craig Land. This is great racing.
It certainly is. in towards Hawthorne they go then. Bowen right in there as well. It's a three-way fight, even a four-way fight with Ben Dade and Todd Boucher also not too far behind. Out of the chicane they go, on to the back straight. Actually a slight curve to it, isn't there, as they head down towards Tower this time. This time it's West up the inside of Land. Can he get through this time? Land's trying to keep him at bay, and it's sort of a similar kind of situation to what we had a lap ago, and yet Land has just about got his elbows out in time to keep Martin West behind. Now West is going to be attacked, I think, by David Bowen as well. These 5 cars quite a long way clear of the rest. I think it's Mark Crawford possibly in 6th position, although it might be that Tom Collar's got past him as well now. But let's concentrate on the lead quintet for the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I had a bit of deja vu with that move with Craig Land and Martin West. It looked almost identical to what happened just a lap before as well. Craig Land on the outside, Martin West on the inside, and just couldn't quite keep it. But coming around the complex now, you can see that I think Craig Land has just got a little bit more confidence coming through Barcroft, Sunny in and Sunny out. But then Martin West just seems to close up coming out of the complex and into the last corner. There we go. He's right on the back rim once again. So down the start finish straight. We're in the exact same position as last lap.
Yeah, well, that's the way it goes sometimes. Sometimes the drivers will be sort of positioning themselves for what they might do on the last lap as well. That's something that you bear in mind. You almost sort of set your strategy and think where do you want to be going into the final lap or the final few corners of a race like this. There's Land with West behind him. Best lap of the race is still with Land at 1:33.516. Tom Collar did get up to 6th place, by the way, ahead of Mark Crawford, so he has recovered, but there he is. In fact, you can just see him now. He's pulled away from Crawford a bit, but not with the top 5, which has changed again because Martin West up the inside of Craig Land at Tower, although Land might get him back on the exit of the corner. They're absolutely a side-by-side. Are they going to be side-by-side through the Jim Clark S's as well? Kieran's got his eyes covered. Not quite sure what's going to happen next as they zip their way through there, and it's Land that comes out in front as they head to Barcroft, so it's Land getting back ahead of West, who briefly took the lead at Tower.
You can't go side by side to Jim Clark S's. That was absolutely mental. Craig Land there just couldn't do much to stop Martin West on the brakes coming into Tower, but what he could do was stick side by side and then get the position back coming into the Clark S's. But coming round the complex now, they are almost going side by side once again. Craig Land has got his work cut out, trying to keep the charging 94 of Martin West right behind him. He is absolutely probably going to be exhausted by the end of this race of having to keep Martin West behind. Martin is not giving up in his pursuit for that second win of the weekend. Down the start finish straight once again. He's in the slipstream. I don't think he's quite close enough to make a move into turn 1, but if the last couple of laps are anything to go by, into Tower Bend, what are they going to do this time?
Yeah, last lap of the race then. It is Martin West 0.4 of a second behind at the start of this lap from Craig Land. Maybe a bit heavy through Hawthorne that time. Down through the chicane they go for the final time. West is a good few lengths behind at the moment. Is he close enough to pick up the toe down the back straight towards Tower? I'm not sure he is. He's going to be later on the brakes. Down into Tower Bend they go, but West is not close enough to get through this time, so it's still Craig Land leading. This is the final lap, of course. It's Land leading, West in second, and now Todd Boucher has spun out of 4th place. Ben Dade had already dropped behind him. He's off on the grass and he spins now. Think he gets that one tied up. Bit of a scrappy final lap, this one. It's Land and West just heading into Sunny for the final time.
Yeah, absolutely. I think basically what happened was Martin West going into Hawthorne just went a little bit too wide. Maybe correction or something, but he basically went wide, and that just compromised his run all the way down the back straight towards Tower. But with the slipstream how it is, down the back straight, then through the Clark S's, into Barcroft, he's right there once again, and now he's only really got 2 chances. A bit of a rear out moment there for Martin West, but he just keeps it. He's looking for a position, but Craig Land is covering every single spot, every single inch of this track. He goes to the centre of the track, going into the final corner. Martin sticks his nose up the inside. They're side by side, but no, Martin can't do anything, and Craig Land takes that victory over Martin West for the 2nd time in this weekend.
He does indeed. You'd better go off and talk to him. Craig Land it is that takes the win then by 0.4 of a second from Martin West in 2nd place, David Bowen in 3rd, Tom Collar after that rather ropey couple of starts he made in that race in 4th position, Lucas Batt 5th, and Mark Crawford completing the top 6. We'll just have Ben Dade after that little spin he had at the Tower on the final lap. He takes 8th place. Tony Ridd 9th, and Martin Shelton, who's on the back of the grid, 10th. There's a driver I can see out of a car there that has parked up. That may well be Southwell, Paul Southwell, I think, in the number 88 car. That didn't come round on the final lap, so maybe he stops over there on the exit of Tower, just behind the tyre stack there. So the drivers heading around on their slowing down lap at the end of the third and final Mazda 7 race of the weekend. It was Craig Land then that's taken 2 wins from the weekend to Martin West's 1, but there's not been a lot to choose between the two of them for the whole of the weekend. Final car just coming over the line now. Oh, that is Southwell, so it wasn't him, so it might have been Daniel Sibbons that's the one that stopped out on circuit, in fact, at Tower Corner. Results then, 87 Craig Land, the race winner at the end of 6 laps by 0.431 seconds over number 94 Martin West. Third place went the way of number 25 David Bowen. Fourth was 22 Tom Collar. In fifth position number 66 Lucas Batt. Sixth place went the way of 55 Mark Crawford. Seventh was number 79 Ayrton Rogers. Eighth number 17 Ben Dade. Ninth was the 13 car of Tony Ridd. And rounding out top 10 was number 99 Martin Shelton. Ahead of David Mason, Imran Khan, Matt Grow in 14th, then 2 final finishers, Lewis Penstone Smith and Paul Southwell in 15th and 16th places respectively. So the cars still making their way around on this slowing down lap. I think they're all but sunny at the moment, yet to head down to the pit lane and back into the clutches of Kieran Mark, who's hot-footed his way down the pit lane to grab the drivers at the end of that race. So there are still 2 more races to go. We've got the final race of the weekend for the Mancaine Tyre Sports 1000 Championship featuring Cup 200 up next, and then we'll complete our weekend's racing with the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship, which was scheduled to be 150 minutes. We'll just see exactly how much time we do get from that, because it's going to be a little bit late starting. It should have been underway right this minute in actual fact, but we've just got one more race to squeeze in first, which is for the Sports 1000 cars. But can now see our top 3 heading down the pit, all the cars heading down the pit lane, including the top 3. Third place David Bowen, second place Martin West, and our race winner Craig Land. And very shortly we'll be able to hear from all of those 3 drivers. Kieran Mogg will be gathering them in, ushering them out of their cars, putting a microphone in front of their noses before we get onto the final race of the weekend for the Sports 1000s. And I think all the drivers now in position out of the cars. Kieran's ready and waiting to talk to them, so let's head down to him now.
Well, that was an amazing race, and here we have the victor. Craig, you must be exhausted.
Oh yeah, I mean it was a bit of a long wait this morning, obviously getting out on track, but yeah, I think we was all eager, obviously with the red flag and stuff, we was all eager to get going. Yeah, that was a great race, a lot more action I think from the last ones, where I think we was constantly battle, rather than working together we was just for let's just battle this out and see who comes out at the end. All I had to do is try and keep my car as wide as possible for that last section. But yeah, I mean, the car's working so much better than yesterday. TSR and my dad did a great job, and a massive thanks to my family for the support as well.
Yeah, definitely, and it was obviously difficult to keep Martin behind by the looks of it.
Oh yeah, I mean we've been racing together for I think almost 6 seasons now. We did it in the low cost. It was like 1-2 so many times, and we learned sort of how we can trust each other through obviously seeing the hairpins and side by side action. We can keep it clean, but also very close and hard racing at the same time. But yeah, it was great.
No, definitely. Well, congratulations to end the weekend with a win.
All right, thank you very much. Cheers.
Cheers, thank you very much. Now we'll speak to our second place man, Martin West. You must be exhausted as well.
Yeah, it was a good battling race, that wasn't it? I'd imagine it was quite lively on the TV, even if we only did get a few minutes, but yeah, it was good fun.
Yeah, no, you had a good couple of goes through Tower as well. Both of you had a good couple of goes through Tower. That seemed to be quite a popular popular place to overtake and have a go at overtaking there. So was that really the best place to go for, do you think?
Wherever I get a chance, I'll sling it up the inside or outside, whatever it takes. But yeah, I think it was a little bit better on the brakes in there, so even when he got heading in the slipstream, I could keep the place. But the marshal said we had 9 minutes, but I didn't really know when the last lap gone. So I think I gambled at probably the wrong time, but fair play to Craig. You know, he on that last lap I had about 3 or 4 attempts, but he kept it well covered. So fair play to him. We'll go on to the next one.
So you can have another go at him on the next one. Well, good luck. Congratulations on the podium.
Very much.
Cheers, thank you. I'll speak to our third place man, David Bowen. David, did you need some popcorn for that one?
Oh my God! The last lap I had a battle with Todd out the back there, and he had got sideways, and I had a clear mirror, and I was just watching these guys, and I'm thinking, no, hang on, just stay on the black stuff. Yeah, but crazy racing from those guys, and whirlwind, yeah, unbelievable.
Yeah, 100%. Now, I'd imagine obviously you were looking both in front and in your rear view mirrors quite a lot. So did you need like multiple eyes more than you actually had?
Yeah, probably, yes, yeah. Especially when Ben and Todd were behind me, I was just like, just leave me alone. I'm quite happy here. So yeah, second podium ever. So, nuts, yeah. What we're getting the new car together for Tom and everything. It's been crazy busy. So. Incredible weekend, yeah, brilliant.
Well, congratulations on the podium and great to see you up here.
Absolutely, thanks you. Thanks for everything.
Cheers, thank you very much. Now, coming up next is the Nankang Tyres Sports 1000 Championship.
Yes, indeed. It's the third and final race of the weekend for the Sports 1000s. They're already out onto the circuit, so let's have a look at how the grid is going to line up for this third race of the weekend. It's set by the fastest lap times from race 2, which was early on today. So pole position is number 54, Ryan Yarrow, and beside him on the front row of the grid is number 2, Dan Clues. On the second row, it's going to be 42, Clint Newman, and 33, Daniel Ashby, who's on the podium earlier on. 24, Noah Osbaldeston, and 87, Tom Johnston, are on the inside of row 3. On the fourth row is going to be number 44, Carl Austin, and 15 is Naeem Hack. Row 5 of the grid, 72, Jonathan McGill, and 69, Ian Hutchinson. On row 6, it's the 98 car of John Cutmore. Besides him is the 23 car of Matthew Manette. Row 7 is 34, Stephen Dean, and 11, Stephen Hullock. Row 8, 83, Wayne Armstrong, and 88, Richard Webb. Row 9 is 63, Colin Chapman, although he's not going to be here. And 111, Mike Haywood, and Seamus Heaney and Charlie Slatton, if they are there at the back of the grid. So that's the way the grid is going to line up. We've had a win this weekend for Dan Clues yesterday, a win for Ryan Yarrow earlier on today. I'm pleased to say that we've given Kieran some time off for good behaviour. So Chris Hose is joining me alongside me in the commentary box for this one. Chris, welcome to you. You've been watching the racing intently all weekend, and we've had some good action, including in the Sports 1000s, haven't we?
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, the Sports 1000s, of course, perhaps providing some of the most entertaining and some might even say controversial action of the day if race 2 was anything to go by. Actually, was doing some sort of inquiring after that race, and I'm happy to say that number 28, which is of course Charlie Slayton, he's thankfully back out. I can see his car actually pulling up onto the grid. Now, of course, is the blue and white car with the Union Jack on its side. He had an oil pipe let go, which is why he spun off and retired. And, of course, car 44 as well, also fixed after that flying bodywork earlier on. But the marshal's clearing, and I think we're about to get underway.
Yeah, 5-second board is shown. We have the green flag at the back. We're about to get underway for 13 minutes of racing. It's going to be for the Nankang Tyre Sports 1000 Championship. The lights go out. Away we go. Good start from Dan Clues from the outside of the front row. Ryan Yarrow from pole position was a little bit slow away down towards Clervaux. They go for the first time, and it's the Mittel number 2 that's got the advantage here over Ryan Yarrow in second place. It looks like it's Clint Newman in third. It's that John Cutmore I can see in the Cup 200 car in fourth position possibly.
Always as well. Spin there. That's one of the
69, I think.
69, yeah.
Ian Hutchinson had a spin. So off they go through the right hand at Hawthorne now, through the chicane and down towards the back straight. The top 2 are pulling away a little bit from the rest of the field. I think everyone's got going again, which is good news. It was Clues that was leading there. There's a bit of a lock-up from someone going into Tower. Oh, is that in the Cup 200s? The white car, that's Richard Webb, who was a non-finisher early on. He's got ahead of John Cutmore. I think when Kieran asked John, are you going to have a win in the next race as well? John said, not if Richard Webb's out, and it looks like that might be exactly what's happening.
Yeah, absolutely, and of course a very good recovery there from Webb as well, because remember he retired in the last one, but really showing that he's out for vengeance in this one, as we see car number 24 there. That is the Oddleston car, the Mattel MC53, heading past one of the Cup 200s. Meanwhile, at the front, it is cars number 2 and 54 going at it again with Close in front, but how much longer as number 54 goes down? That's Yarrow at the inside of the hairpin and goes through into the lead. So Aspire leads Mattel, and Yarrow really just pulling a masterful manoeuvre. And could we see him pulling away? That could happen, but number 2 staying right with him as we see some gravel being kicked up in the background, but everyone's still proceeding as orderly as possible.
Yeah, so that's Yarrow with a great move there at the hairpin to get the lead away from Dan Clues, the reigning champion, the 4-time champion. Ryan Yarrow already a winner today. Yesterday had a grid place penalty after an incident in qualifying, and then the race didn't really go to plan either for him. But today is another day, and he's looking a lot stronger there. You've got Clint Newman there in 3rd, Carl Austin in 4th, and here comes Tom Johnston making a move there. He's got past Richard Webb now up on the inside, and he's up there into 5th place. Richard Webb is 6th, and then 7th is Noah Osbaldeston then, the number 24 Mattel for the teenage driver in his first Cup Sports 1000 race weekend. Through the Jim Clark S's they go, fantastic sight through the trees, and then off up to sunny, which is the right word today, isn't it? As we've got Richard Webb now trying to fend off that Noah Osbaldeston car.
Yeah, absolutely, and also you could see him how Webb was quite considerate there with the 87 car Johnson. He actually sort of moved over to the right-hand side of the road, almost letting Johnson through, but he isn't being so kind with car number 24 of Osbaldeston. Just gives him the hip and shoulder a bit, but manages to keep the car behind him. But here comes Osbaldeston again at the hairpin. No, doesn't quite manage it, doesn't want to lose his front end. And of course these cars, I should remind everybody, we've talked about them earlier on in the stream. These cars, the Sport 1000s, don't have any aerodynamic aids. The only aerodynamic aspects of these cars is the actual profile of the car itself. So that's why these cars are very good at slipstreaming, but also you have to really be useful with the slipstream, as we see number 28 there going through on one of the Cup 200s, and you can see the slipstream effect of these closed wheel cars compared to the Cup 200s, which we're looking at now, which is 98, John Cutmore, one of our top contenders. These cars, of course, more open wheel, some lots of real aerodynamic differences here, but on track they look exactly the same on pace, and also the 1000 cars have got 1000cc engines, whereas these Cup 200s have got slightly more powerful engines, but again, the aerodynamics really showing.
Yeah, and the front engine as well, of course, the MKs, the Cup 200 cars, they're always fast off the line, aren't they? We saw that, but then they do drop back down the order a little bit as the Sports 1000 cars get up to speed. We saw Charlie Sladden making that move a moment ago. His next target is Naeem Hack in the number 15 car, one of the Spire GT3s. Sladden, of course, had that issue which caused that spin in the earlier race today and brought out a stoppage, and that's been sorted out by the team, and he's good to go, and he's fighting his way up the order here, looking for 12th position. Daniel Ashby watching there in the number 33 car. He's in 8th position at the moment. Of course, he was P2. P3 I should say in the early race. He was P2 for some of it, and now he's in a battle with Jonathan McGill for 8th and 9th position, so he's dropped a lot further back in this race. I think he's going to lose the position there. Yes, he is. So the two Spires doing battle, and it's McGill now up into 8th place.
Yeah, and also the 33 car there got a little bit squirrely there, did Ashby at the hairpin. I actually saw the back end just kick out a little bit as he was chasing after one of the Cup 200s, and that just sort of set him up to be passed by McGill in the 72 there. And you can see the gap already between those two there. McGill just sort of saying thanks very much, and now chasing after Richard Webb's car, which is the leading car in the Cup 200s. Webb just a little bit wide there through Tower Corner, but managing to keep it all together as they head up to the Jim Clark S's. And you can see, let's just see these guys cut the curbs. In fact, they do. Webb taking a lot of curb there. You definitely don't want to cut those curbs too much, because those tyre bales are absolutely unforgiving, as many a touring car and in some cases GT driver will begrudgingly testify.
Absolutely right, yes. You don't want to be making contact with those, so you've got to be very precise with your lines through that part of the circuit. So here's Webb, he's got McGill and Ashby behind him. Slightly quicker, probably the Sports 1000 cars behind him. I should tell you, by the way, Ryan Yarrow is still leading this race, 4 laps in. He's nearly 9/10 of a second clear of Dan Cleo. So it's 54 from 2, and Clint Newman 3rd in car 42. As off goes the 83 car, that is Wayne Armsden. he has had a moment there. The driver from Leicester, you can see he's got the novice cross on the back of his car. Good news for him, though, is that he is back into the race. And we're watching now car 87, Tom Johnson. He's in 5th place. Behind him is 24, Noah Osbaldeston.
Yeah, he's got 5th place for the moment, but for how much longer? Because Osbaldeston is right behind him as they head down the back stretch now, which is the old start-finish straight, down towards Tower. And indeed, Osbaldeston going side by side with the 87 and goes through. He made that look oh so easy in the factory Mattel cars Mattel. And also Johnson just saw, I'm not so sure if he was caught napping there, he just let him through there because it looked really, really easy. And Johnson already sort of losing ground to the 24. Interestingly enough, that car is actually quite eye-catching because to me, whenever I see that car, I actually think it looks like a Paynos from the old LMP1 days because it looks, just because of the paint scheme on it, of course, as we see Richard Webb there in a bit of a Spire sandwich almost as they head through Sunny In and Sunny Out, but for how much longer? Because he's got the 33 car of Ashby right behind him as the leaders come past our commentary position now, but right now it's the battle between, well, it was 33 and of course Webb's 88, but the 33 getting him into the complex.
Meanwhile, behind our commentary position, the 83 car of Wayne Armstrong has just been pushed back into the paddock, so he is indeed out of the race, I'm afraid to say. As past our commentary box now go the Ashby and Webb cars in 8th and 9th places respectively. Cutmore's dropped back a couple of positions as well, hasn't he? He's lost out to Charlie Sladden and Naeem Hack on that lap. It was a slower lap for him, so there's a couple of cars between the two Cup 200 leaders, Webb and Cutmore, as we're watching the race leaders again, as Dan Clues there in number 2, the Mattel chases after the number 54 Spire. Excuse me, there was 8 tenths per second between these two at the start of the lap. With only 5 minutes of the race to go, I think Clues might just be closing in a little bit.
Yeah, he certainly is. I mean, the gap at the moment, according to the timing tower, is still 0.841 of a second, but on track, it doesn't look like that much. I mean, yeah, it looks a little bit shorter than that. And of course, tenths of seconds is how you truly measure distance in racing. You can see the cars just closing up a bit more, going through the complex, now up towards the hairpin. And Clues now right almost on the exhaust pipe with the 54 of Yarrow, but Yarrow's car just pulling out a gap. Let's just see what the gap is now as they come across the timing line, and it's now 0.781 is the gap, so it's come down just a smidge, just about 100th, but the gap is closing. But is it closing enough with just 4 minutes and 9 seconds to go in this 13-minute race? And for Yarrow, he's most probably going to be hoping it's lucky 13.
Yeah, absolutely. Clues there did the best lap of the race at 1:24.656 to narrowly close onto the tail of Yarrow. Went faster than Yarrow went in the race earlier on this afternoon as well, but Yarrow was no slouch on that lap either, doing a 1:24.7. So these two have had a win apiece this weekend so far. Who's it going to be that leaves Croft with the bragging rights of having 2 wins to their name? Is it going to be Clues or is it going to be Yarrow? Looking further back now, this is the battle for 4th place. Carl Austin in the 44 Spire, the driver from Devon, and Noah Osbaldeston in the number 24 car, the driver from Bury St Edmunds in his first season of racing. He's got high aspirations to move on. He showed good pace in qualifying yesterday in the Sports 1000s, but possibly hasn't had the results he would have hoped for from it. He did get 1 podium yesterday, but earlier on today he was a bit further down the order, well, just off the podium in 4th place, and here he's gunning for another 4th position, but a podium might be out of reach here, although he's going to try for P4 and get past Carl Austin, sliding up the inside, clips some dust there on the edge of the circuit. Maybe not quite the line he intended to take, and is at the moment having to settle for 5th position, but he's going to have to play a couple more laps to try and find a way past that black and orange Spire of Carl Austin.
Yeah, both of these drivers trying absolutely hard, both to gain and keep real estate. And we're going to remember that car 44 there of Austin, that's the car that basically lost its front end in the race 2 on the last lap. The whole front end of the car, the bodywork part I should say, come flying off as we see 24 there just trying to get up the inside of 44, doesn't quite manage it. They head through the chicane, and Osbaldeston almost had it, but just didn't quite have the legs on Austin's car there. But even so, they're coming up to Tower. Is there going to be anything? No, Osbaldeston just sticks his nose out there just to say, hey, I'm right behind you, but just not quite enough at this point.
And it was sunny, so a yards further on from where we are now that Austin lost that bodywork. It was a touch, wasn't it, from Osbalderson that just created the spin and just the air got underneath the front bodywork of Austin's car and that sent it flying. But fortunately, I think it was all in one piece still and was able to be refixed without too much drama. Through Sunny they go again. You can see the black cross on the yellow background of Osbalderson's car, showing that he is a newcomer in that number 24 Spire. Metella should say that he's racing this weekend.
I think there was a bit of touch there because the 44 of Austin got pushed out wide a bit going into the complex, and that's allowed Osbalderson to go through now. So car 24 is now ahead of 44 as they head through the hairpin. And I actually noticed heading through Sunny in and Sunny out that the Mattel car just had a bit more pace, a bit more manoeuvrability compared to the Spire there, because on the straights there was a bit more of an advantage in the Spire, but Osbalderson using that more sort of agility to get past, and thankfully without any contact. Well, not anything that caused any bodywork parts to fly off, but yeah, they're certainly a bit cleaner this time.
It certainly was. Right, the last lap board has gone out, possibly slightly early, but the leaders now on their last lap. They are making their way through the Jim Clark S's. I can see from our commentary box. Here they are now, heading through the right-hand kink at Croft. It is Yarrow then, 54 leading, still working hard. Can't afford to rest here as he's got the number 2 car of Dan Clues behind him, piling on the pressure. It's Clues still has the best lap of the race, the 124.656. Down to the complex then for the final time they come. Sweeping through the left-hander, slowing more for the right-hander, then changing direction again for the left-hand hairpin, the final corner of the lap. Clues,
he almost got him.
He thought about it, didn't he? But decided better of it now. Can he get a better run out for the final corner? No, he can't. It's going to be Yarrow, who's always been good out of that final corner, that comes through and takes the checkered flag. Second time today, a win for Ryan Yarrow in the Nankang Tyre Sports 1000 Championship, but only by about 3/4 of a second from Dan Clues, and Clint Newman is going to come through to take third position. As we're watching Charlie Sladden here on his way to 9th place. But look at that, there's some smoke coming out of that, and there's a car off into the field.
That looks like the 69 car, I believe there. That's the blue and white. Let's see, that looks like Hutchinson. It is Hutchinson there.
Yeah, he had drama on the first lap as well, didn't he? And drama on the last lap as well, up at Sunny, I think. But it looks like he's out of the field now and will hopefully come home to finish the race. We think there might have been some oil down on the circuit, possibly. Who knows? It might have been from that rather smoky-looking Charlie Slatton car again.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if the oil pipe issue hadn't quite resolved itself. But even so, a very good, clean race from everybody. And yeah, a bit of last lap drama there from Hutchinson. I kind of feel sorry for him because he got nerfed off at the first lap. And, well, loses it on the last lap as well, as we see car number 15 there of Naeem Hack managing the finish, but going really slowly with that Spire. So dramas for him, but also I think not only have we got an overall winner, but I think Richard Webb is also the best placed of the 200s as well. So a brilliant result, a real redemption run for Richard Webb in Cup 200. But really, big shout out to car 54 and of course Ryan Yarrow, who takes 2 for free and is undoubtedly on course for a very stellar championship season. Though it's still a long season to go.
It's a long way to go, but he's looking for his 5th title, and 2 wins from 3 is not a bad way to start the campaign, is it? Let's have a look at the result then. Ryan Yarrow was number 54 that took the victory in that 9-lap race for the Nankang Tyre Sports 1000 Championship. He was 3/4 of a second ahead of number 2 Dan Clues in the Mattel. 3rd was number 42 Clint Newman. 4th was number 24. Now Osbalderson, after that battle with 44 Carl Austin, who took 5th. 6th was number 87 Tom Johnston. 7th was number 72 Jonathan McGill. Charlie Slatton from the back of the grid came back to 8th place in number 28. Daniel Ashby, number 33, took 9th place. In Richard Webb, rounding out the top 10, but also winning in Cup 200. 11th was number 15 Naeem Hack. 12th was 98 John Kirkmore. 13th was 11 Stephen Hullock. 14th was number 111 Mike Whiteman Haywood. And on the next page, we'll see that Matthew Manette was 15th in the Spire, 16th was Stephen Dean, and yes, Ian Hutchinson did bring his car home to take the checker flag in spite of that last lap off at Sunny. Wayne Armston, our only non-finisher in the number 83 MK Cup 200 car that pulled off behind our commentary position. So that's the last sprint race action of the day. I can see that the car's heading down pit lane now. Looks like the top 3 are more or less stopped outside race control, which is where we carry out our post-race interviews. You can see that Kieran is down there, just ready and waiting to get the drivers out of the car. Then we'll have a chat with our top three, Ryan Yarrow, the race winner. Dan Clewes it was who was second, and Clint Newman in third place in that opening race meeting of the season for the Sports 1000s. They're at Combe, by the way, Castle Combe, on the 26th of May, the bank holiday Monday, for their next event of 2025. Let's head down to Kieran Mogg to hear from our drivers in Sports 1000.
May have been a bit of an iffy day yesterday, but 2 from 2 today. Can't ask much more from that.
No, good race. I really wanted to go for that record this weekend, but the day was yesterday, unfortunately. The track's quite greasy today. But yeah, I'm happy with that. And Dan made me work for it, which is good because there's been a lot of kind of issues and things splitting us up, so it was good to have that pressure of the whole race, because I knew one mistake he'd be on me straight away. So yeah, I feel like I've redeemed myself a little bit, so yeah, I'm glad I can smile on the way home now.
Definitely. It's obviously wasn't a great start yesterday for defending the championship, but today's gone a lot better. And you think it's going to be a good championship battle between the two of you for the year?
Yeah, I mean, I should imagine there'll be 4 of us in it. Obviously, Clint's really fast. Noah's really quick. He's a 17-year-old lad who's never even used a clutch before. That's quite concerning, really. Yeah, I'm sure it'll be close all season. Got some tracks coming up that I've never done Combe before, so that's one that, probably a bit in the dark compared to maybe some, I don't know. So yeah, just looking forward to it. See how we get on.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations on the win, and we'll look forward to seeing you out next time.
Thank you. Cheers.
Cheers, thanks. We'll have a quick word with Dan Clewes. So, Dan, second place, and couldn't quite catch him, but you were getting close.
We're getting close towards the end again. Yes, yeah. It was a really quick pace with the pair of us. Rounds just sort of sneaking away a bit. Then we reeled him back in. Little mistake from me here, just a tenth or two here. That's all we were trading between us. But yeah, really enjoyed it. And for a first run out in the brand new car, a first and 2 seconds, we can't complain at all, can we?
Yeah, 100%. Obviously, a brand new car by Mattel, and so for the rest of the year, you should be in a pretty tight championship battle, I'd imagine.
I certainly hope so. Yes, yeah. Looking forward to the fight. Yeah, thoroughly enjoying this. So I'm glad we're right on the pace.
Yeah, definitely good. Well, congratulations on the podium, and look forward to seeing you next time.
Thank you. See you next time.
Cheers. Thank you very much. We'll speak to quickly Clint.
Or your hunter.
Clint Newman, third place there. You're watching obviously these guys. You had some battling of your own. How was that out there?
Yeah, it was. I guess it's pretty lonely. These guys were way quicker, so yeah, it's nice to come third.
Yeah, definitely. Do you think maybe next time you might be able to take the fight to them?
Croft hasn't been. It's been a mixed weekend. I've not really had the pace of these guys for most of the weekend, but it's not a strong track for me. But hopefully, I can be more competitive in the rest of the season.
100%. Well, congratulations on the podium, and look forward to seeing you next time.
Thanks a lot.
Cheers, thanks. Okay, so the Cup 200 winner, Richard Webb, can you come and take a word with him? So how was that out there? You were battling with just about everybody.
Yeah, I was just desperate to have a race, basically. We had a mixed weekend, but the team have been great, and to be back on the grid this year is it's amazing. Really enjoyed it.
Yeah, good. And obviously John Cutmore took the win earlier. You didn't really, on the same vicinity of track, you weren't really there today. Do you reckon you'll be there with him next time?
Absolutely hope so. I don't want to give it to him that easy again, that's for sure.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations on the win. Look forward to seeing you next time then.
Just want to say thanks to the team as well. They've been superb this weekend, so thanks to everyone who's helped.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations. Thank you very much. And we'll head back up to the commentary box for the Enduro.
Is your business ready to switch over to cloud telephony before the BT analog switch off? If you're not sure, you can get a telecoms and IT health check from Maximum Networks for free, covering broadband, phone systems, IT support and more. Arrange your free audit today at maximumnetworks.co.uk.
So the cars on the grid for the final race of the weekend, the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship, scheduled to be a 150-minute, 2.5-hour race around the Croft circuit. I think we're going to have something like 26 cars on the grid for this one. They're just forming up ahead of their rolling lap. It's a rolling start that we have for the Club Enduro machines. It's a busy grid in prospect, 3 classes of course in Club Enduro, with the cars split between Class A, which is for cars with 300 brake horsepower per tonne, Class B for up to 240 brake horsepower per tonne, and Class C up to 180 brake horsepower per tonne. This is the longest scheduled race of the season here at Croft this weekend, with 2 mandatory 3-minute pit stops required for all of the teams. That's whether or not they've got a driver change. If they need to make any additional stops for refuelling, that also has to be 3 minutes in length. They can't make the mandatory stops in the first 30 minutes of the race or the last 15 minutes, and not behind the safety car either. And if you do have any indiscretions like stopping outside the window or speeding the pit lane exceeding 50 kilometres per hour, or not following the safety requirements surrounding refuelling, then you could pick up additional penalties as well. And it's worth noting, just checking the regulations before this race gets underway, because it was relevant for the Motorsports race yesterday, if the safety car is required to come out during the course of the race, it will not necessarily pick up the leader. It will come out wherever it needs to. Cars heading off on the green flag lap then, ahead of this Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship race, and we will have a look at the grid then for it as the cars make their way off ahead of this rolling start. So pole position, that has gone the way of the number 111 car. That is going to be started by by Joshua Lawton, I should say. The 89 car is alongside it on the front row. That is Scott Parkin driving solo. Second row has 6. Dylan Brichter is going to start the second of the dark side development Audis, and next to him is number 23 with Simon Mason starting that one. On the third row of the grid, it's going to be the number 19 car started by Wayne Lawson, and the 117 car, the BMW that was quick yesterday in Motorsports, Ian Jones going first in that one. On the fourth row of the grid, it's the 44 car. That's being started by Ben Williams, and next to them is the 43 car with David Hornsey going first in the quarter box these days with Chet and Steve Cheaton. On row 5, it's the number 88 car, which is that of Joe Williams, and next to him is the number 8 car, the Ginetta G40 of Matthew Tidmarsh. Row 6, we've got the 10 car, which is started by Rob Fennick, and number 1 by the reigning champion from Tagiwa Club Enduro, Sam Dennis. Row 7 is the 4 car being started by Wright, and then the 83 car is that being started by Chris Nyland. Matt Fazy is on the inside of row 8 at number 13, next to the 14 car Tassel, although I think he's a non-starter. Row 9 is the 92 car, which is Daniel Douglas. Next to him is the 97 car, which is being started by Dave Connell. Ben Brooks starts the number 34 car on the inside of row 10. He's alongside 76 Michael Downey. Row 11, we've got the newcomer in car 63, Oliver Harris, starting that one, beside the familiar car of Johnny Hayes and Paul Hayes and Roddy Subiani. That's Subiani starting that car. And then on row 12, it's the Osman and Hals BMW, number 171, and the 37 car of Scott Ferguson and his co-driver Neil Luke, with Simonite, the Salisburys and the Fothergills with Jonathan Ellsworth making up the grid of about 26 cars I think we're going to have actually starting the race. Kieran is back alongside me. We're shortly to get underway for this 2.5-hour race. The safety car pulls in. The car's coming up to the line with the red lights on the gantry, and they are out, and the race gets underway. And it's the pole position car, the BMW number that heads down to the first corner, the number 111 car that leads the way then into the first corner. That is Josh Lawton that is starting that car, but it's a 2.5-hour race. Races can't be won at the first corner, so hopefully everyone driving relatively safely. It looks like the BMW has lost out though to the dark side Audis? Yes, they have. So both of the dark side Audis up into P1 and P2 as they head down the back straight. It's the 89 car, which is that of Scott Parkin in the lead. Number 6 is Dylan Brichter in the second dark side Audi. And then the Josh Lawson BMW number 111 is in third place at the moment. And a good start by Ian Jones in the second of the BMWs out there. That's the 117 car that was leading the road sports race yesterday for a while. So they're heading up towards Sunny for the first time, with a long way to go in this race.
Indeed they have, and obviously the Parkins, you know, the number 6 and the number 89, they've got so much experience doing enduro road races. Both yesterday and today they're in them. They've been doing it for such a long time, and those Audis have always been competitive. So Josh Lawson in the 111 has got his work cut out at the start of this race. He's got a chasing pack behind him, and he's got those incredibly quick Audis right in front of him as well. I mean, we always see, you know, the German manufacturers racing against the BMW, Audi, Mercedes, and once again we're seeing it here, BMW versus Audi, as we're seeing the Ginetta just going a little bit on the grass there as the Civic gets past. There's number 1 and the number 8 coming around there. So, yeah, battling all up and down the field at the end of the first lap.
Yeah, so obviously we've got 3 classes, so we'll keep an eye out on the class lead as well. It's Chris Nyland, number 83, at the end of lap 1, that's leading in Class B, and it's the 66 car in the Class C lead at the moment. That's Paul Subiani and Jonathan Hayes. That's Paul Subiani, I think it was, that was starting that car. No, yes, it was indeed. So they're making their way around the second lap of this race. Had qualifying earlier on this afternoon for these cars. Some of them were out in the road sports yesterday, but some here just for Club Enduro today. And a great variety of cars. You see the BMW Z3 going through there as well. There's the Porsche, that's Matt Fazy, I think we've just seen. The nylon sort of turquoise coloured Honda Civic Type R has gone through. And there you can see the 97 car, that's the Mazda MX-5, and it's good to see that back out again this weekend. That's the car started by Dave Connell, the 36-year-old from Brackley. But let's look back what he's going on towards the front of the field. At the rear of the first quintet, we've got the 23 car of Simon Mason at the moment, with a bit of a gap back then to the 6th position car behind it. End of lap 2, and it's a 7/10 of a second lead for Scott Parkin.
100%. Coming into the complex, into the final couple of corners then, Josh Lawson managed to get quite close to the back of Ryan Parkin, but he just managed to drop away down the start-finish straight. And I do wonder, in those Audis, being a little bit more nimble, and with obviously the BMW M3 E92, it's quite a large car. It's probably not quite as nimble as the little Audi. So, you know, the TTs probably have got more grip initially, but the BMW is just coming back to Josh now. He's probably finding a little bit more grip, and he's just getting back on the pace. So he's right on the back now, as we can see, of Ryan Parkin. I wouldn't count him out just yet, even though he dropped obviously a couple of positions straight away. And just having a quick look at the qualifying times, he was actually almost half a second, about 4/10 of a second quicker than Scott Parkin, and a full second quicker than Ryan Parkin. So he's definitely got the pace there. May have just been a case he didn't quite want the car as much as he perhaps would have liked to. But he's back in the window now, and he has started to attack Ryan Parkin.
Yeah, Dylan Brichter actually in that car at the moment. It's Ryan will be out in it later on in the race. Scott Parkin it is that is leading, who was the Class A champion last year. Second in Class A last year were the Ryan Parkin and Dylan Brichter combination. There's a lot of the winning between them in those two cars. I think they won 4 out of the 6 races between them. Leaders then turning their way through Hawthorne now, and on towards the chicane they go, with this 4th lap of the race getting underway. Top 3 are pulling down the back straight now. We've got Ian Jones in 4th place in the BMW Compact, the very much modified BMW Compact. Here comes Josh Lawson in the 111 car, starting to threaten Dylan Brichter's 2nd position there. He's done the best lap of the race on the first flying lap there, a 1:27.674. Just checking on the lap record around Croft for Club Enduro. It's a 1:26.73 set by Joel Oswick and James Collins last year. So 1:26.73 is the benchmark time that we're looking for. That's the lap record in these cars. We'll see if that gets exceeded today. Pretty good conditions for it, I thought. I mean, it's a dry day, not too windy, warmish, but not over hot to cause sort of big overheating problems or anything like that. So it could be a good day for a lap record, maybe.
100%, yeah. Oh, just up the inside there goes Josh Lawson. He just gets stuck on the curb. He can't quite make it as Brickton goes right the way around the outsides and keep that second place. And in the meantime, the number 117 car coming round the outside and just takes it as well. So now Josh Lawson has 3 cars in front of him, not just 2. He's got a fellow BMW and then the 2 Audis. That's not how he would have wanted it to go. It may have been a little bit too presumptuous for the Brickton's parking number 6 car to jump out the way then. Probably wasn't really a gap and it was always going to close. So it's right on the back of the Gadsby Jones 117 car. So I wouldn't be surprised if he tries to make a move on that coming in the next couple of laps.
Yeah, so Ian Jones at the wheel at the moment in that BMW, and now he's got the sort of purple beast behind him, the number 111 car. So they flick their way through the Jim Clark S's for the 5th time in this race. Still looking down the order, it's still Chris Nyland leading in Class B. He's got 1 Class A car between himself and Matthew Tidmarsh in second in that class, but we've already got 1 car in the pits. That's the Wright and Neville number 4 car. I think it was Wright that started that car. Alex Neville, the co-driver in the NJM Racing Cupra. So it's Super Copa. So they're making their way around again. It looks like Simon Mason in 5th place, and that Cupra has now closed in on the 2 BMWs as well, so looks like he might get involved. As now we've got the 111 car back ahead, haven't we? So Josh Lawson back ahead of Ian Jones and up into 3rd position.
Yes, absolutely. Obviously, he needs to dispatch of that 117 E46 compact as soon as he possibly could, just to try and get back on the back of the 2 Parkin brothers cars. What we're just talking about, though, with possible lap records, I was talking just down, obviously, with Brian after the last race, and he was saying that it ideally would have been a good day for lap records, but because obviously of the oil spills, it's a bit too greasy.
Yeah.
So it's possibly, I mean, it's probably getting a little bit better now with the amount of cars that are running and they're going to be running. Ooh, hello.
That's the Mazda off, isn't it? The 97 car of Dave Connell. So he's gone off there and is now under threat from the 34 car of Ben Brooks, who started that car.
Yes, absolutely. But yeah, so with the amount of cars running, they possibly will clear all of the patches that are a bit greasy. But yeah, possibly, at least for the start of the race, there's going to be no chances to have a lap record broken. But towards the end, who knows? Maybe.
So Class C, we've had a change of lead there because Oliver Harris, his first time out, I think, in Club Enduro in the number 63 BMW, has got ahead of the 66 car of Paul Sabiani. And while there is our 2nd place driver, who was on screen, Dylan Brichter. There's our Class B leader, that's number 83, we saw briefly, Chris Nyland. And that's the battle for the Class C lead. So here we are, and it looks like it's changed around again, actually. So a great fight these 2 are having, because it's the 66 car back in front now. That's Paul Sabiani, the driver from Shrewsbury, back ahead of Oliver Harris from Huntingdon. Say in the car that Joel Oswick was successful in Club Enduro a few years ago. I think Joel sharing that car with him today. But the Oliver Harris, he's only 16 years of age, is Oliver from Huntingdon, a student, done some X30 karting, first year in cars there, 3-litre M54 engine car, this one. There's the first 10 minutes of the race underway or completed. Got a black and white driving standards flag being shown for someone there. That will be for a track limits infringement, I shouldn't wonder. And I think we'll get a few of those during the course of this race. We'll keep an eye on whether any of those start to turn into 5-second penalties, which they might do if drivers repeatedly transgress.
Yes, indeed, and obviously because it's such a long race, you know, these cars are quite physical and drivers get exhausted. It's very sweaty work, and so mistakes like that, it's so easy to make. It's so easy to just put a little wheel just a little too far across the white line. And we see it all too often because, especially in these enduro races, it's so difficult. And you know, if you're not too much clued up on enduro racing, you don't quite fully understand that it really is just that much work for the drivers. They're going to be sweating in those cars for a good hour each.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm not sure that bit sweating too much is necessarily an excuse when you speak to the clerk of the course about your exceeding track limits.
You could try.
You could give it a go, couldn't you? A good battle still this for the Class C lead, still between Subiani and Harris, who's I think been living with his family in Dubai.
Yeah, in the meantime, we're just having a look at the Class B leader, the Nyland 83 Civic. Lovely livery on that car, actually. That looks absolutely fantastic. With a couple of good sponsors, very prominent on the front, back and side. So, yeah, being chased by the number 10 BMW M2, right at the Shepherd car.
Oh, and the leads are all of a sudden very close, aren't they? This is the top three, maybe because of the traffic that's getting involved. It's still Scott Parkin that's ahead, Dylan Brick to second, and Josh Lawton in the BMW right there as well. But all of a sudden they're over the line, and there's only about 0.8 of a second apart. So this is all getting very exciting.
Yes, indeed. I'd imagine it probably is the traffic, and this is one of the big conversations that we were having yesterday during the Club Sports race. It's obviously traffic management is one of the key skills that these drivers have to learn, and the Parkins have got quite good at it because of the amount of time that they've spent in enduro races, but still they can get caught out, and that's clearly what's happened here. Whatever happened, we didn't see, it was off camera. Lawton managed to get through the traffic a lot quicker than the Parkin brothers, and well, you can see there the top three are all separated by less than a second, so it's anybody's game at this stage of the race.
Through towards the Jim Clark S's they go, the top three absolutely together, sweeping their way through the curves there. Ian Jones not too far behind. Looked like the Josh Lawson BMW was going to sort of show its nose and try to make a move on Dylan Bricks there, but it didn't turn out to be the case. 4-litre E92 M3 that's there in third position. It's really pushing on. Cars can run non-normally aspirated engines, by the way. They have a sort of lower power to weight limit within their class. That's the sort of trade-off there. They're not quite able to go to the Ford class limits, but the formula that's adopted by Club Enduro does seem to work. It keeps cars competitive and evenly matched throughout the season. So that's 9 laps completed now by our top three. Lap time's not quite on point, as off goes Dylan Brichter, tipping his wheels through the gravel trap at Clervaux. Not too much damage done, and I think because of the way the circuit is configured here, that you've got that corner followed by the slow Hawthorne chicane, dipping your wheels through the curb and maybe a bit of loss of momentum isn't as disastrous as it might be at some other corners on other circuits.
No, definitely not. We've seen it throughout multiple classes, dipping the wheel in that gravel down at turn 1 and getting away with it. We've also seen it coming up through the complex out just before the final corner here, just dipping a wheel into the grass because that corner is so quickly afterwards. It's a very slow corner. You can kind of compose yourself quite quickly afterwards. So we've seen people, dipping wheels off the grass up here. We've seen people dipping wheels off into the gravel down at turn 1 and not losing too much time as a result of it.
So we've got 15 minutes or so before the pit lane window opens in this race. It will only open half an hour into the contest, and it will be closed again for the final 15 minutes as well. More driving standards flags there. I can see on my screen there's lots of drivers who've been picked up for exceeding track limits so far. We are starting to get some 5-second penalties appearing as well. They've not yet appeared on the official timing screen, but there'll be some going out quite shortly, I think, for a couple of the cars. No one in the sort of top few positions at this stage, but we'll keep an eye on that. There's that Class C battle going for it. It's just ahead now, isn't it, of the leaders, and heading down the back straight. They're actually side by side, Oliver Harris and Paul Subiani, as they head down into Tower corner. There they go. Cipriani on the inside line, Harris on the outside line. Cipriani holding on, but any moment now they're going to be rudely interrupted, Kieran.
Yes, absolutely. So this is one of those interesting battles, because it's like this is the race lead for Class A and for Class C. So what do you do? If I was Harris in the 63 car, I'd back off, let them go past him, then stick on the back of them and try and take advantage of when the number 66 car has to move out of the way. But it looks like they've managed to just, split them apart a little bit, almost going through. So the race leaders are... It's almost always been naturally caught up on the E92. Yeah, so they're back together again now. So it looks like they managed to all get through without too much incident.
Yeah, so that's a relief to all involved. There's Ian Jones getting through as well. One compact lapping another there, but they're in very different specifications. Much hotter version for Ian Jones in that number 117 car, 3.2 litre compact, but much more modified than the car of Johnny Hayes and Paul Cipriani, which has got the 2.8 litre engine. Both of them E36s though. Here are the two Dark Side Developments cars. Dark Side on home territory really, because there's a Yorkshire-based concern, albeit South Yorkshire, down in Barnsley, but the other end of the county here, down towards Tower they go for the 12th time, and it's still Scott Parkin ahead of Dylan Brichter and Josh Lawton. It really has been like a sprint race, hasn't it, these first few laps, because there's just been nothing to choose between them.
Absolutely. I mean, to be honest, I think the Darkside cars are possibly getting a little bit racy with each other now, and Brichter's probably staring at the back of that Scott Parkin car going, do you know what? I don't want you in front of me anymore. Can you move? Because he's got a gigantic M3 right behind him. And it looks to be quite close on the back of the sister car there. So yeah, it is a bit like a sprint race. We've only done about 18 minutes so far, so still got a long way to go. But these, I don't think they've raced so far in this race like it is an endurance race. They've raced like it's a sprint race, and I love that.
Scott Parkin it is that's ahead of them. He's 35. His twin Ryan will be out in the sister car later on. Been racing since 2018 in Club Enduro and Turismo X and MSV Super Cup. It's a 2017 Audi TT 2-litre diesel engine, putting out 340 brake horsepower. It used to be a petrol engine when this car raced in the VW Cup, which Audi TTs were able to do. The car rebuilt for 2024. Still, it is Scott Parkin that flicks his way through the chicane out in front. Looks like the next car that they're going to lap is the 76 car of Michael Downey. Now he's in 18th position, so he's going to go a lap down. He's running his 7th in Class B. I think it's actually the last of the Class B runners at the moment is Michael Downey. Still got the 4 car in the pits, which is the Wright and Neville Super Copa, and I don't think we ever actually see taking the start of the race, unfortunately. The number 69 car, which was the Marcus Fothergill and Jonathan Ellsworth Ginetta G40. I think that one... oh no, it is there on the timing screen. So it's got 2 lines on the timing screen. That's what confused me. It is there in 25th position, although it is a couple of laps down.
Yes, indeed. It can be quite confusing when trying to work out where everybody is, especially when the pit stops start, which is going to be in, about 10 minutes' time, I think it is.
This is a battle for 3rd place in Class B at the moment. Matt Fazy against the reigning champion, which is Samuel Dennis, number 1. He shared the car with Ash Moore last year. It was in Class C. That car, the Honda's Vic, has moved up to Class B for this season, and it's a battle for class position there with the Porsche from Matt Fazy.
Yes, indeed. The Porsche is just peeking out to the right-hand side just to make sure that Dennis in the number 1 doesn't make a dive up the inside. But it looks like coming into the Jim Clark S's, he's gone around the outside and into 3rd place in class. So that was a strange one. I wouldn't. It just looked like he had an unlimited amount more pace than the Porsche. But there we go. Into 3rd place goes the number 1.
Yeah, it's just a 2-litre Porsche, that one. The Cayman of Matt Fazy, the man from Solihull, 46 years of age, been racing since 2017, and 2018 Class B champion in Club Enduro, in one of the earliest of the Club Enduro campaigns. Club Enduro introduced in 2015, the trial longer race at Snetton, longer than the road sports races. Really, it was basically an extended road sports race in the first season. Then more and more races got introduced, and it became a championship a few years after that, rather than having just been a series of races. But there you can see Samuel Dennis has now made his way into third place in Class C. He's about 13 seconds behind, Class B I should say, he's about 13 seconds behind Matthew Tidmarsh in the Ginetta, which I think is one of your favourite cars. And speaking of it, there it is. It's the number 8 car, Matthew Tidmarsh at the wheel at the moment.
Yes, absolutely. I do love the Ginetta. I mean, I think it was Brands last year. I can't remember what track it was at, but yes, I think it was you and... Oh, it might have been Alton Park, actually. You and Andrew were having a right good laugh at me for loving that car so much. But yes, I do have a real soft spot for Ginettas, and so I spent quite a lot of time talking with the drivers of that one. It just almost goes at the inside of the number 19 Audi there, but has to back out quite wisely. It's a long race to go. You don't want to get caught up this early on.
That was Wayne Lawson he was doing battle with. But yeah, that Tidmarsh Ginetta, actually Matthew won the 2024 Chapman Award, which is the award that the 750 Motor Club gives for the most outstanding engineering achievement. That's because he's developed this car over the past 3 seasons. It's now got a Duratec engine in it. It's a 2.5 litre Duratec engine in that, which is why that Ginetta goes quite so well. So that development has really caught the attention of the experts at the 750 Motor Club for its engineering prowess. And the 750 Motor Club, although it's about the racing, but it's also about the innovation and the design and the construction and the engineering. And it's great that the Chapman Award continues to receive that award. There's the 77 car on screen at the moment. That's a bit further back down the order. That is the car of Henry Salisbury, who runs in third place in Class C at the moment. He is sharing with his sister Olivia, and we're taking the first part of the race. There's another chance to have a look at that Ginetta, as it is doing battle with Wayne Lawson in the number 19 car.
Yes, absolutely. And this is one of the best things about this championship, because those two cars couldn't really be more different in this category. Gigantic Audi versus a tiny Ginetta, and they're going wheel to wheel. But in the meantime, the leaders are still nose to tail. It is basically like a sprint race. These two Audis can't get away from that BMW. But speaking of innovation, what we were just talking about, these two Audis are quite an interesting one, because they are diesels. And having a diesel race car, you know, some people might look down on that, but I think it's amazing what Dark Flood have been able to do with these cars and make them competitive in a very competitive class. You know, diesels, obviously, they're very different to petrol engines. They deliver their power in such a different way. And so they've been able to harness that and make it into two very competitive cars. So it is about the innovation, and the brothers at Darkside have been able to do wonders with these Audis.
Just looking at penalties, they've not appeared on the timing screen officially, but I can see they have been applied. The 13 car, Matt Fazy, he's now got a 5 and a 10, so a 15-second penalty for exceeding track limits. The 97 car, that's the Mazda started by Dave Connell, he's so far picked up a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits. About 6 minutes away from the pit window being open. Be interesting to see if any drivers do go early. As we say, you're not allowed to take pit stops behind the safety cars these days in Club Enduro, and that does sort of take a strategic dimension out of it, because otherwise you might wait for a safety car before you serve your pit stop. But that aspect has been taken away, so you can only take it during sort of pure racing laps, as it were. So the Brichter's now ahead, isn't he? I've just noticed that. It's the Dylan Brichter, the number 6 car, that is now ahead. Didn't see when the lead change happened. It must have been a couple of laps ago at least, looking at our timing screens. So it's Dylan Brichter leading, Scott Parkin in second. Fastest lap is still with Lawton. There is basically just slotting past that Henry Salisbury Honda Civic Type R, the number 77 car. All 3 leaders squeezing behind it. And if you are in one of those Class C cars, you are spending quite a lot of the race, I think, driving in your mirrors, waiting for faster cars to come around and then jumping out of their way.
Yeah, 100%, and they really can completely come up and take you by surprise. The speed difference with some of these cars, you know, if you class some of these Audi, you know, with the Audi TTs and the BMW up at the front compared to some of those Civics at the back, The speed differential is just incredible. So you have to be so smart with the way that you're driving. Speaking of the TTs, here's the Audi team. So this is the Dark Side development crew, obviously waiting for their drivers to come in. So in about sort of 4 and a bit minutes time, the pit window opens, and I'm just wondering if are they potentially playing a bit of a team strategy game? Has Scott allowed Dylan to go through, and he's just going to back up Lawton a little bit to give the number 6 car a little bit of space.
Well, look at mission control there. It's like a Formula 1 pit wall, isn't it? There's so many screens and monitors that the team have there. We could see Ryan Parkin, he was watching on there. You'd also got a couple of the mechanics kitted up in race overalls and balaclavas as well, which are needed for when the refuelling happens. So they're there, poised and ready to go. So I wonder if they are going to make a relatively early stop. Pit window opens in 4 minutes' time. So we'll see what happens there. So we've got Dylan Brichter leading in Class A at the moment. Class B, that's still being led by Chris Nyland. Class C is back in the hands of Oliver Harris. Now 2.5 seconds clear of Paul Subiani, so he's made a bit of a break there. He sort of lost ground as the leaders came through to lap a moment ago. We've got one into the pit lane. It's been a little bit sick, this car, we think. The 19 car of Wayne Lawson, the Audi RS3 TCR car. So that's green. This is outside of the pit window, so this won't count as one of the 3 minutes mandatory stops. But the driver and team obviously thinking we just need to get this car in to do some work on it. It poles in at sort of 45 degrees, and that's the requirement for all of the pit stops. You must pull in at 45 degrees because it's such a tight pit lane here at Croft. And the bonnet's up and the team straight away having a look underneath it to see if they can get the car fixed and back out into the race.
It looked like he was just trying to wiggle the one of the coolant pipes maybe. So I'm wondering if potentially it's overheating or something. I'm not 100% sure, but they're pushing it back out. So maybe just a bit of a cautionary check. They weren't 100% sure, just wanted to be safe rather than sorry. So 90 back out rather quickly. So that's good to see.
And you also saw there the team pushing the car back out. So the driver has to be pushed out, not allowed to reverse out into the live pit lane for obvious reasons. So for safety, has to be pushed out, and the team have to be mindful of cars that are coming into the pit lane before they do that as well. So there's the 89 car. That's Scott Parkin in second place, then just coming through the complex now. This is lap number 19 of the race. We've had 28 minutes of it so far. 1.5 seconds between the two leaders, about a second between second and third as well, so still very tight after all of this racing. And give it another 2 laps and then we'll be able to start to make pit stops, should they want to.
Not yet. Well, no, not going to say not yet. For the top runners, I'd probably say one of them will, because they're probably going to want to try and undercut. But at the same time, it depends what they're doing with fuel, because obviously they have got to refuel at some point. So it depends what their plan is with that. You know, the Dark Side development team probably have got a bit more flexibility with what they can do. With it being diesel, they're slightly more economical than some of the petrol engine cars. So this is really one of the biggest strategy challenges of this racing series, because yes, you can take an advantage and pit early, but then, you know, are you going to have enough fuel to make it the full distance? Are you going to completely ruin yourself? So
yeah,
it's a real tricky one.
It is, and also there's the question of how close together do you take your 2 mandatory pit stops as well, because you could, if you've got the flexibility on fuel, you could take them quite close together, couldn't you? One shortly after the other. You might want to really stagger them at either end of the race. I'm just watching the Class C lead battle come past our comment box window, because the gap between those two has come down again to 0.6 of a second between Oliver Harris and Paul Subiani. So a good battle going on, although the Subiani car I can now see has picked up a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits as well. So that might come into play in determining the winner of Class C as yet. Those two we just saw going through. Here they are, just heading down the back straight towards Tower Bend, or Castle as Kieran tried to call it yesterday.
Yes, I did.
Still don't know where you're getting that from. Up the inside goes Paul Subiani. Does he make the move? Stick. They're still side by side on the exit of the corner. Are they going to try and do side by side through the Jim Clark S's? We've got a change for second place, though, happening out of our window because Josh Lawton now has got ahead of Ryan, of Scott Parkin, I should say. And we have had that no change there. It's still the black BMW ahead of the white one. But yeah, it's now a purple BMW ahead of the black and red Audi for second place. Scott Parkin, who was leading down to third. But I wonder if he's going to make an early stop, possibly. He could do it at the end of this lap now because we're 30 minutes or so into the race.
Yeah, possibly. Your idea about doing a quick double stop might not be a bad idea for Scott, because obviously he is the sole driver of that car. He could come in, take 2 very quick pit stops, and then just work his way through the traffic for the rest of the race and just keep on the consistent pace. So
just depends how much fuel that car can hold and how long that will get you through the race.
Well, the pit stop window is now open, and the leaders are coming back past the start-finish straight now. So here we go. The BMW goes very sideways coming out the last corner, and Scott Parkin is now almost alongside of him once again. So here we come, down the start-finish straight. You can see there, just in the background, the BMW is just holding the middle line. Scott is just on the right-hand side, but he can't quite get an overlap of the BMW. So going into Crow, and then Hawthorne. He just has to duck in and wait once again. So, yeah, so in this early phase of the pit stops, obviously, we've only been open a minute and a half, but nobody has come in just yet. I think everybody's had a chance to go round past the pit entry at least once. So, yeah, nobody's taken the very first opportunity to come in and take their first stop. So, yes.
We just saw the E30, didn't we, of the Senna, Osman and Jody House, the BMW 325i, 2.5 litre car go through. That's in Class C. Currently running in 6th position in Class C. Nice to see the E30 out there, probably the oldest car on the grid. Then we've got our Class B leader and our Class C front runners together. So that's now Chris Nyland going past the Subiani car, closely followed by the number 8 car of Tidmarsh. So only 1.1 seconds between those two cars. The gap on the last lap came down by about 1.5 seconds between the two Class B leaders, Nyland and Tidmarsh. So that's a battle that's building up nicely as well. There you can see the teams down in the pit lane. Definitely anticipating up with some action, I think. And the first action that we're going to see is the 63 car coming in, which is Oliver Harris coming into the pit lane, the 16-year-old from the lead of Class C. Kieran's taken off his headset. He's going to head down to the pit lane in just a moment, see if we can grab some interviews with drivers during the course of the pit stops and bring to us a flavour of what is going on down in the pit lane. So the order at this stage, before we get deep into the pit stops, is number 6 that is leading. That's the Dylan Brichter and Ryan Parkin car. In second place is the number 111 car, which is Josh Lawton and David Blackie. The third car is number 89, that is Scott Parkin, which you can see on the screen now. Fourth is the 117 car, that's Martin Gadsby and Ian Jones. Ian Jones at the wheel at the moment. In fifth place, number 23, Chris Byallen and Simon Mason. Sixth is number 44, Alec Yengar and Ben Williams. Is watching the 63 car be refueled there, and the driver has to be out of the car while the refueling is happening. And once it's done, obviously the driver can get back in, but an early stop for the 63 car, as the 77 car of Henry Salisbury is now coming down into the pit lane as well. Because there's 2 mandatory pit stops, we don't necessarily know when all of the driver lineups will be changing, so we don't necessarily know who's in the driving seat for the second part of the race. Class B still being led by Chris Nyland, that's number 83, but only by about a second from number 8, Matthew Tidmarsh, and third within that class is number 1, Samuel Dennis. Class C will now be being led by Paul Subiani in number 66. And I think moving up to second place will be the Simonite car. That's the number 169 car of Matthew Simonite, the Mazda MX-5, as the other cars are in the pit lane. And then third now within that class will be number 37. So that's the Scott Ferguson and Neil Luke BMW Z4. As we're watching on screen now, our Class B leader, and that is Chris Nyland. And talking of Chris Hosey has also joined me once again, with Kieran having headed down to the pit lane. And it's been an all-action first half an hour or so in this Club Enduro race, hasn't it, Chris?
Yeah, absolutely. It's been pretty much no holds barred amongst the top 3 between the Audis and, of course, the Treble 1 BMW, who I have to say is perhaps one of the most spectacular-looking cars on the grid, that Treble 1 BMW. It almost looks as if it could be a candidate for the modified BMW race later on at the BMW event in May. But of course, the Audi TTs, of course, very interesting that those cars are diesel. I mean, that really does throw a whole new sort of avenue on the strategic side of things. Of course, Audi's no stranger to being successful with diesel power in endurance races. I mean, just take the factory team that raced at Le Mans for so many years. Of course, this isn't a factory team, nor is it the European Le Mans series, but it's good to see the diesel Audis doing well, as we see number 8, the Ginetta, trying to get past the 83 Honda. Doesn't quite manage it that time. And but you can see how well that little number 8 Ginetta handles. That car, of course, 2-driver entry, of course. That has him Tia Marsh and, of course, Chris Webster. Just sticking his nose out. Not quite good, not quite able to get there because the Honda just covers him off. But fantastic battle, of course.
And this for the lead in Class B as well. So it's Matthew Tidmarsh at the wheel of the Gulf-liveried Ginetta at the moment. It's Chris Nyland in the number 83 car. He's been racing for about 14 years now, as Chris Nyland started out racing the Ford XR Challenge up at Oulton Park. He's also raced in Citroen C1s, Club Enduro, Type R Trophy as well. Hoping for a full season this year in this Motion Motorsport prepared EP3, which is a car owned by Will Putskill, who will see out in it for the second part of the race. But whether it will be handed over in the lead remains to be seen, because the Ginetta of Matthew Tidmarsh, the 2.5 litre Duratec engine car, is really pushing on. And this is the great thing about this kind of racing, isn't it? You've got two really different cars battling together. Yeah, absolutely. And also you can see the difference in performance characteristics as well. Because bear in mind, for those watching here trackside, and of course watching this on Alpha Live live stream, these two cars are exactly what they look like. The Ginetta is, of course, a full-on modified, admittedly, but a full-on GT spec car, as we've seen the 97 Mazda coming into the pits just past our commentary position. The Honda, the 83 car in front of it, even though these are both in the same class, is effectively a slightly modified production-grade touring car, and yet you see them racing together. They are virtually almost the same car. And remember, we're not. This isn't SRO like GT World Challenge. There's no balance of performance, as we see the Honda Ginetta just navigating past the 77 Honda as it comes out the pits, and that is also going to be something to watch out for over the course of this race, because it's not only about traffic management, but also pit lane traffic management. That is, of course, not only getting ahead of the competition on the pits, but also making sure you don't run into it. And off the pits, as we see one car going right off into the field, that's the 76 Porsche, doing a bit of a spot of grass cutting there. I'm sure the farmer will appreciate that somewhat. But the Unicol orange car going right off the track, and as you can see him just waiting for his opportunity, eventually comes back on. But wow, that was a wild moment. It certainly was for Michael Downey, who was 6th place in Class B when that happened. We've had a change for the lead, meanwhile, in that it is now the 6th car up in front, and we're watching the Class B battle still going on here as well. Here are the... It's the 111, I think, that's got in front, in fact, as well. Yeah. It's the 111 car of Joshua Lawton that's taken the lead of the race. There you can see the two dark side development cars together now. So Josh Lawton's got his car up into the lead. Now, is anyone going to dive into the pit lane here? No, they're all going to continue on track at the moment. So it's the Josh Lawton BMW leading, the two dark side development cars in second and third. It's Dylan Brichter second and Scott Parkin in third. And I just wonder if all is well with these cars. Certainly it was the 6th car of Dylan Brichter that was much slower on the last lap of 1:32 and falling back into the clutches of the sister car of Scott Parkin. So I wonder if there might be a problem there. Meanwhile, Michael Downey, after his wild run half a lap ago, he's unsurprisingly headed into the pits to calm down, I would think. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's any damage to that car though on the front, although there's probably a lot of grass in the radiator. But yeah, real problems for the dark side car. Is that the 6th car? Yes, it's been overtaken by the 89, so something really wrong with that number 6 car. Not so sure, but meanwhile, speaking of things going wrong, the 92 Mazda. Oh my goodness me, I thought there was going to be a real moment down, but it's sunny out that was, so you just don't know where to look in this championship, do you? Yeah, that was Daniel Douglas in 14th place, having a moment. Actually, that's a Class A Mazda MX-5, so it's a bit more powerful than some of those out there, but he's survived that moment. But I wonder how much longer this car's going to survive. The 6th car, Dylan Brichter, handing over to Ryan Parkin. Hopefully he will be. I imagine with the car now down on pace, it will come into the pit lane at the end of this lap just to get checked over. Just seeing Joshua Lawton staying out and Scott Parkin He's staying out, but I wouldn't be surprised to see Dylan Brickton.
Yeah, here he comes.
Yeah, down the pit lane he comes, as you can see. So no surprise there after a couple of slower laps that Dylan's going to come through. And the team will see if they can do anything about that. Also coming in is the number 10 car, which is the BMW of Rob Fennick. So getting a bit busier down there in pit lane now.
Yeah, absolutely. And then we see car number 6 there pulling in, and the team getting to work on that car. Of course, the Darkside development team, one of the best teams in the paddock, if I may say. I mean, they've certainly got a well kitted out pit lane stall, as we saw a little earlier. But yeah, doesn't seem to be that much in the way of urgency there from the 6 crew. They're just putting a tank of fuel in, but again, not much in the way of urgency by the looks of it.
Yeah, while the car is being refueled, they're not allowed to do any other work on the car, so they've just thought, let's get some fuel in. And it doesn't take long to do that through that refueling system, and then they can get to work on the car. So they've got the driver's door open. Is there going to be a driver change? Is that Dylan getting back in, or is that Scott, Ryan Parkin getting in now? But either way, team having a look, seeing if there is anything that can be done there. See that car that's down at the far end of the pit lane from our commentary position. So that's the first of the leading contenders that has come into the pits. There's quite a few drivers now as well, showing with the little penalty symbol next to their name as well. The 66 Hayes and Supiani car has had a penalty. Down the pit road now comes that 92 car, which is the Daniel Douglas Mazda MX-5 that had a moment out on track a few minutes ago. But yeah, it's a mandatory 3-minute stop, which does seem like an awful long while, doesn't it, when you're stationary, I should think?
Yeah, absolutely. But of course, as you said, it's a mandatory stop of 3 minutes, so that means it's kind of like what they see in other club-based endurance championships, where it's a set pit stop time, and even in some professional championships as well, where when you do a pit stop, you have to be in the pit lane and do a pit stop at exactly 3 minutes. If it's slightly under, you can get penalised. If it's slightly over, you can get penalised as well. And it's all a matter of time. And remember, this is a club spec championship as well. There's no fancy TSL timing. There's no F1, powered by AWS graphics package to keep everyone informed. It's literally just an app on your phone that's the stopwatch app, or an actual stopwatch if people still buy those things, and literally pressing a bunch of buttons and physically watching the clock tick down and hoping that your 3 minutes, the one that you see on your phone or stopwatch, is the same as what the officials will see when they do the stopwatch time as well. So, and that's where things could really cause problems, as we see the 111 going past the 171. That's some new BMW going against classic BMW there, and making it very easy. Or a bit of a drift there from car 111. Absolutely love that car as well, especially with the aerodynamics on that thing. And also I've noticed on the leading cars, there's the 111 car there flashing its lights. That's not an emergency signal, that's just a sign, as we see in all endurance series, to tell other cars like that slower number 4 Nick Jackson Seat, I'm coming through, I'm faster, please stay out of the way, I don't want any trouble.
Yeah, 19 is into the pits again. It was in earlier, of course, for a non-routine stop. It is now in for a mandatory stop, as is car number 8, which is the car that was second in Class B. So Matthew Tidmarsh coming into the pit lane in the Ginetta as well. So he's the first of the leading Class B contenders to come in. But there is that 111 car. Josh Lauter that is starting that car, the driver from Hull. There's the 6 car now. We're getting towards the end of that 3-minute mandatory stop. So in a moment they'll push that car back out. It looks like we're going to push it out, but I think they've actually spotted an issue on the car. So now they're having a look at something else before they release the car back into the race. And
they're pushing it in.
Pushing it in now. So it's something that they don't think they can sort quickly, at least. So I'm not going to say they're retiring the car yet, because there's still an hour and 3/4 to go. But this is not what the Darkside Developments crew were hoping for, and now they've got it onto the level on the floor. You can see the team they are now showing some urgency, aren't they, to get some work done.
And also, I'm not really a mechanic. In fact, I'm in no way qualified as a mechanic. But whatever the problem with the car was, it looked like they were trying to push the car out, and I saw it just start to lurch forward. And it was almost as if they were trying to restart the car and get it back going, but then they just sort of thought, no, this isn't going to work out. Meanwhile, one car that's been going slowly the last couple of laps is that number 4 car of Nick Jackson. Yeah. That's the old Cupra car, and it's coming back into the pit. No, it's staying out. Yeah. So it's picked up a bit of pace, but that car's been really struggling all through the race.
Yeah, it was
not what I was expecting from that car.
Yeah, it was in very early, and it's been back out again. It was change of drive from that, so it's Alex Neville driving that, and Wright as well. So either way, that's a car that is 21 laps down on the lead, so that's not really going to be a contender, but it's should be just getting some laps in just to check that the car can and is able to run okay, which might not be the case at the moment, judging from the pace that it's lapping at in the sort of 2-minute bracket on the last lap. So the two leaders, they are still right together, aren't they? 1.1 seconds it was between them at the start of the lap, between Josh Lawton and Ryan Scott Parkin, I should say, number 89. Paul Subiani in the 66 car now from second place in Class C, or actually having taken over the lead of Class C, is in the pit lane. But these leaders back into some more traffic, Chris.
Yeah, absolutely. And I saw Scott Parkin get a little bit crossed up there. Meanwhile, the 111 car coming into the pit lane now. So that could be that could spice things up for the top, because those two were going really hammer and tongs. But Scott Parkin now will inherit the lead, and I believe Kieran Demers down there in the pits.
Unfortunately, a bit of an issue down here for the number 6. Basically, what's happening is the car's gone into limp mode. They're not 100% sure exactly what's going on at the moment. They plugged the laptop in, they cleared everything, and then when Dylan went to go, it just kept on jumping forwards, and jumping forwards. They couldn't get it into gear, into reverse to get it going. Also, car number 4, what happened was they had a misfire. So what they think happened is they downshifted and revved a little bit too high. But thankfully, they managed to get the car back out on track. But yeah, in the meantime, Darkside are just trying to get their car to sort it. I spoke to Ryan. He's also not sure what's going on. In the meantime, one of their main competitors, the 111 BMW up the pit lane, is in for its first stop as well. So it's all happening down here at the pits, but hopefully these guys can get it out in just a couple of minutes.
Thanks, Kieran. Down there in the pit lane, we've had a retirement. The 92 car has now retired from the race, we're told, Daniel Douglas. That car was leaking fluid, which caused it to spin. We saw that on the live stream a few minutes ago, but that car has now retired from the race, we are hearing. So that's sad to see that. And also, I think it might be that we don't see any more of Michael Downey in the Porsche. I think he possibly is now pulled out, having had that off at Tower Corner a few laps ago. So that's a shame for him. So the leader now is Scott Parkin, of course, because he has stayed out there. There's the Class B leader in the pit lane now. The number 83 car, started by Chris Nyland, car shared with Will Pottergill. So we're not quite sure who's going to be in the car. You can see they're changing the tyres on that one.
Yeah, absolutely, and of course it is a long race, this of course, almost 2.5 hours. They're still on the TSL timing, about 1 hour 41 minutes to go. So again, tyre wear, that's also going to be something that plays on teams and drivers' minds, because a lot of these tyres, and again a lot of these cars as well, I'm not so sure what the tyre dynamics are, but some teams obviously using slick tyres, other teams using other types of tyre, and of course there's different brands of tyre as well. Obviously there's no official tyre factory backing, but there are people that use Nankang tyres, there are some people that use some of the Hoosier tyres that we've seen in other championships. Pretty much any tyre that you can get your hands on.
Yeah.
And again, those tyres, depending on what source you go to, is going to behave much differently on this track. I mean, you might think, a lot of people might think, oh, it's just a tyre, it just behaves like a tyre, but that's just not the case. I mean, it's a bit like, to use an analogy here, it's a bit like saying, if you go into a supermarket and buy a chocolate bar, it's like, oh, it's a chocolate bar, it's the same thing, but it's in no way the same. It's the same thing with tyres, it's the same thing with the performance characteristics of cars. It just adds to that drama.
Yeah, and they all have to be list 1A, 1B or 1C tyres as defined by the Motorsport UK regulations. So there are no slicks in this, but they're all treaded tyres, but there's quite a lot of freedom for different tyre manufacturers. Different tyres will have different characteristics. Some will wear faster than others. There's the 97 car. That was the car started by Dave Connell. That car has made a stop, I think. So it could well be Alex Wilkins Hughes now that's at the wheel of the car. But it's a rebuilt car this year, that number 97 Mazda, I should tell you, after the car was effectively written off after an incident in the road sports at Silverstone last year. The engine, the doors, the roof and the front wings are from the 2024 car, but the rest is rebuilt with a new shell and a new aero package.
Oh, and there's problems for it.
As I talk about it,
Commentator's
it's retired.
curse.
Oh, there you go, you see. I've been doing this a long while and I still curse the cars there. So it's a great shame that car, with its 2.5 litre turbo engine, is now out of the race, it would seem. So that's parked up behind the barriers. It's in a position of safety. I don't think that's going to be a problem as far as needing any kind of caution period is concerned. So obviously during the course of these pit stops, the look of the timing screen changes somewhat, depending on whether teams have made any of the stops. Not another driver that's in now is the 117 Ian Jones BMW Compact, with that lovely sort of traditional BMW Warsteiner livery. There's a little bit of fluid that's dripped out from underneath the car there. Hopefully no big problems there. Ian Jones sharing that car with Martin Gadsby. Another car into the pits now is the number 88 car. That's Joe Williams from second position, the 36-year-old mechanic from Leominster. Been racing since 2019. But there is the Jones and Gadsby car going back out into the race, with, I would say, 2/3 of the field now having made their first stops. I don't think anyone's actually made 2 scheduled stops yet. There's a couple of drivers that have been in 2 or 3 times, but not all of those are for mandatory stops, possibly just other issues that they've had with the car. So it's going to take a moment or two before the class positions settle down. So Class B at the moment is being led by Samuel Dennis, but he's yet to make his stop. And Class C is now being led by the Scott Ferguson and Neil Luke car, the BMW Z4. And again, that's a car that has yet to make its stop. Top 3 in Class C all have yet to make the stop. Matthew Similite in second, and the Senna Osman and Jody House car in third. Another pit stop visitor, is the 44 car coming in now from third position. This is Ben Williams making his stop. He started that car, I think, and it's followed in by the race leader, Chris.
Yeah, absolutely. I saw that car coming in. I noticed the capture car there, that TCR, was a bit slow on the hairpin, and there was a small puff of smoke from it as it was coming in. Might have been tyres locking up. I wasn't so sure. Maybe he was just keeping it nice and steady going through the hairpin because he knew he was going to come into the pits. But also interestingly, as we were talking about the 117 car, I actually noticed one of the drivers was holding a piece of pipe work from that car. I wasn't so sure if it was a new pipe. It didn't look as if it was sufficiently worn out, but and then again, that might have been just a detail that was picked up by the cameras and just thought it was worth showing. But yeah, that might explain why there was a bit of fluid down there. You actually noticed that one of the drivers sort of stepped in front as if to say, don't look at this bit of the car. But no, but it left the pits okay. But I wouldn't be surprised if that car does quite well. Just going past our commentary position, that sounds all right from the commentary box. And then, of course, the 117 car, and it's almost retro Warsteiner Schnitzer livery, definitely on a bit of a charge as we see car 111 heading through. And actually, interestingly, talking of TCR cars, best placed of those cars, even though there's no official class, is 23, which is Chris Balin and Simon Mason. They're currently second, according to the timing tower, in car 23. That car, of course, run by some of the people that ran Piranha Motorsports, I'm good to understand, who raced in Ginetta Juniors and in British GT and GT4s with Lotus.
On the inset there, you can see the 89 car, which is was the race leader, still is on the timing screen, which is Scott Parkin. So yes, that Simon Mason and Chris Byallen, number 23 car, is going to take the lead of the race temporarily, at least. This car was the leader before the pit stops. Josh Lawton and David Blackie. It is in the 111 car. Not sure which driver it is at the wheel at the moment, of course, because we don't have that information. So we know who started the car, but we don't necessarily know who's going to be in it for the second and third parts of the race, because some teams with 2 drivers may go for just 1 driver change. Of course, they might change the drivers twice and at each pit stop as well, just to cause further confusion. Fairly busy pit lane at the moment. You can see a handful of cars in the background. Just zooming in on Scott Parkin's car, a bottle of water being handed to him just to allow him to refresh himself before the race gets back underway as far as he is concerned, with an hour and 35 minutes of it still to go. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars that have yet to make their first stop. But at the moment, the Mason Berlin car, the Steve Cheetham and David Hornsey Porsche Boxster. Hornsey it is at the moment, as out of the pit lane comes the 88 car of Joe Williams. And then I think it's all the top 3 in Class C that have yet to make their stops as well. So it's now Mason and Byallen leading, and it's Cheetham and Hornsey in second place in that Porsche Boxster 3.8 litre car, which we've not actually seen too much of on the live stream just yet. We're watching on stream at the moment the 111 car, which is leading this race. It is at the, well, not leading this race, it was leading the race. At the moment it's 2 laps down, having made its stop. It's actually come out behind the Gadsby and Jones car, hasn't it, by about 20 seconds looking at the timing screen. So they've both made their stops, but within the stops it is Gadsby and Jones that have come out on top in the 117 car ahead of 111. So the purple BMW's got some work to do.
Yeah, absolutely. But if anyone can do it, it's definitely that duo of course, of Lawton and David Blackie. David Blackie, of course, I'm actually familiar with because he actually raced a car similar to this in terms of its colour in the Scottish Motorsports Championship up at Knockhill. He's also raced, I think he still races somewhat in the CTCRC Thunder and Classic Thunder division, which, given the fact that that car's the same colour as David Blackie's car from last year at the KMSC, and the fact that it looks like an absolute Thunder car, I would not be surprised if it competes in that. And them getting a little bit crossed up there behind the 77. Meanwhile, we see the 89 car, the sole surviving, by the looks of it, Audi from Darkside Developments, just hurtling around sunny in and sunny out, heading down towards the complex now, with 1 hour, 33 minutes and 19 seconds on the clock to go. Just saw a spot of the one of the Z cars there, getting a little bit squirrely in the background. But yeah, very interesting that the Lawton and Blackie cars behind the 117 car.
Yeah,
and even though it's going faster by the looks of it.
Let's see as well where this parking car comes through. So it's just about to come through to complete another lap. So this is Scott parking, and yeah, there he is. So he has come through, and he is ahead of both of them, isn't he? You think it's a clutch issue on the Dylan Brichter and Ryan parking car? A message just coming through from Kieran there. So clutch issue, we think, on car number 6. That car's still in the pits, and now about 11 laps down. So very much out of contention as far as any race win is concerned. But there is was on the screen there, the leading stopper, the number 89 car, Scott Parkin, just coming down towards us now. He's just behind the number 1 car, which is Samuel Dennis and Ian Simmons. And again, not sure which driver it is now at the wheel of that car, which was for a short time leading in Class B, but now it's made its pit stop. It's down to 4th place within Class B, which is being headed by Matt Fazy, who is shown as having made 2 stops. He's in the pits now, but I don't think either of those could have been mandatory stops of the appropriate length of time. So that's a slight puzzle as to what's gone on with Matt Fazy there, but he's in the pits at the moment. So taking over the Class B lead from him will be the Will Puttergill and Chris Nyland car, which is the one that was leading going into the pit window.
Yeah, I actually did see him, the Fazy car, actually come into the pits there a little while back. I'm not so sure where it is on pit road at the moment, as we see car number 23.
That's the race leader.
That's the race leader coming in, the sort of gross net race leader at the moment, now coming in. As we look on the back stretch, a brilliant plethora of cars. There's the Porsche, the 43 car we were briefly talking about, going past one of the G40 Ginettas, followed by the number 10 M2 Cup BMW. And then, of course, car number 77, that's one of the Hondas coming past through Tower, as we wait to see who else with bated breath. As you can see, the heat haze there in the distance. I mean, it doesn't, we've had the air conditioning turned on in the commentary box, so it doesn't feel as roasty toasty as it was early on. As we see Class B still being battled through. It's a Honda versus Ginetta again. And again, that number 4 Seat still just trudging around, just trying to keep out of everyone's way. But this battle for Class B is really something.
Yeah, it certainly is. So there is only 0.7 of a second between them. So despite the pit stop, they've both made a pit stop, they're still absolutely together. So it's the 83 car of Puttergill and 9 and the 8 car of Tidmarsh and Webster. Not sure who it is in either of those. I don't know if Kieran could possibly hop down to those teams, see if we can find out who might be in each of those cars at the moment, because it'd be quite interesting to find out. But they're heading down the back straight, the old start and finish straight, past the old pit lane, in towards Tower for the, in their case, the 37th time, I think. They're not. This will effectively be for the Class B lead, as we've said. Third place within the class, I think, will be Sam Dennis and Effian Simmons Honda. Through the Jim Clark S as they go, left and right they flick, and then out towards the right-hander at Barcroft, and then onto the brakes, turning into the first part of Sunny. Again, these two evenly matched cars, despite being so different in many respects, having a great fight. Out of Sunny out now, then this shorter straight towards the left-hander at the complex. That's the Johnny Hayes and Paul Subiani, number 66 BMW from Class C, that is ahead of them, which is still very much in contention for a Class C podium. There'll be a bit of speed differential between those two, but they are turning out of the final corner now, and they're still nose to tail, those two. The Hayes and Subiani BMW keeps the drivers right and allows those two faster Class B cars past him. Although not necessarily making it all that easy. They head into Clervaux once again, and they are still locked in combat. It's a great race between those two.
Yeah, and you can see how close the Jeanette has gotten over the last half lap or so. He's now right on the tail of that Civic as they head through the chicane. But then you can see on the backstretch the Civic just stretching its advantage just a little bit, although not that much than the last lap. As they go down the backstretch, down towards Tower, the Jeanette just having a little look there, not quite close enough. But again, this is also a real showcasing the dynamics between these cars, because the Honda is a front-wheel drive car, whereas the Jeanette, because it's a sports car, is effectively a rear-wheel drive car. And you can see how close that Jeanette is, cutting a bit more of the curb than the Honda through the Jim Clark S's. Down towards Barcroft, you can see the wheel being shuffled in the 83, but they're just a bit more momentum in the Honda's favour that time round, into Sunny in and Sunny out. And it's proving to be a real seesaw battle between these two. And of course, remember, the 8 car won its class yesterday in the road sports division. Of course, that was a 45-minute test. This, of course, 2.5 hours. But I wouldn't be surprised if car 8, with its crew of, as I see, consult the entry list, Ted Marsh and Webster, would be going for 2 on the bounce. And it looks like they could be in a shot of that if they can just get past the 83 Honda Civic, which is still holding its own.
Yeah, so another lap completed by those two battling for Class B supremacy, of course. Tidmarsh and Webster then winning Class B last year. Nyland and Puttergill, with Ryan Bensley on occasion, were second last year. So these were the two that disputed the Class B championship last year, and they're equally evenly matched this year. It's great to see. I think they had 2 wins for Tidmarsh and Webster, 3 wins for the Nyland and Puttergill combination. So between them, they mapped up 5 out of the 6 victories last year. The only exception was the opening round of the championship, where Jonathan Packer won in the Capture Motorsport Golf. He's not out certainly for this opening round of the 2025 season. Through the Jim Clark S as they go once again. How far ahead of them of the next car in their class are they? They're quite a long way ahead of them, I think. Probably most of a lap, I would suggest, at the moment. Meanwhile, we've got still the Cheatham Hornsey car. David Hornsey out there in the 4th box, now leading the race. He's yet to make his stop. And of those that have stopped, looks like it is Scott Parkin, number 89, that is leading. And in second place now, I think, although I'm not sure if that's fully up to date on the timing screen, is the Yeah, it is there. The second place car is now the Byallen and Mason Cupra. The 23 car is in second place. The Gadsby and Jones BMW is third. And I think the Lawton and Blackie BMW has now got a penalty applied to it. Yes, it's got a 5-second penalty. That will be for exceeding track limits. That is, I think, probably still going to be in sort of net fourth position once you take out the cars that have yet to make a stop. So it's quite interesting that we've had a bit of a shuffle around in the overall Class A order. Meanwhile, Class B, it's still very much the same as it was, Chris.
Yeah, absolutely. These two have been going hammer and tongs for the best part of them the last couple of laps now, as we see car 83 still trying to hold off the 8 car of Tidmarsh and Webster. But the Ginetta just, you can see in the the longer bits of the track, the Honda just has that slight bit of an advantage because of its front-wheel drive. It can get that power down, sort of scrabble for grip and get it pulled out of the corners, whereas the rear-wheel drive, you kind of have to be careful with it because, again, all the power goes to the back, so there's a real risk of overcooking the car. And as they head for the faster seconds, again, you can see the Honda just pulls away a bit, but then in the tighter bits of the track, the Ginetta, because it's smaller and agile, it actually closes back up as we head up towards the complex again. Still pretty much a dead heat as we see them head through the left-hander of the complex. Then they head through the two right-handers, a huge amount of traffic ahead of them as well as we see the Seat and the 117 car. And of course the Seat diligently keeping out of the way of these two. And the Ginetta almost had a look on the outside, just sticking his nose out to say, I'm still right with you. As the 117 car goes past one of the only open-top Mazdas in the field. And there goes the Webster entry, just going round the outside, just sticking his nose out again, just trying to keep applying that psychological pressure to the 83 car.
Yeah, great fight. It's the Matthew Simonite MX-5 that is just ahead of them on the road at the moment. The 169 car for the driver from Chesterfield with its OnlyFans livery as they make their way down towards it. Car ahead of them on the road is the 117 Gadsby and Jones BMW, which is lapping quite a long way off its ultimate pace. I think it might be Martin Gadsby that's now at the wheel of that car, lapping the 135s. It was doing 127s earlier on in the race. Ian Jones certainly the faster driver of those two. So these two here, we've got on screen now, they're lapping the 133. So although they're in Class B cars, they're actually catching the Class A BMW at the moment. They're about 2 seconds off the lap times they've been capable of, but again, that's because they're battling with each other because of traffic. And here now comes the Tidmarsh and Webster Ginetta as they come into the complex, just backing out of the move, in fact, I think, as they arrive there. They're so evenly matched, but it just seems to me that the Ginetta, well, they're just lacking the top-end speed to sort of really ever find a way through. Not quite sure, and actually losing a bit of ground, not getting the best drive out of the hairpin there. Let's head down to the pit lane though for the moment and hear from Kieran Mogg.
All right, so we're down here with car 44 and Pappy. We've got a bit of an issue with your suspension here. Do you want to talk us through what happened?
I think the driver ran out of talent, to be brutally honest with you, and went on the grass, and this is it.
Yeah, it's not exactly how you want suspension to look. Now, obviously, you've been in the pits for a few minutes trying to change that, and we've seen you with hammers trying to smash the spring off it, but you managed to get there. Yeah, so it's literally split apart right at the base there.
Yeah, it's completely split apart. But if we put it on the other side, it'll probably be all right. Yeah. The problem was only on this side, wasn't it? So
it won't be a problem then. Well, at least we'll be back out in a couple of minutes.
Yeah, but a couple of minutes we'll be back out. Yeah, cheers.
Sweet, thank you very much. So yeah, back up to you guys in comms.
Thank you for that, Kieran. So that's a drama for the 44 car, Ben Williams and Alok Iyengar, who are now 10 laps down. It was Ben Williams, I think, that was driver on circuit when the damage was done that we were seeing evidence of there. It looks now like the Class B leaders have caught that Gadsby and Jones Class A BMW, haven't they, Chris?
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, from it, I've actually seen a move here by the 83 car on the BMW, so that's Class B versus Class A. And also bear in mind, according to what we're seeing on the timing tower here on the live stream, for those who are watching it as well, this is also effectively a battle overall for 5th and 6th position outright on the track, because the BMW 117 is in, it says on the timing tower here, 4th. I'm pretty sure that's a slight discrepancy, but the 83 and 8 are 6th and 7th. Overall, leading Class B with the next available Class B car, which are defending champions, car number 1 in 10th position. And of course, we've got at least 2 TCR cars in the top 10 as well, albeit of the Gen 1 spec. But a very interesting battle developing between those three, because on the one hand, we've got a heavily modified Ginetta that's challenging after a slightly almost BTCC-esque Honda Civic, albeit a bit more production in its appearance, and a BMW Compact, which has about as much horsepower as a space shuttle by the sounds of it and by the looks of it. But it looks like there's a change for Class B, because the Ginetta has gotten in front. It is, and it's well ahead of 83, so something's clearly happened. but Ginetta are out in front in Class B.
Yes, so Tidmarsh and Webster have got ahead now of Nyland and Puttergill in the 83 car there. Often happens in these races where there's so much traffic, all on different laps, that something can happen and just disrupt the flow of a battle. But that's not to say that the battle is over, because we've been saying they've been catching that 117 car, but they are still on different laps. The Gadsby and Jones car 2 laps off the lead. The battle that we've been watching 3 laps off the lead, although they have been catching the car in front. At the moment, there's only one car on the leading lap, because that's the car that has yet to make its pit stop. That's the David Hornsey, Steve Cheetham Porsche box, which is the one that we're watching now. And is it ever going to pit? Because it's not pitted that time, the one that has. And this is a driver making the second stop for this car. That's the 77 car of Henry and Olivia Salisbury, the brother and sister that are racing. We saw them out yesterday in the road sports as well. And that's definitely their second stop. So we are now getting some of the drivers making their second scheduled stop. And the 117 car is into the pits as well. That's the BMW that we've been talking about, the Gadsby and Jones BMW. So that's their second scheduled stop in the mandatory pit window. But still 80 minutes to go potentially in this race, or just under. So quite a long way to go for anyone, and depending on how much fuel they can get in their tank. So that car into the pits as well. So it's really Scott Parkin leading now. The Chris Byle and Simon Mason car in second. And in what will become third place, the Lawton and Blackie 111 BMW. Still no sign of the 6 car coming out of the pit lane. There's the Salisbury car coming out now, or going into the pits I should say. Those the brother and sister team. Motion Motorsport crew running that particular car. Now they're pushing that car back out already, so that's not been 3 minutes, has it? So this was an unscheduled stop. It's not going to count as one of the mandatory stops. There must have just been a problem there that the driver wanted to get checked over.
Yeah, and also by the looks of it, there might have actually been a bit of a problem. It didn't look that serious if it was a quick check over, but at the same time, when that 77 car, the Salisbury's, was trying to get in, there was actually a big battle happening between the 111 Blackie and Lawton car, and then of course the 88 car as well. One of the TCRs of Joe Williams was having a right old battle with that car, and actually caused a delay for the 77 car on pit lane there. As we see number 66 going very, very slowly. I believe that's one of our Class C contenders. I think it's got back up to speed now, but a bit of a bog down there coming out of the hairpin. So potential drama in Class C.
Yeah, that's Johnny Hayes and Paul Simeoni. They are in 4th place in Class C now. Leading Class C is Matthew Simonox. He's still not stopped. Also still having not stopped, his second in Class C. That's the St Osman and Jody Halscott. Now, I can tell you, by the way, the Class B battlers, it is Will Puttergill in Class car 83 now. That's the Honda. And it is Chris Webster in the Ginetta. So we're wondering that. So it's Chris Webster in the Ginetta that's out in the lead of Class B by 2.5 seconds now from Will Puttergill, having got ahead a few laps ago. Watching there the 34 Ben Brooks Lotus Elise go through. That's the car he's sharing with, I think it was Phil Grayson, we decided was his co-driver. Just trying to get that information back in front of me on my screen, because I've lost it again. But yes, I think it was the Grayson was his co-driver. It's yeah, Philip Grayson, the co-driver for that particular car. But there's that Class B second place car being driven by Will Puttergill, and there's the leader.
Yeah, absolutely, and you can see the gap already between Webster and of course the 83 car now being driven by Puttergill as they head through the chicane now up towards Tower, and the Ginetta catching up with the number 13 Porsche there. That's a Porsche GT4 spec Cayman, albeit with a slightly more modified aerodynamic package. That car, of course, Matt Fazy, another Class B car, of course, so they're not on the same pace as the leading two. And then, of course, I saw the overall leader as well heading through there, as well as we see the spectators still lapping up the sunshine, and, of course, the cars on track, as we see the Mazda 169 heading through with its very distinctive OnlyFans livery. That car effectively a Super Cup car from BRSCC circles, but still going very well. And we see one of the TCRs and going through the chicane as well. And I also happen to know from a little while earlier, having seen it on track, the capture car is back out. But yeah, talking of that, the mechanics not shy about saying who was at fault for the damaged suspension, if I may say.
Absolutely, blame laid fairly and squarely. The 19 car has retired. That's with a misfire. That's the Wayne Lawson and James Pickford Audi. That's out of the race, I'm afraid. Kieran confirming that news from down there in the pit lane. So we have lost a few cars already in this race, I'm afraid to say. We've also got several cars that have picked up penalties for exceeding track limits on several occasions. So 5 and 10 second penalties have been served. A 5-second penalty most recently has gone out to car 69, which is the Fothergill and Ellsworth Ginetta G40. So that's picked up a 5-second penalty now, I'm afraid. It's down in the pits. Finally making a stop is the 171 BMW. That's the E30, which is started by Senna Osborne. So Jodie Holtz will probably get a go in that now. And this is, I think, probably a smaller team of them. Not a big number of people descending on it like we saw with the cars from likes of Dark Side Development, but Senna Osborne getting out of the car to possibly hand over to Jodie Holtz. And they've got their 3 minutes stop to make, including the refuelling. So still we've got an hour and 13 minutes or so to go in this race.
Oh, big lock up there from Webster in the Ginetta, trying to get past the Fazy Porsche, but wasn't quite able to do it there. They almost banged fenders there, as we see car number 89, our overall leader, Scott Parkin, heading through past him. That's not for position, that's just putting him another lap on the field. And of course, interestingly, you say that we've had so many penalties come up, because obviously these guys are all pushing very, very hard, but the reason we've got so many penalties is mainly because of track limits, and the reason for that is on a lot of parts of the track there's these sort of greens, almost like curbing bits that you have on the outside of the tracks these days, and that basically is almost a sort of impact area where it's full of sensors that detects when a car's gone offline past the sort of white line that you can see if you're watching the live stream. You can see the white line outlining the part of the track and even the curbing. And if you go over that 3 times, it's a bit like baseball, really. It's 3 strikes, and on this occasion it's 3 strikes. It's like you get 3 warnings, but then on the 4th strike, it's okay, you've done it 1 too many times. You're getting a penalty for it, and if it's any worse than that, you get black flagged and potentially a disqualification. And that's something you just do not want to have in an endurance race like this.
Penalties certainly rack up, don't they, if you repeatedly exceed those track limits. 5 seconds, then 10 seconds, and a drive-through penalty after that. And if you keep going after that, then, as you say, Chris, you can risk the disqualification, if you forget my words out. Past our commentary box window, just about to cross the timing line, and on the live stream is the number 89 car. That is the car that will take over the lead of the race. That's Scott Parkin. He is 1 minute and 23 seconds behind the car that's actually shown on screen as the leader. That's Dave Holmes's Steve Cheatham car. That's because it still is the leader, but it's yet to make its first stop. Still got 2 stops to make in what is left of this race. Of course, if you don't take your stops, then you get a lap penalty to sort of replace those stops. So don't think you can cheat the system by just not making a pit stop or 2. You will get penalised for that. That's the leading car. It's off the road. Well, it's not going to make a pit stop now, is it? That's the 43 car. It looks like it's gone into the barriers there. Just trying to see where that is. Yes, it is down there at Hawthorne. Yes. So that's gone into the barriers down at Hawthorne's, the car that was in the lead of the race. David Horns was at the wheel, I think, of that car. Marshall's just rushing to assist and check that the driver is okay. But it looks like the car has gone into the barriers. There's smoke and steam pouring out from underneath it. And I wouldn't be surprised. Yes, we do have the safety car being released out onto the circuit now for the first time in this race. And as we've said, you cannot make any pit stops under the safety car in Tagiwa Club Enduro. But let's now head down to the pit lane and let's get the latest from Kieran Mogg.
Yeah, I'm down here. They've just had the entire basic front suspension coming off. So CV joint has been going, and Yeah, the team are just working, obviously, just to get everything back sorted. There's a bit of leaking as well underneath the car, so they're just doing the final just checks on the wheel nuts. Should be going out pretty soon. So yeah, the number one all sorted now. The mechanics done a very good job of getting all that changed in such a short space of time. A lot going on, and you can see a little bit of fluid just down on the floor that they're having to sort out. But yeah, great job from the mechanics down here to get the number one back out in such short time.
Yes, and that's the car that won the championship last year, of course. Sam Dennis, Ash Moore last year. It's Sam Dennis and Deacon Simmons at the wheel this year. They were 5th in Class B, or they are 5th in Class B at the moment in this race, having moved that car from Class C to Class B. As we've explained earlier on, the different classes are based on the power to weight ratio. So if you put some more power into the car or take some weight out, then you can move up the classes by making those modifications one way or the other. But the safety car is now out, and that's because we've had that incident for the car that was leading the race but had yet to make its pit stop, 43, the Porsche Boxster of David Hornsey and Steve Cheetham. That had gone off at Hawthorne into the barriers, so safety car will be heading out. It will pick up a car, not necessarily the leader. It doesn't have to wait to pick up the leader.
It has picked up the leader, but the looks of it,
that is handy. It has picked up Scott Parkin, and once we've got the cars all in a nice orderly train, at that point then I think we'll get the recovery vehicles released out onto the circuit to move that car out of the way. And also I think the marshals and the circuit staff will probably just want to check that the barriers are in good order as well. I mean, it didn't look like a very heavy hit, but still they'll just want to make sure that the barriers are in good order before racing gets back underway.
Yeah, there's the remnants, effectively, of car number 43. I don't see the driver anywhere. Doesn't look like the driver is in the car. So I did see the door open as if the driver was about to get out. So obviously everything seems fine from there, from what we can best tell. But that car is absolutely almost beached inside what is effectively a sort of foam rector-cell barrier there.
It's got the rubber belt, hasn't it, protecting it?
Yeah, and also you can see how the damage as well. It looks like the front bumper's askew. Obviously, probably the front left corner is very heavily damaged on that car, but the looks of it, it doesn't look as if it really hit that bad, although it may have damaged the oil cooler, because I did notice there was some steam coming out, and of course on the Porsche, as is so often the case, not just in championships like this, but even in Carrera Cup and even Super Cup as well, further afield, if you damage a Porsche at the front, it has not just the radiator, but all the sort of oil and hydraulic cooling radiators up front as well, which of course helps with making a Porsche, because we all know it's one of the best sort of sports cars around. But if you damage any of that stuff, it's effectively a game over situation, and even more so dramas for the championship defending champions in Class B with suspension trouble. But good to see them back out, albeit with quite a mountain to climb.
Let's head down to Kieran. He's got more news from the pits.
I'm just down here with Ryan Parkin from car number 6, and he said there's a bit of a story going on.
Yeah, dramas galore. We're not really too happy about it, but that camera's very close to my face. Yeah, so Scott and Dylan were doing pretty good at the front. Josh was troubling us quite a bit. Obviously, we got round him lap 1, so he had a little bit of a cold tyre moment. And then, saw a bit of smoke coming out of Dylan's when I was sat at turn 1 there watching with the kids. And then I started sprinting up the pit lane as I saw him coming in. And it turns out that he got a limp mode with no fault code, so we can't figure that out. Then the gearbox was shifting a bit funny in 56, so we don't know what that is at the minute, so they're 2 outstanding issues. Then the clutch failed, which then meant the starter fuse blew when he tried starting it back up, so quite a bit of dramas. But Scott's still doing good, so we're all right. But it looked like my car had a bit more pace than Scott, at least with Dylan driving anyway. And it'd have been quite good if I got in it. So when you said what driver, it was potential driver of car 6, so... Yeah,
you're not out of it completely just yet. Obviously, the mechanics are working on it. Do you know what they're doing at the moment?
They're going to change the clutch because we think either the slave cylinder's failed or the clutch itself, which I'm not sure how old that is, but it's not at the life that we used to put on them. Or we'd have changed it already. going to do that, and then we can go out at least, if we've got 10 minutes at the end, and just figure out why it was doing the limp mode thing, 'cause there's no fault codes, which it's very unusual for this not to throw a code when it's got a limp mode problem. But we are asking the standard, it's a transporter van ECU, we're asking a lot of that to do 2-hour endurance, 2.5-hour endurance races. So yeah.
Yeah, no, fair enough. So you're essentially using the rest of it as a practice session, a test session, just to see, kind of figure out what's wrong with it and see if you can get any other data from it.
Yeah, because we don't want to turn up to the next round and the first laps be limp mode, or we do 30-minute test session next time out, and then as soon as we get in the race, 40 minutes in, it decides it's not happy with X, Y, Z. We're not, like I said, we're not sure what it is yet. It could be quite a number of things at the minute. So yeah, unfortunate, but this is racing, building your own cars.
It is, absolutely. Well, fingers crossed, obviously, the next round will be a bit smoother and you can get out in the rest of the race.
Yeah, that'd be good. Thank you.
Cheers, thank you very much. Right, back up to you guys in comms.
Thank you very much, Kieran, down there. So we're still running behind the safety car. The 169 car is the only car now. It did pull off at a marshal's post. Marshall checked it. The car has continued, but it is limping around, and I wonder if it's out of fuel.
Yeah, I think it's grinding to a halt. That looks like it's coming out of sunny out there.
Yes.
And I actually noticed that car slowing whilst Kieran was on the interview. It actually slowed down by the marshal's post on the back straight away, I noticed. And it's got going again, but yeah, it's either a fuel consumption problem, i.e. it doesn't have enough fuel in the tank, or it might be a fuel feed problem.
Well,
it's going, and then it sort of cuts out as if it's like, oh, I'm thirsty, and then, oh, I've got something, and then...
Bit of both, I think, because it's yet to make it stop. So, I mean, this is nearly an hour and a half into the race, so quite a long way into the race to leave its first stop, and obviously possibly too long. And there might just be the sort of dregs of the fuel in the bottom of the tank, and occasionally there might be enough just to fire a few further yards along the circuit, but now it's ground to a halt again on the circuit at the complex, and yeah, it's within touching distance of the pit lane really, but a few yards ago, I think it's not going to go any further. I think the marshals might need to get down to that and just give it a helping shove back to the pit lane. It's still obviously rolling, but not necessarily under its own power. And this is where you want a circuit with a bit of gradient, wouldn't it? You want a downhill run to the pit lane, and he might have made it back, but on a pretty flat circuit like this, not getting any help from gravity, of course.
Yeah, well, I can tell you, if this was Knock Hill, that definitely wouldn't be a problem. In fact, it'd be even more of a problem because of the fact that the only downhill bit on Knock Hill, and you use the conventional layout, the sort of clockwise layout, it's literally down through the first corner, down towards sort of the old sort of Leslie's bit, as it were. So, and that's the only downhill bit you get. Everywhere else, it's pretty much uphill. So
yeah, up to the final, through the final hairpin, up to the start line, isn't it?
Yeah.
We saw the 43 car being taken away by the recovery vehicles there, so that's going to be out of the way before much longer. We still, though, have the 169 car, which is now stopped. It's still not moved from where it was, where we saw it on the live stream a moment ago. So it's basically almost on the apex of the first part of the complex. So the safety car is keeping to the right-hand side of the circuit, and all of the drivers following it around. Of course, because we're already in the safety car, it means that we don't need to sort of have another caution. But it might mean that the caution period goes on a bit longer. What this does mean now is that the safety car trainer's gone by. I can see the marshals, they're getting ready to just dash across the circuit and try and give that car a push. Now, whether they're just going to try and push it up against the barriers or even potentially try and get it into the back entrance to the paddock, which isn't too far away, remains to be seen. But it has ground to a halt, that car. Let's give a rundown on the order as things stand, with most of the drivers having made one stop. So it's number 89 that is leading. That is the Darkside Developments Audi of Scott Park, and yes, the marshals are pushing the Simonite car, Matthew Simonite car, behind the barriers of their marshal's post. 23 is in second place. That's Chris Byallen and Simon Mason. In third place is the 111 car, which is Josh Lawton and David Blackie. In fourth place is number 8. That's now Chris Webster on board the car he's sharing with Matthew Tidmarsh. In fifth place, and he's leading Class B, by the way. In fifth place is number 83. That is Will Puttigill now, who's sharing with Chris Nyland. In sixth place, it's number 88. That's Joe Williams. In seventh place, it's number 10. That's the Rob Fennick and Andrew Shepherd car. In 8th place will be Matt Fazy, because the Cheatham and Hornsey car is out of the race. So Matt Fazy will be 8th in number 13, and 3rd in Class B. 9th will be number 34, which is the Brooks and Grayson Lotus, also in Class B. And running out the top 10 will be the Class C leader. Top 10 overall, that's a great showing for Oliver Harris and Joel Oswick in their BMW. And all of those, I think, have made one stop. Fazy, for some reason, is showing having made 2 stops, but only one of those will have been a mandatory 3-minute stop, I'm pretty sure. So it's still going around behind the safety car, but the Simonite car is now out of the way, I can see. So it might be, Chris, that we get going again this lap with a bit of luck.
Yeah, I believe so. And also, interestingly enough, because these cars are in the safety car, that's going to really, I think, play a slightly more sort of critical strategic hand with a lot of these crews and drivers, because as we see him, number 89 just backing the field up, which means I think we are going to go green flag racing now. So it's
safety car lights are out.
Up to the Audi to control the pace. But again, as we saw here, no one can do anything in the way of pit stops under the safety car. Once they go back under racing, they can do so. In fact, we are now racing with the 89 car getting a good jump. And also, interestingly enough, as you can see on, for those watching on the live stream here, on the screen, yes, the number 8 car is second on the road, but that's not where it actually is on the net race order, because of the lap differences involved. So just to clarify, because it does look like, oh, there's a Ginetta in second, and then Porsche third, then Honda fourth. It isn't. That's just how it appears physically on your screen.
Yeah, they're all on different laps.
But on timing, it's different.
There's 11 seconds between the first 2 cars, which is the parking car that was the first car on the road, 89, and then Chris Bale and Simon Mason, Cupra in second place, the TCR car. And then it's 1 lap down is the Lawton and Blackie BMW. That's that car we can see now, just making its way past 1 2 cars. And then the Tidmarsh and Webster car, the Ginetta, we just saw in shot there, ahead of that car, the 83 car. Those both 2 laps down the 2 Class B leaders, so they're in a fantastic position overall, but they are 2 laps down on the overall race leader with 58 minutes of this race left to go as scheduled. Turning their way through the Jim Clark S's, and now they've all been in that orderly line, albeit a rather jumbled line in terms of the pace of the cars. It will sort itself out a little bit, won't it, as the quick cars come to the front of the queue. And it'll be interesting to see if anyone does start to make any pit stops at the end of this lap, because at the end of this lap, that's when they can start to make pit stops once again. They're not allowed to follow the safety car in at the end of its caution period. But certainly Scott Parkin's gone straight past the pit entrance, so too has Chris Webster, so too has Matt Fazy, so too has Will Puttigill, so too has David Blackie. So it looks like most of the drivers opting to stay out for a little bit longer at least.
As we see him battle between Ginetta and Porsche heading down into turn 1. Again, that's not for position, I should emphasise. Of course, that car number 13 of Fazy not in second place in class, not like this. It's in 3rd place on the class according to our timing, Terry. It looks like it's on 2nd on the road, but again, it's 1 lap behind the leading duo. Despite what it appears on screen, as we see dramas for car number 69. That is one of the more GT5 spec Ginettas. That is the Fothergill car, Marcus and Lucas Fothergill, also racing in the classic sports car club by the emblem on it. But yeah, problems for that Ginetta GT5, and a rather sorry sight that is.
Yeah, that's a shame, with Lucas Fothergill, the 25-year-old from Harrogate, among the drivers there, racing with his father, Marcus. He was a well-known name in Porsche Cup and also British GT Championship he raced in as well, Marcus Fothergill. At 1.8 litre Zetec engine Ginetta looks to be out of the race. So we have Class B cars together here, but as we said, Matt Fazy a lap behind the Ginetta, also nearly a lap behind the Puttigill and Nyland Honda, which is at the head of this little group of cars, also involving the 88 car of Joe Williams out there as well, who is in 6th position. So Puttigill, Nyland and Williams, they're all together. Puttigill and Williams should say, they're together on the same lap, and in fact a change of position there as Williams goes past the Honda now, so that's for 5th position overall, albeit they are running in 2 different classes. A throttle issue it was for the 69 Janetta that we just saw come down the pit lane, and that's put them at least temporarily out of the race.
Yeah, absolutely, and also interesting enough, I've also noticed when you see Puttergill's car, you can kind of tell how hard he's pushing going into the first part of the complex, because the rear wheel, the left rear wheel, actually lifts up into the air, which is always a sort of, it's to be expected with front-wheel drive hot hatchbacks, that sort of cocking a wheel in the air, heading through a high-speed corner. You can see it kind of there, just a little bit there, not as much through the Jim Clark chicane there, as we see 83 of Puttergill being chased by our defending overall champions, car number 1, which are also the, I suspect, defending Class B champions as well. But real nice to see Honda versus Honda. And also, that's an interesting thing I wanted to sort of explore with you, Ian, because the way this championship seems to award points, with the Class B car winning the title against Class A cars, which you can see are the TCR cars, obviously much more powerful. It reminds me of those of the Northern Saloons and Sports, which is a similar format, but also it's a bit like what they have, what I like to call the sort of 80s touring car dynamic, where yes, you saw the Sierra Cosworths and, you know, Nissan Skylines and all the Group A supercars. They did all the winning up front, yes, but it was all the little VWs and Astras, with like the Clelands and the Stipplers and stuff that did the winning in terms of the championship. That's a similar dynamic. So in terms of strategy, I think that also adds, if anything, additional jeopardy, or at least that would appear so.
It does, yes. The points are scored within the individual classes rather than based on overall finishing position. It is based on the position within the class. So it's wide open for any driver from any of the 3 classes to win the, or team I should say, from any of the other drivers to take the overall championship title. And often it has been drivers from classes C and indeed B that have won the overall championship. But I think Kieran's got news from the pit lane. Let's go down to him now.
Yeah, I'm down here with, well, driver of car 8. Tell us what's happening.
So we're leading the class. We've been a little bit naughty, and we've got caught for track limits a few times, so we've currently sat with a 15-second penalty. So it's not a problem. We just need to drive faster and stretch the lead by 15 seconds, and we'll be fine. So yeah, we've got the pace. We've got the pace.
Yeah, definitely. You guys have been having quite a good battle with the 93 car as well, so that looks quite good.
Yes, yeah. I think is that Matt Fazy, 93. Yeah, he's a lap down, so we've let him go because I think they've got the quicker driver in now. So rather than battle and lose time, we're just going to sit in his slipstream and bang in some 31s and then hopefully stretch out for 15-20 seconds. And then when I get in a little while, I can have a cruise to the line. So yeah.
So do you reckon the class win is still on?
Oh yeah, without a doubt, yeah. Just need a bit of luck, no mistakes, good pit stop, and we'll be fine.
Cool. Cheers. Thank you very much. Back up to you guys in comms.
Yeah, thank you very much, Kieran. There with Matthew Titmarsh there, Chris Webster at the car of that, the wheel of that car at the moment. Just looking at the gap, then they have at the moment. It is only about 5.9 seconds, I think they have over Puttergill and 9 at the moment. So they do need to pull out a bit more of a gap if they're to overcome the 15 seconds penalty that they have at the moment. Puttergill and 9 and Honda don't have any penalty at all, but those track limits misdemeanors that could at the end of this race cause them to lose out on the win. And you were saying earlier on, Chris, that it's very important to adhere to the track limits, and that's exactly why, because it's been so close between those 2 on track. It would just be a real shame if it was settled by a track limits penalty.
Yeah, and I like the way it was said there. We've been a bit naughty on the track, which you kind of have to be in this sort of in this multi-class racing, because this is what makes Club Enduro and even its compatriot, the Road Sports Championships, as exciting as, and also seemingly as unpredictable as it is, because you've got all these different cars, all these different specs of cars. Yes, there's 3 classes, but there's so much variety within those classes that, you know, you kind of have to push the limits from time to time.
Yeah.
But of course there is that very finite line between sort of genius and insanity, as it often is, or in this case, keeping on the Motorsport UK sanctioned grey stuff and the Motorsport UK sanctioned penalty stuff, which is effectively the same thing as we see. That's the 83 coming into the pits now.
That's the Puttergill car coming in, so we'll try and keep an eye on this one in the pit lane if we can, because it'd be interesting to see if there's a driver change there, whether that is going to be Puttergill staying in the car, if Chris Nyland is going to get back into it. So there is Puttergill getting out with the blue and yellow helmet, and there I think the other driver is there, Chris Nyland with the green helmet. So it looks like he might be ready to get in. refueling being done, so everyone's getting well away from the car at the moment. While that refueling is being done, there'll be someone there with a fire extinguisher. There we are as well, just in case any fuel is spilt and a fire ignites. And great care and safety being taken. Of course, they don't need to rush this. That's why one of the reasons why it's a mandatory 3-minute stop, so teams don't need to rush with the refueling. Because the last thing you want to do with these big tanks of fuel is have some kind of incident and spill some fuel. You can see they are just taking it very slowly and steadily and professionally. That Motion Motorsport team just getting enough fuel in to take them to the end of the race. Then the rest of the crew move in, and it looks like it is Chris Nyland getting into the car now because it's the green helmeted driver. And again, it looks like another tyre change, so they get through the tyres on this car because I think they changed tyres on the first stop as well. So nothing being left to chance here, making sure they've got enough grip for the final 50 minutes of the race.
Absolutely, and also you could see there from the new set of tyres they've got on, they are of course treaded, which basically means they're kind of like the sort of tyres you use on your standard road car, as it were. They're sort of, obviously these ones aren't never going to see a second life in a quick fit anytime soon, not with the way this car seems to demand stuff from them, but they do look very sort of like the ones you'd find in a tyre shop, like in the dealership. Obviously, these ones are going to see a lot more wear and tear over the next about an hour, just under an hour in fact, then they're probably going to see over the next 20 to 30 years of highway service. And you can also see there as well them just tightening the lug nuts up there individually, and also interestingly enough, you can hear them in the background there, the air gun going off. But, and this is something I've learned from other club racing series, when you do a tyre change in club racing, because these wheels are very almost production spec, you don't. It's not like NASCAR where it's like all in a circle, then back in a circle. It's that industry standard sort of star one where it's like one on the top left, one on the bottom right, and then eventually the final one at the top. So it's not, and it's all very meticulous, and that's why these pit stops are also a bit longer than normal, because obviously you can't rush doing the up one there,
absolutely,
because then you'll have lug nuts flying around and it's like, oh, where's it gone? The wheel won't be secure. So and then they're just getting ready to push it out, and obviously they're seeing, I just saw someone there with a stopwatch there, so he's counting down when the 3 minutes are up. There they are, they're up now, gets the car pushed out and there's no traffic behind them, and away he goes. And that is of course 83 now with Christopher Nyland behind the wheel as car 10 heads down towards turn 1.
Yes, so new front tyres, just on the fronts, not on the rears. I don't think they didn't change the tyres there, as that car immediately stops as it comes out of the pit lane. So something is not right there with that car. It is not pulled onto the circuit. It is heading down the sort of extra tarmac there, on the old runway, I think that would be, and the Chris Nyland car doesn't look like it's going to get back into this race. So it was a very leisurely stop. Oh, and now it's up to speed, I think. Yeah, and now he's got it fired up and gets back into the race. But he's lost some time there. That was a worrying moment for the number 83 car, and he has lost some time. And of course, crucially, in that battle with Matthew Tidmarsh and Chris Webster, they needed to finish 15 seconds ahead of it. Well, the time that car has lost there, that could make the difference for the Ginetta team.
Yeah, well, that's practically guaranteed the win for Webster right there, because, I mean, we saw how slow that car was getting out of the pits, and then additionally as well, the next best car in Class B at the moment is, of course, the Fazy Porsche. That's what it says on the timing tower here on the live stream pictures, but yeah, that could have just sealed the deal for Class B right there. Yeah. And also potentially as well, it might have also set the stage potentially for a very, very dramatic championship season, because as we were talking about earlier, the cars in Class B and C are the ones more liable to score championship guaranteeing points depending on how many good results they get compared to the overall Class A cars. I mean, it's a bit like a game of darts, really, as my analogy, in that you have to throw in, if you can get as many darts in the sort of scoring bit as possible, that helps guarantee who wins, and that's what it's like with this. So as long as you keep scoring well in these classes, then you are on run for a championship, and that's what could happen here with car number 8, as we see 83 going really hell for leather through Clervaux. I really thought he was going to go in a rally crossing there for a brief moment, but Chris Nyland, really, I'll bet he's kicking himself there. That's a driver who is just trying to work his frustrations out by driving the car on the ragged edge, because he knows he's fluffed up that stop. It was a brilliantly routine stop. It was fluffed up at the end on the exit, and you can see him now. Look at him just bumping on the bumps there through Tower Corner. He is on it. He is wanting to try and get back at that Ginetta.
Yeah, and we'll only know really when the 8 car makes its pit stop exactly what the gaps are going to look like between those two. It's hard to focus otherwise. There's another pit visitor coming in, is that 4 car that's been in and out many times and has not been going particularly quickly at any stage of the race. And also in is the number 10 car, that's the Rob Fennick and Andrew Shepherd BMW M2, and that also has recently been in receipt of a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits as well. So so that's another one. There's quite a few of those now that have had 5-second penalties, and obviously we've got 15 seconds now for the 8 car as well. So we are 44 minutes or so away from the end of this Takiwa Club Enduro Championship race here at Croft Circuit. Class A being led by Scott Parkin, leading the overall race as well from the 2nd place car. That's the 23 car, which is just actually coming into the hairpin, which is that of Chris Byallen and Simon Mason. And a lap down is the car actually in the pit lane as well now. The 111 car's in for its 2nd stop, the Lawton and Blackie, the purple BMW. Then Class B being led by Tidmarsh and Webster. Fazy will be up to 2nd place in Class B now, with that stop having been made by the Puttigill and Nyland combination. And then Class C, at the moment, that's actually being led by the Senna Osman Jody House BMW E30, but in large part that's because the 2 or 3 quickest teams within that class have made multiple stops. They've made 2 stops, or in the process of making 2 stops, whereas the first 2 in that class have only made 1. There is the 111 car in the pit lane, and again a bit of work being done at the front of the car, but they're getting ready to push the car back out into the pit lane just as soon as the 3 minutes are up in this pit stop.
Yeah, that car definitely isn't the sort of BMW you see from a factory showroom there, with that amount of ducting and stuff on the front. As one very, very modified car. And you can see one mechanic there just moving some chocks from the back wheels just to make sure the car doesn't roll off. Everyone there with at least 2 people with their iPhones on stopwatch mode. Canting down, there we go, another safe pushback. As we see the number 4 NJM car, the Cupra Cup car in the background. There's the penalty area. Just noticed that's set up. No one's gone into it, thankfully, as of yet. Touch wood, cross fingers, turn around, touch the ground, etc. As we go back to the on-track actions, we see 2nd place heading through. That's the Balin and Mason Sayat, or Cupra, I should say. One of the many Gen 1 TCRs. And it's amazing the sort of angles we get here at these broadcasts. I just love this camera angle here at the pit straight. You just see the pure speed of these cars. There's a couple more of the TCR cars heading through. There's the 171 BMW, which looks kind of like a sort of Group A touring car from the early 80s, that car. And yeah, but you can kind of tell it's some of the closing stages, because we've got 41 minutes, 47 seconds to go. The sun is getting lower in the sky. And of course, the tension, I mean, yes, I made it sound surreal at that point, but the tension, I assure you, with a lot of these teams, especially those who are contending for championship points, will be skyrocketing ever so slightly as the minutes count down, because it's all about just trying to make it to the end here. Because, I mean, yes, there's still 41 minutes to go, anything can still happen, but right now I think the mindset is consistency. Just make it to the end, make sure nothing bad happens.
89 car, the race leader Scott Parkin, is into the pits for his 2nd and hopefully final stop of this race. So Scott Parkin into the pit lane. We'll see if we pick up on him in the moment in that Dark Side Developments Audi. He was 22 seconds ahead of the Chris Byallen Simon Mason TCR car, which now has gone past it on down into Clervaux Corner. There it is, just in shot now. And there's the 111 car, which is now several laps down the Lawson and Blacker car, that's also made both of its stops. So Parkin's made his stop, Bile and Mason still need to make theirs, and it will then be a question of which comes out in front at the end of that. Now, as we go deeper into the season, after this first round of the championship, we get success penalties, which drivers have to serve at the pit stop in terms of an additional amount of time that they have to serve. And those are successful drivers in each class. They have a penalty to serve next time around. The idea of that is to try and keep things nice and open throughout the season, not have one team running away with it. If you're successful in one race, it's a little bit harder to win the next, and so on and so forth. Some drivers do manage to overcome those penalties, but here, of course, it's the first round of the championship, so no such penalties to be served at the moment. Now, just having a look at what might happen in classes B and C. Obviously, we think Sid Marshall and Webster in the Ginetta might well be strong favourites, and we can see them on screen now. Chris Webster in the car at the moment in Class B. Class C, once the Ferguson and Luke car in second place in Class C is now in the pit lane, as we're watching on screen the 89 car of Scott Parkin having a tyre change. But I think it's likely to be a fight between Harris and Oswick and Hayes and Subiani. But I think Harris and Oswick are going to be favourites there, because I think they're the best part of a lap ahead now of their nearest rival in Class C. But just need to wait for the final pit stops to pan out there. But yeah, the work being done by the Dark Side crew on the number 89 Audi of Scott Parkin, which went into the pit stop in the lead of the race. Has now dropped back down to second because the Byallen and Mason car has just gone past it out on track.
Yeah, absolutely, and you can see the wheel nuts being tightened up manually. There's something you see quite commonly in motorsports nowadays, the blow dryers, the leaf blowers that they use, and you're probably thinking, well, there's no leaves to blow on those things. That's mainly just to cool the brakes down, because let me tell you, and even though I've not once touched a car brake when it's hot, thankfully, and yes, I should point out for all those watching online as well, do not try that at home ever, because these things get very, very hot, and you can see the air also being blown inside the cabin. And you're probably thinking, some of you might be new to this, well, it's a car, sure, it has air conditioning. Well, there is such a thing as air conditioning, and there is such a thing as performance, and air conditioning and performance doesn't really quite mix in a racing environment, which means that when it's hot, I mean, yeah, it was roasting in the commentary box earlier before we put the AC on, because it was about 20 degrees outside. In there, it'll be practically a sauna in Finland during a heat wave in Ibiza. That's how hot these cars can get. And you know, it's meant to help the performance of the car, but again, it is a bit detrimental to the driver, and that's why you see leaf blowers being used to try and keep the drivers cool, nice, and keep them calm, make sure they still have enough reserves of energy and strength to try and make it to the end, which is important, so important in an endurance race like this.
Especially when you're a solo driver, as Scott Parkin did the whole race on his own. It's not as if he's had a teammate to share the driving with. The Ginetta is in, the number 8 Ginetta. So Chris Webster is in. I think he's going to hand over to Matthew Tidmarsh for the final phase of the race. So are they going to come home in front? Matt Fazy in the Porsche is also in, I can tell you, had moved up to second place within Class B. There you can see Scott Parkin back out on circuit, making his way through Barcroft there and up towards Sunny in and Sunny out. This is lap 68 for him. The Byallen and Mason car, that is now in the pits as well. The 23 car, yes, that's just popped into the pit lane as well. That's a lap ahead. That's done 68 laps already. So we should see here Parkin get back ahead. He's coming into the complex now, just behind us, and he will retake the lead, I think, from the Byallen and Mason car in just a few moments. We're watching the Tidmarsh and Webster Ginetta. That's being refueled at the moment. Don't forget, these have got a 15-second penalty to be added to their time for track limits infringements during the course of the race. I think they've decided that's all the fuel that needs to go in. Cap goes back on. We'll get that car back into race. And yeah, the 23 car's now heading down out of the pit lane, but it is going to be probably 25-30 seconds behind Scott Parkin, who is already heading out of the chicane. So it's going to be Parkin still in the lead of the race after the final round of pit stops for the leading Class A contenders. And the 23 car now, I can tell you, that has Has that got a penalty as well? Yes, it has. That's got a 5-second penalty as well. The Byallen and Mason car now, and that will also be for track limits infringements, whereas Parkin has kept his nose very clean throughout this race. Now there's our Class C current second place driver. I think it will become the leader after the Jody Halse car's made its final pit stop, the number 171 BMW E30, but that's our race leader. That's Oliver Harrison. Joel Oswick, I think, probably at the wheel of that car at the moment. Joel, who was the champion himself in Club Enduro a few seasons ago. He was the champion in 2022, wasn't he? Yes, along with Dan Orsano in Class C. So he's looking like he's going to take that class win with Oliver Harris in that German Auto Works car. You can see the black cross, that's for Harris rather than for Oswick, who's much more experienced, still only 22 years of age, I think, but has been racing for a few seasons now.
Absolutely, and saw the Blackie car closing up on him. That's not for position, that's just putting a lap on car number 63, and indeed Treble One has just done that. And interestingly enough, I was actually down in the paddock taking photographs of these cars, as you tend to do when you've got a 12 o'clock start, and I couldn't help noticing the team was discussing for the 63 car that they had to make some repairs because that car had a bit of an interesting excursion on Friday testing. They actually sort of messed up the paint job a little bit on the right front corner, but they've gotten it back together again. That car looks absolutely resplendent. Very distinctive car as well, that 63, because it's a black BMW but with 2 red doors on it, which I think it looks very, very stylish. Some people might think it's a bit weird, but hey, I like the mixture of colour schemes, and it just makes the car stand out.
It works for you. That's the good thing. Right, so the Ted Marshall Webster car is back out, and it is still leading Class B. It is... I think we should need to wait for it to come through to complete another lap, just to be certain of the gap back to the second place car in Class B. So we'll get a confirmation of that, but it's looking like it's going to be over a minute back to the second place car in Class B, which is going to be the particular Nyland car, which of course made that very smooth stop, but then didn't get out of the pit lane smoothly at all when Chris Nyland was back at the wheel. And there is the Ginetta out in front in that class. I think it's Matthew Tidmarsh now back at the wheel of that particular car. Car 111, I've been told, has some gearbox issues. Oh, that is the Josh Lawton and David Black car. It is still out there, and it's in 4th position at the moment in Class A. And there's that number 4 car, which is the Alex Neville and Michael Wright set, which has been in trouble for the whole race, really. It's a shame that they've not had a smooth run. And there you can see Matt Fazy, who is 3rd in Class B, but he's a lap behind the Ginetta, which is the Class B leader, just ahead of it on the road, but it's ahead plus 1 lap effectively. There is the second car in that class, and it's coming through now. So it's not quite as much as I thought, the gap. It's going to come up to the line now to complete another lap. Let's have a look at the gap as the timing screen updates itself. It's 18.389 seconds. Now, they needed a 15-second gap, didn't they? The Tidmarsh and Webster combination, the Ginetta, and they've got that 15-second gap now. Is it going to stay that way? That's the question.
Yeah, it does look very marginal, though, especially when you consider that Chris Nyland, again, even now, is still, to my eye, still driving the wheels and lug nuts off that 83 machine, because we saw how, you know, it bogged down out of the pit lane. And, of course, 18 seconds might sound like a lot, but if this car can find an extra 3 seconds and maybe even 4 seconds, or at least 3.5 seconds of time on that Ginetta, and we've got just over 31 minutes remaining, then this car could still win the class in Class B because of that 15-second penalty. It only needs to find even just a 100th of a second difference, where it puts, say, like 14.9 seconds behind. That's all that has to be found for the result to be overturned, because on the road, yes, the Ginetta's in front, but if that gap goes down on the timing sheets, and the officials take over, then we could see a major difference.
Let's have a look at the lap time that Tidmarsh and Webster have just been. They did a 1:33.674 that time. Let's see what lap time Chris Nyland does here. Here he comes out of the hairpin in the Honda, and that time is a 1:32.725, so it's nearly a second faster. So the gap's down to 17.4, and if he keeps that up for the rest of the race, it's going to get very interesting between those two Class B contenders, with that 15-second penalty to be added to the time of Matthew Tidmarsh and Chris Webster in their Ginetta. Effectively then, the gap between them is only 2.4 seconds, not 17.4 seconds. Into the final half hour of the race now here at Croft, and the majority of the drivers have now made 2 stops, including the 88 car, which has just gone into the pits. That's the car of Joe Williams in his Seat Cooper TCR, the mechanic from Lebster. I know that the scrutineers have just been keeping an eye on another car that's just come into the pit lane, actually. That's the number 44 car, the Alok Iyengar and Ben Williams car. That was the car with the damaged suspension earlier on, and that's now back out on circuit, but there's some loose bodywork on that they were keeping an eye on. I think Alok Iyengar, having taken over at the wheel of that car, the 39-year-old from Bicester, he's based these days, but from Pune in India, came over to the UK so he could do a bit more racing. Started out in RMR2s, did what was Formula Jedi, now F1000. It's his second season in Club Enduro, and he's got an Italian wife who has the surname Ferrari, but no relation to the famous Ferrari family, which is probably a bit of a disappointment, but it's a pretty cool story anyway.
Yeah, well, it's a surname that has the Ferrari spelling and the Ferrari pronunciation. That's got to mean something.
Exactly, it doesn't matter who it is. But he's driving a Cooper, not a Ferrari. Anyway, there's the race leader. There is the car that is second in Class B. And the gap has gone out again that time. It was a slower lap from Puttergill and Nyland, so it's gone back out to 19.8 seconds. Went out by 2 seconds that time, so that's good news for the Flying Tangerine Motorsport crew of Matthew Tidmarsh and Chris Webster. Pit lane visitor here as well. This is the
88 machine there,
Joe Williams Cupra. Yeah, and that's the Williams race team with Van in Motorsport. You can see the garage name on the side of the car. That's, I presume that's Joe's business where he does his mechanic work. And the car gets back out into the race. So the Car to Holland car, the number 8 Will Puttergill and Chris Nyland car is still out there. The one car has just come in, and this is for a third stop for Sam Dennis and Ethan Simmons. So this is an unscheduled stop. It's not gone to the penalty area, so it's not a penalty it's having to serve. It's gone into its sort of position in the pit. So the number 1, Sam Dennis and Ethan Simmons car, which I think last year was untroubled throughout the whole season. I think it finished every race in first position within class. It looks like it might have a mechanical issue here that's going to be a setback at the start of the 2025 season. Well, maybe it is a scheduled stop because they're putting fuel in. It is a third stop though for that crew, so there maybe there's a sort of second stop in between that was an unscheduled one, if you like, and this is a scheduled one.
I think maybe that second stop that you referred to was the one where they had to fix up the suspension on the car, because Kieran was saying that they were fixing up the suspension on that machine. Obviously, it's a more routine stop now, and by the looks of it, they're going to be changing tyres again. And again, this is another front-wheel drive car that's getting through its front tyres much more rapidly than the rear tyres. But then that's to be expected with a car like that, because it's got, and there's problems for the number 111. By the looks of it, it just got out the way there of the leading Audi, although that might have been just a battle for traffic there.
Well, we know that Kieran reported earlier on that car was having gearbox issues, so maybe that car, which is showing in third place on the timing screen, from it. Yeah, there's some telltale signs there that it's not going to be making it to the end of this race. So we'll see if that comes into the pits at the end of this lap, which is such a shame. Into the final 20-odd minutes of this race, if that's not going to make it to the end.
Yeah, that's pretty turbulent.
Yes, it's getting worse, isn't it? So
is that a wheel?
It's coming off the brakes, possibly, is it? It's not going into the pit lane, so maybe the driver not aware of the problem, but it's certainly not going to go to the end. So I don't think that's the gearbox issue. It's a different issue now that car has. It's still continuing on, and oh, that is the... Yeah, it's just trying to work out from that shot what the issue might be, but anyway, it's continuing for the moment. That lap that it just completed was a 1:33, so about 6 seconds off what that car is capable of. We'll keep a watching brief on that one. That could promote the 88 car of Joe Williams into the podium positions for Class A if that doesn't make it to the end. He's a little way behind and still to sort of get up to speed after his pit stop. Meanwhile, I can tell you the 171 car that was on the timing screens ahead of Class C, the Senna Osman Jody House E325 E30, that's now in the pit lane to make its second scheduled stop. So that should allow the Oliver Harris Joel Oswick car back into the lead of Class C as we go into the final 25 minutes.
Yeah, I think there's definitely something wrong with the left rear corner of that treble one car, because I noticed as it came out of Tower Corner, the left rear almost looked like it was wobbling. I'm not so sure that was a trick of the light, but there was a lot of smoke coming off of it, and it looked like there was traces, well, there appeared to be traces of rubber from that wheel. And I'm not so sure that was actually from the tyre itself or it was just the marbles on the outside of the road, but the car also went to the right-hand side of the road, very wide actually on the right-hand side of the road to the approach of Tower Corner, and that was actually when it was being passed by the 83 Honda, and it's still smoking from the left rear. You can see it there. I'm not so sure, is that tyre rub or is that... I mean, yes, we know it has a gearbox problem, but that doesn't appear to be a gearbox issue.
It's not. It could well be, as you say, tyre rubbing on the bodywork. That lap was a 1:42, so another sort of 10 seconds slower than the previous lap, so clearly a problem. But still, the driver hasn't come into the pits, so maybe they're just trying to nurse the problem home. We're just hearing that that car is going to come in next time around, so I imagine the team have been on the radio and signalling frantically to the driver, let's get the car back in so we can see if we can do anything about this problem that the car has at the moment. But it is coming in at the end of this lap, we're told. We'll wait and see if that is the case. So just as far as the running order then is concerned, it's still Scott Parkin leading in number 89. Chris Bannon and Simon Mason are second. They're 26 seconds behind, but they've got a 5-second penalty to serve. Then at the car we've been watching, the 111 car of Joshua Lawton and David Blackie is third, but going to be heading to the pit shortly, which will drop it behind, I think, Joe Williams in the number 88 Cupra. As far as Class B is concerned, that's Tidmarsh and Webster. They've still got a big enough lead over particular Nyland of around about 20 seconds. They need 15, given the penalty that they have to serve. Third place in Class B, albeit a lap down at the moment, is Fazy. And then Class C that's being led by the Oliver Harris and Joel Oswick car. Second, I think, now Johnny Hayes and Paul Sabiani, they move up to second. I think it's going to be the Scott Ferguson and Neil Luke car that will move up to third. That's the Z4, as the 111 car is coming into the pit lane finally, probably a couple of laps after we thought it might do. Let's head down to Kieran Mogg. He's down in the pit lane and he's going to tell us exactly what's going on down there.
Yeah, the team are a little bit concerned about what's going on here with the car, so they were frantically trying to get a hold of the driver to get him in, and as you can see, they're having a quick look at the back left. They think it's a rear left tyre, so they've got a tyre here ready on the left-hand side, ready to go onto the car. As you can see, just jacking it up now, just to make sure there's no other issues. I can't see anything on there at all at the moment, but obviously I don't have the best view. The mechanics are having a proper look, but they're struggling to get the tyre off, so something's going on there. They're having a quick look. Oh, they've lowered it down. They're not changing the tyre at all. Yeah, so the tyre's catching on the bodywork, says one of the marshals. So they're going to push it out as is. Yes, rear left, you can see. Oh, the wheel stopped. Okay, so it looks like there's something broken on the rear left suspension. The entire wheel just moved back. So they're probably going to have to come in the next time around and either retire or change some parts on that rear left suspension. Wasn't the tyre, turned out to be something on the suspension. Back to you guys. Yeah, okay, so we'll see what happens next if that car gets back around again to make another stop. Either way, I think it's going to be out of an overall and Class A podium paying position now. There we can see on track, that is the Z4 just going through shot. The
number 37 car, Scott Ferguson and Neil Luke, which I think is going to be on the Class C podium today. There, the going through shot was the 111 BMW that's just been into the pits for that check over, but I don't think it's sort of resolved the issue, as we've been hearing. Down towards Tower it goes. It's not handling well, is it? As you can tell.
That car's definitely on its last legs there, because I mean we saw what happened in the pit lane there. That was really unusual there when they couldn't get the tyre off the car there, and then we saw, I mean that looked actually rather disturbing almost, with the way the tyre looked as if it was the car was sagging almost on the left rear wheel, and then of course when it got going, the left rear wheel, and you'll back me up on this, Ian, it actually almost shot inside the wheel arch. It was almost as if it was sort of outside, and then when it got going it sort of like went inside. So definitely something suspension-based wrong with that car.
Yeah,
and I think we're going to get a replay of it here.
Yeah, there we go. And
so you can see
behind the driver.
Yeah, so you can see there it's rubbing against the wheel.
Yeah.
And it looks like it's perfectly fine, but then watch when it goes forward. You can see it. Look there.
Yeah.
It just sneaks inside. That's not supposed to happen. It's almost as if like the wheel was almost attached, but then not quite attached.
He stayed out as well, although he's now going to see the black and orange mechanical warning flag, which means that he will need to come back in, because he's now being told to come back in by the officials, where the scrutineers will want to have a look at that car before it's allowed back out on track again. But I suspect they might, not with the time available in the race, be able to fix that car again. But it's surprising that the driver's staying out, really, because it's obviously not handling well at all. So I think he would be very well advised to pay heed to that black and orange mechanical warning flag, and probably the team on the radio, and bring that car in. He's certainly driving some reduced pace now down the back straight. I think he's probably got the message there that he needs to bring the car in. So it does now mean that up into third place has gone the 88 car of Joe Williams, so he's up into a podium paying position. And it also means that the Tidmarsh and Webster, the Flying Tangerine Motorsport crew, they are up into fourth position overall in a Class B car, which is a fantastic result. Just going to look at the results of last year's races to see if Joe Williams had any top 3 finishes last year. No, I don't think he did. So he's on course for a good result. If I delve deeper into my pile of information that Josh Barrett has prepared here, I can see if indeed what his best result during the course of the season was. And I don't think we saw too much of him last year. Yes, we had one finish outside the top 10 during the course of the season. Now, Joe Williams having a great start to the year, if he can bring it home in that third position, the number 88 car. Here, though, I think we're going to see the 111 car into the pit lane. Yes, he has got the message in this time. It is going to come into the pit lane, and I suspect it is going to be a retirement, because we're into the final stages of this race now. Only 17 minutes left to go.
Yeah, that is a real shame there for that team, because they were so strong pretty much all through the race. We've seen how strong that car has been, but you know, that's just one of the things about endurance racing. When it bites you, it really bites hard, like you wouldn't believe. And especially in the closing stages as well, we've got 17 minutes just ticking down to 16 minutes to go. And there we see the crew trying to get that left rear tyre off that BMW, that heavily modified BMW. And they're doing all they can. And I actually noticed when it was coming out of Tower Corner how off the wheel was. It almost looked like it was bent almost at a 20-degree angle.
Yeah, and the mechanics getting right underneath them, aren't they? Just have a look, try and figure out exactly what's causing that problem. And
so clearly something suspension related. So big dramas here. But also I've noticed speaking of class battles earlier, in Class B, which is one of the real centres of attention, the Webster and number 8 car, that's the Tidmarsh and Webster Ginetta, now has a 21-second cushion over their rivals in the Nyland and Puttingham Honda and number 83, which, correcting for timing and scoring with the penalty of 15 seconds, means they have a net gap of about 6 to 7 seconds, if not slightly more, over that Honda, which means as long as nothing bad happens, we've got 15 minutes to go, as long as they just keep it nice and tidy, we could see a Ginetta take Class B, but it's still a long way to go. And as we've seen here, anything can happen in the final stages.
The one thing they don't want is a safety car, because that would close the field back up again, and it would mean that gap was reduced. But yeah, the Titmarsh and Webster car is a Flying Tangerine Motorsport who won Class B last season, looking good for a first win of the season here. They won at Silverstone and Alton Park last year, and they're just actually side by side as they come down the straight with the overall race leader Scott Parkin, who won the Class A championship, I should say. Class A and Class B champions together, Class A and Class B leaders together. The dark side developments car for Scott Parkin. Yeah, he had 3 wins last year at Brands, Snetterton and Alton Park. And in 2023, if we think back to the previous year's championship, that was when the Scott Parkin and Daniel Sylvester duo in Class B won the overall championship. We're back to the 111 car.
Yeah, there's the damage to the suspension there in the 111, and that does not look healthy at all. That looks like I'm not so sure what part of the suspension that is, but that does not look like it is at all straight or aligned.
It's not going to get fixed, is it? I mean, they're putting the wheel back on, but presumably that's just to drive it into the garage rather than anything else at this stage.
Yeah, that's going on the trailer. That is.
Yeah, so Scott Parkin then continuing to lead with about 14 minutes of the race left to go, by 20 seconds from Chris Allen and Simon Mason. So it's the Audi leading, it's the Cooper in second, it's a Cooper in third as well. So good performance from those 2 cars, the TCR cars, proving ever reliable and filling 2 of the first 3 places on the podium. Not necessarily the case for some of them. There have been a few dramas for other drivers out there, but possibly induced by the driver rather than because of the robustness and reliability of the car per se. Titmarsh and Webster, they've just come through as well to complete their 80th lap. Parkin's now completed 83 laps, so 3 laps between the Class A and the Class B leader here, and the Class C leader just about to go across the line as well, I can tell you, which is, in fact, has done so, Oliver Harris and Joel Oswick. They are 7 laps behind the leader, so quite a differential in performance among the 3 different classes, but some very competitive performances from all of the drivers out there. Shame that we've not really seen the other dark side developments car. I think Ryan Parkin talked a good game, didn't he? He said that we thought we might get the car out for the last 10 minutes. Well, if he's going to do that, there's only 3 minutes left to go. It's feeling like it might be a little bit too late for that now.
Yeah, but also they really had a strong showing, both these cars, but again, that's just endurance racing, isn't it? It's just the attrition rate that we've had here this weekend, not just in this race, but also all the other races we've had over the course of the last 2 days here at Croft, has been rather surprising. Actually,
it's been quite high.
Yeah, it's been a lot harder than I was expecting it to be.
Yeah.
And again, that's just been proven that even the best aren't immune to trouble in endurance racing.
I think we've got I think we've probably got 17 cars that are circulating, because we've got 16 that are sort of in contention. We've got one that's still several laps behind, which is the Wright and Neville car. It's 34 laps behind the leader, but it is still circulating. It has been. I think it's made 6 pit stops during the course of the race. Now, here's one to keep an eye on. That's the 83 car, which is just behind Fazy on the road now, but nearly a lap ahead of it on track. Now, what's the gap between the 83 car of Nyland and the Titmarsh Webster car? It is still around about 21 seconds, so they've not got any closer to the Ginetta. So I think Matthew Titmarsh's confidence when Kieran spoke to him early on is not misplaced, because they felt that they'd have enough up their sleeve to try to remain ahead of their Class B rival, and it looks like it's going to turn out that way. They've got about 6 seconds to spare, with around about 11 minutes of the race to go. We're waiting for the cars to head down towards Tower Corner, hearing news that the dark side number 6 car for Dylan Victor and Ryan Parkin isn't going to head back out, so it looks like the work that they've done has not been completed. So they want to get that car out in a test session before the next round at Silverstone, I think, to make sure that the problem they had with the car going into limp mode and without a fault code showing up on the electronics, they want to make sure that they can figure out that's gone on there, so they don't have the same problem when the championship heads to Silverstone on the Grand Prix circuit for the next round on the 1st of June. That's not part of a 750 Motor Club race meeting. It's not an Alpha live streamed event, but we'll have more action from the championship streams later on in the year. Certainly at Alton Park and Donington Park. Last couple of meetings of the season will be subject to the full live stream coverage courtesy of Alpha Live as we watch the 83 car come out of the corner. Does the gap come down? No, it's still around about 21 seconds. It's quite stubbornly staying at that similar kind of mark now, isn't it? So it's looking good for Tidmarsh and Webster.
Yeah, absolutely. And this battle, of course, I think that also shows that there was a bit more consistency being played here by the Webster and the Webster Ginetta, because we saw early on that the Honda was closing that gap, closing, then the Ginetta sort of rebounded, sort of adding 2 seconds, then 2 seconds on. But now it's just, everyone's just trying to be consistent. Again, we've got 9 minutes 47 to go. There's not really much need to push it at the moment. It's just about managing gaps, just trying to make sure everything's in a rhythm, in decent flux. As we hear some tire screeching, that was actually the 89 car going through. That car still being pushed hard as we see our Class C leader. That is the Oliver Harris and Joel Oswick BMW. Still running fairly well, and they are 10th overall as well. So we've got the top 4 in Class A, rounding out the 1st to 3rd and then 6th. Top 5 in Class B, rounding out 4th, 5th, then 7th through 9th, and then 10th is this BMW that is on screen now. If you're watching the live stream, of course, car number 63, that is our Class C leading contender.
It is interesting. We've talked about the levels of attrition, quite a few retirements, and most of them proportionally have come from Class A, because we had more Class A cars than any of the other classes taking the start of this race. I think we had 12 Class A cars. I think we had 7 in Class B and 7 in Class C as well. Yeah, it's the Class A cars that proportionally have had more retirements, I think, than from the other classes. So there's something to be said for that. And as we've said, reliability and consistency is important in the Tiguan Club Enduro Championship. You can drop a worse score at the end of the season. Just one score, I think, will be dropped out of 6 that count, that take part. You'll only count 5 of them. So you can sort of afford one non-finish, but beyond that, it makes things a bit more challenging for the championship. It's 5 more races. At Silverstone at the beginning of June, 1st of June is the next round. A 2-hour race there. 2-hour race at Anglesey on the 6th of July. And then for the beginning of August, it's Snetterton on the 300 circuit. Alton Park in September, and then Donington Park on the Grand Prix circuit on the 12th of October. The final round of the championship, another 2-hour race. They're all 2 hours now from here, apart from Alton Park, which is slightly shorter, 100-minute race. But we've got 7.5 minutes or so to go here. There is that 63 car that's still leading. It's 58 seconds ahead of its nearest class rival, and that's 58 seconds plus a penalty that needs to be applied to Johnny Hayes and Paul Subiani as well for some track limits infringements. There's several drivers, about 7 or 8 different teams now, that have been hit by the track limits penalties during the course of this race, and the TSL will add those to the race times at the end of the race and producing the final classification from this race. And then the 750 Motor Club staff, they'll be working out the points to be awarded and produce the points table, which will be published on the 750 Motor Club website, ready for the next round of the championship, and do the official points calculations. But at the moment, it's looking good for Scott Parkin, it's looking good for Tidmarsh and Webster, looking good for Harris and Oswick. Now, have they all also got the fastest lap within their classes? That's the next thing I'm trying to figure out. It looks like that is the case for Scott Parkin. Is it the case for Tidmarsh and Webster? They're faster than their main contenders in Class B and Class C. Yeah, it looks like all of them are going to pick up maximum points. They're going to pick up... Oh no, hold on. Scott Parkin was beaten to the fastest lap point by the Lawton and Blackie BMW that has now retired. So Scott Parkin will have 15 points, and the other two, I think they're going to get 16 points apiece for their efforts. The bonus point for fastest lap there.
Yeah, and also, interestingly enough, as we're getting into the closing stages of this race now, with 5 minutes 54 seconds and counting to go, you mentioned earlier, Ian, about the sort of penalty time allocation for these cars at the pit stops. And again, to an extent, and this is also something that also works for like the best scoring cars and teams. At this point in the season, I'm tempted to say, what kind of dynamic do you think that brings out in the drivers? Because yes, you want to start the season off strong, but then it also makes one sort of think, how much of a good start do we really want? Because, I mean, you don't get in. It's a bit like in Britcar and other championships where there's no penalty point structure added for pit stops at the beginning, so it's like, yeah, we can relax, there's no need for it. But at the same point, there's got to be some part of these drivers' minds that's thinking, and even teams' minds thinking, yeah, do we really want this first win, like, really that badly? It's a long season, and also, as we've seen, the pit stops can be really crucial, especially with these extra allocations of time added on. So
I think,
how do you think that's something that plays on the mind?
I think the driver will go for the win. They'll go to pick up the most points they can, finish as high up the order as they can, and they'll worry about any sort of consequent pit stop penalties that they have to serve in future races after that. I think get points on the board is most important, and then, well, it's just down to the strength of their driving and the sort of team that set the car up, isn't it, for the future races, to try and to maximise the points that they can bring next time out. I think getting the points on the board is really important, especially when you've got your rivals being maybe a little bit off song, not getting to the checkered flag. If you can get to the checkered flag and pick up the points, then, well, you've straight away got an advantage. If you next time out, your rivals might not have such bad luck, and you might find it tougher to bring the car home for maximum points within the class. So we are into the final 4 minutes, so final sort of 3 or 4 laps of this race now. Only about 16 or 17 cars still circulating of the 26 that we had that started. We lost Michael Downey, of course. He had that wild moment through the field at Tower. We lost the 92 car as well. That was the car of Daniel Douglas. I think he was putting some fluid onto the tyres that caused him to spin out. We lost the Richter and Ryan Parkin Darkside Developments Audi. That was with going into limp mode. It had clutch issues, a myriad of issues really. We've lost the Wayne Lawson and James Pickford Audi. That had a misfire. We lost on track the Conn and Wilkinson Hughes Mazda MX-5. That parked up, but there has just been a bit of contact there, we understand, for the number 8 Jeanette. Now, is this going to be crucial for the Class B lead? Let's see what kind of lap time has been done here by the Jeanette, the Flying Tangerine Motorsport car, as it comes over the line that time. It's done a 1:34.344, which is 3 seconds slower than its best time. What is the gap going to be to the Chris Nyland and Will Puttergill Honda Civic? That's about to come over the line now. It still feels like it's well over 15 seconds to me, and the gap between them is, well, it's 17 seconds, so it has come down by 4 seconds on that lap. Are we going to get some late drama as we go into the last couple of laps to see what happened there with the Tidmarsh and Webster Ginetta? It looks to be going okay though, Chris.
Yeah, well, as far as from what I've been seeing on the timings for the Ginetta have been fairly consistent. They've still been hovering around the 17 to 19 second bracket, but that contact that we were informed about, that seemed to be a case of the number 23 TCR car. That's the Byerlin and Mason car, just scooting its way up the inside of the Ginetta. But there was another car, I think the Lotus there. One of the Lotuses was also involved, and it was just a case of 3 into 1, just barely going through the complex there. And there was a slight touch, or at least some dust being kicked up, but it doesn't seem to have affected anybody. Certainly no damage. There's the Lotus there, the number 34 car. That was the one that the TCR car tried to get past as well as the Ginetta. But it seemed there was just a sort of a slight disagreement of like, oh, whose real estate is which. But it seems like everything's still hunky-dory.
Let's have a look. What lap time does the car do this time? It's up and over the line again to complete another lap, and it's back into the 1:32. So not down to its ultimate pace, but a bit quicker than it was on the previous lap. The Chris Nyland Honda is just rounding the hairpin there. You can see the number 83 car. 17 point something seconds was the gap on the previous lap. What's the gap going to be now? It's still around about 17 seconds. They did very similar lap times that time. 1:32.4 for the Ginetta, 1:32.2 for the Honda.
And we've also had a change of position overall as well, because in 5th place the Honda was in 5th, but it's now been passed by the Shepherd number 10 car. That's the Robert Fennick and Andrew Shepard BMW N2 Cup car. That's now 5th overall, 4th in its Class A division, but now 5th in front of Nyland. And I think that might have added that might have given a bit more of a buffer between the Honda and the Ginetta because of that BMW making the pass, as we see the leaders coming down with 23 seconds to go. So this is the last lap.
Yeah, last lap board has just gone out to Scott Parkin in the number 89 car then. He's led most of the race. Obviously, we had the 111 BMW, which had those late suspension drums, the Lawson and Blackie BMW, that was leading in the early part of the race briefly. We lost, of course, the other Dark Side Developments Audi of Ryan Parkin. It was Dylan Bricks, though, that did the driving. Ryan didn't ever get behind the wheel, bless him. But it's Scott Parkin here. He's driven a good controlled race here. Solo driver, so very consistent throughout the whole race here. He's turning his way through the Jim Clark S's for the final time. Left and right he flicks. Up towards Sunny he goes. He's got a 20-second advantage over his Class A rival as he works his way around this final lap. So looking to bring his car home for a strong win here in the opening round of the season. Out of Sunny he goes. Now a short stretch up towards the complex. Just 3 more corners to go for Scott Parkin. The man from Barnsley, the director of Dark Side Developments, turns his way left, turns his way right through the complex, then just up to the hairpin for the 93rd and final time in this Takiwa Club Enduro Championship race. Out of the final corner he goes, accelerating his way to the checkered flag, which is hanging out now, and there it goes. Round 1 of the Takiwa Club Enduro Championship is won by Scott Parkin in the Dark Side Developments Audi TT diesel-engined car. Here's our Class B leader. That's the Flying Tangerine Motorsport car. It's Matthew Tidmarsh, I think, at the wheel of the moment. The car shared with Chris Webster. They're turning their way through the final few corners, needing to finish at least 15 seconds clear of the Buttergill and Nyland car. Meanwhile, over the line there goes the Class C winner. That is the Oliver Harris and Joel Oswick car. And there, well, let's keep our fingers crossed for them. Are they going to be the Class B winner? Tidmarsh and Webster, the blue Honda that is chasing them down, is just rounding the hairpin for the final time. The Motion Motorsport car of Chris Nyland and Will Puttergill. Are they going to finish within 15 seconds? They were 17 seconds behind on the last lap. I think they flash their lights as they go over the line, and the gap is, with the times corrected, now 4.4 seconds. So the penalty has been applied. It's about 19.4 seconds, the gap. And so our 3 class winners, Scott Parkin 89, Class B to Tidmarsh and Webster in the Ginetta, and Class C, Harris and Oswick in the BMW. What a great race we had there, Chris.
Yeah, absolutely. It lights to flag, non-stop action we've had here from the Club Enduro, and so much drama as well. We had so many fascinating storylines as well of drivers that we thought would win it, but then sort of fell at the last hurdle. I mean, the 111 car we thought was a real contender, had been all through until that suspension drama. But brilliant driving from everybody, brilliant result for the 63 team, and of course the number 8 Ginetta taking 2 Class B wins in 2 days in 2 different championships. Yep. A brilliant, strong start to the season for them. And of course, in Class A, 3 Volkswagen Group cars, an Audi and 2 Gen 1 TCRs rounding out the top 3.
Yeah.
A strong result, but there is flashing the lights there in Le Mans style symphony is of course the Parkin number 89 Audi. Fantastic drive from everybody, and a brilliant way to end what has been a cracking weekend of racing.
Certainly was, and thank you for your help, Chris. It's been good to have you on the commentary with us for this Club Enduro race. We're going to have a look at the result then. 89 Scott Parkin, the race winner. 93 laps he completed in the Dark Side Developments Audi TT TDI. 27.3 seconds clear of the number 23 car, Chris Brown and Simon Mason, their Cooper TCR. A similar car in third place. A great podium finish for number 88 Joe Williams, albeit 3 laps down. It doesn't matter how many laps down you are, he's still on the Class A podium. The 8 car won in Class B, was 4th overall. Matthew Tidmarsh and Chris Webster in the Ginetta G40. 3 laps behind the leader, 4.4 seconds ahead of particular Nyland on corrected times. The 83 car was in 5th and 2nd in Class B. Rounding out the top 6 was the number 10 BMW M2 of Rob Fennick and Andrew Shepherd. 3rd place in Class C was the number 13 car of Matthew Fazy. 8th place went the way of number 34, that was the Ben Brooks and Philip Grayson, Lotus Elise. 9th to number 1, Sam Dennis and Ethan Simmons in the Honda Civic Type R. And then rounding out the top 10, our Class C winner, Oliver Harris and Joel Oswick. Great performance from Oliver on his first race as a 16-year-old in Club Enduro. 11th and 2nd in Class C was the Hayes and Subiani E36 2.8 Compact. And rounding out an all BMW podium in Class C, the 171 car, Senna Osman and Jody Halton, the E3325i. Then it was Ferguson and Luke's Z4, actually 4 BMWs of all different kinds in the first 4 places in Class C. Then Henry Salisbury and Olivia Salisbury Honda Civic Type R was 14th. 15th after a few dramas, Alok Yengar and Ben Williams in the Seat Cupra. And I think the rest of them, some of them still circulating at the end, but certainly the 111 car of Lawton Blackie, that was in the pits by the end of that race. And a lot of retirements. So my thanks to Chris Hosey, who's been up here in the commentary box with me today. Many thanks to all of the marshals who've done such sterling work today, and all of the other officials of the 750 Motor Club, the rescue crew, the scrutineers, the timekeepers, all of those that work behind the scenes in the Clerk of the Courses office as well to make these race meetings possible. So many thanks to all of them for their hard work behind the scenes to make this race meeting such a success and deliver such an exciting conclusion with that Takiwa Club Enduro Championship race. A reminder that the 750 Motor Club are back here at Croft on the 20th and 21st of September. I think it's the final car race meeting of the season at Croft, so we look forward to bringing that to you. I think the next race meeting is the No Limits Bikes at the end of May here at Croft, so you've got a month to wait for that. 750 Motor Club are next in action at Silverstone in 2 weeks' time. Join us for that on Alpha Live. But for now, from Chris and myself, we'll say goodnight. We'll hand down to Kieran in the pit lane to talk to our successful drivers in Takiwa Club Enduro.
With the overall race winner, that was, well, sweaty.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, thank you very much for pointing that out. I hope I ain't dripped on you. So yeah, it were pretty challenging at the start in a nice little battle between me, Josh and Ryan, well, Dylan, Ryan's car, but Dylan driving, swapping places a little bit. I think it was mainly the traffic that sort of didn't help us out. So, you know, sometimes I gained, sometimes they gained. That's just the way it goes with the multi-class racing. So it's a bit of a shame, really, to see Josh slow down, and then I'm not quite sure what happened to them. And then Dylan had to retire. They were having a bit of link mode issues, so we're not sure if that's wiring or something like that. And I think the clutch might not have been too happy either. So not ideal, but I suppose these things happen, don't they? So just glad that we could at least bring this one home, so the lads have got something to be proud about this weekend. Because yeah, yesterday were not the best. Well, the least said about that, the better, I think. But yeah, so at least we've got one of the cars on the top step.
Yeah, 100%. Obviously, a bit of a garage of mixed fortunes this weekend and today in general, but obviously ended with the win. Couldn't ask for more in terms of this car for you.
Yeah, exactly. If we just look at this race, for me, happy days. But yeah, I'm still worried about everything else while I'm out on the track. So yeah, like I say, bittersweet, but yeah, we're all good.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations on the win, and look forward to see you out there next time.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Cheers. Thank you very much. All right, so we'll head to our Class C winner next, number 63 Harris Oswick car. If we just jump in here, guys, congratulations! What a win.
Thank you. Yeah, it was a great day, and yeah, brilliant race.
Yeah, how's it for you?
Yeah, good, thanks. Yeah, Ollie did a fantastic job in the first stint. He got us in a good position, and I did a 1 hour stint, and yeah, it went really well. It had a little issue halfway through, but Ollie managed to handle it to the end, so yeah, really impressed.
And how are you guys finding the traffic management out there?
Today wasn't too bad, but testing was definitely, everyone was trying to overtake you, but today they've been not too bad, and yeah, great race.
Yeah. And how's the competition for you?
It was tough to begin with. Ollie had a fast driver on it at hand, so he managed that really well, and then we managed to catch them up in the middle stint and pass them, and then yeah, Ollie just maintained it at the end, and we did really well.
Amazing. Well, congratulations. Anybody you'd like to thank at all?
German Autoworks, definitely. Amazing car, quick as ever, and Mum and Dad for coming out, and the rest of German Autoworks team, really. Yeah.
Yeah, so German Autoworks, Mum, Dad, girlfriend as well, Madison. Cheers.
Congratulations then, thanks guys. Cheers. Thank you. Say again, sorry?
The youngest ever driver.
Youngest ever driver. 16 years old. You're making me feel old. Jesus. Right. Thanks for that. All right. Well, Class B win over here in the Ginetta. These guys had a bit of a. Oh, sorry. Let me just jump in here. Penalty halfway through the race, but you said you're going to win, and you did.
Yeah, that was a tough one. That had to really wring its neck in the last half an hour there. So yeah, really pleased with that. Yeah, hard work. Need a bigger icebox.
And you were having a bit of trouble from the 83 car. They were on the back of you.
What's that? Is that the Honda? Yeah. It was fun. I mean, you come here to race, don't you? Yeah. And it gets lonely and boring. So when it's nice to have company and good quality company, clean racing, we like those guys. It's good fun. Yeah, really enjoyed it.
And talk to us about driving the Ginetta around this track. Is this one of the tracks that it suits? Is it maybe not its best?
I feel it suits this track very well, actually. Its strength of the car is in the corners, and there's some really nice sequences of corners, particularly out the back. I don't know if that's where we picked up our penalties or not, but...
It's Barcroft, five times. I did it twice, you did it 3 times. Well, I was trying to avoid a back marker.
I don't know what I was doing then.
We thought you were battling. It was when you were battling with Pussygill.
Was it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that was a great race. It's a great competition. Love it. Yeah, bring it on.
A great way to start the season as well.
Yeah. No, it's good. Double everything. Well, apart from pole, we didn't get pole yesterday, but yeah.
Rubbish weekend. Yeah.
Amazing. Well, congratulations, guys, and thanks for talking to us.
Cheers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And well, that wraps everything up that we have for this weekend. It's been an amazing weekend of racing from so many different categories that we'll just jump out the way of everybody just trying to take their photos and everything. And there's a recovery shop as well that I don't really want to get in front of. But yes, so all that's left to do is say thank you so much for watching to every single one of you. Thank you to the marshals for standing out there and dealing with all the red flags that we've had today and over the weekend in general. Thank you to 750 for putting on this amazing show, and thank you to Alpha Live for all the hard work behind the scenes. Couldn't do it without any single one of you. So that wraps it up from myself and from Ian and from Chris. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next time.